Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors, our budget hearings dated June 9, 2021. At this time, I'm going to ask our clerk to please call the roll and establish quorum. Oh, the meeting is called to order.
Good morning, Supervisors Desmond, here. Kennedy,
here.
Natoli,
Here.
Cerna,
Here.
Frost,
Here.
and you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast Consolidated Communications and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Sunday, June 13th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14.
Thank you, and I'd like to invite everyone now to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I want to welcome everyone to our 2021-22 budget hearings. Over today and into tomorrow, I expect, the board will receive reports on the draft budget and important initiatives the staff deem important for enhancing the quality of life in Sacramento County. There will be public comment during the process, and we will be organizing our public comment slightly different today than we did yesterday. I wanted to mention that this budget does not include American Recovery Act funding. We'll be returning in September to true up our budget and discuss the final 2021 budget, including those funds at that time. This year's budget process was slightly different than the county had conducted in the past. This year we had workshops and community members were given the opportunity to meet and learn more in depth about how the budget process works. I think our staff did an amazing job, and I want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for his leadership in that effort. And I know that there will be we will be probably enhancing the community transparency and budget workshops, and our acting county executive will be speaking to that in her comments this morning. Yesterday, we opened our chambers to invite the public to comment for the first time in 15 months. And we've made some slight adjustments since yesterday to ensure that we're doing everything possible to remain compliant and to also accommodate everyone in the civic process. Individuals without masks who will be making public comments will be doing so from a separate room on a Zoom platform. But they'll be able to see us and we'll be able to see them, and they'll just be in the next room over. We'll still be working, with social distancing, and so we'll have public comments in chambers and overflow rooms, and we will also be accommodating those who wish to make comments on the phone. We understand the rules are going to change on June 15th, and we'll be updating our protocols as things change, and we'll do our best. We want to thank everyone for your understanding. We're definitely doing our best to conduct county business in a lawful way, and we know there are exceptions, and we respect that also. Finally, a word about public comment and respectful discourse. I want to remind everyone that liberty and justice for all means exercising your rights without infringing on others. Be courteous. You don't have to agree with others, but please respect differing opinions. Use words that state your opinion without profanity, shame, or denigrating others. We can't always agree, but we can agree to disagree, in a way that respects differences. It's the American way. And so with that, I will go ahead and read my meeting announcement, and we'll proceed with our budget hearings. The Board of Supervisors encourages public participation during the meeting in person, telephonically, or in writing, in compliance with the directives of the county, state, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. This meeting is broadcast live and open to in-person attendance pursuant to the guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. The county is requiring face coverings and social distancing while inside the board chambers until the state order is lifted. Meeting procedures are subject to change based on the recommended public health safety guidelines. Please refer to the meeting agenda for current information. The public comments will be taken in the following order: in-person comments and then comments by phone. If you're making a public comment in person, a face covering and social distancing are required while inside the chambers. If you're unable to wear a face covering, you may sit in an overflow room and make a comment at the podium in a designated area. Seating is limited and available to first come, first served basis, whether you're sitting inside the chambers or an overflow room. If there are no seats available inside the chambers or overflow room, please form a line in the designated area to wait for your turn to make a public comment. Standing inside the chambers or in an overflow room in lieu of sitting is not permitted due to limited capacity pursuant to social distancing. Please complete a speaker request form and give it to the clerk staff. The separate speaker request form is required for each agenda item or topic that is not on the posted agenda. When I open the public comments, I will call 3 names at a time. When you hear your name, please start walking towards the podium or to the designated area and wait for your turn to make your comment. If there is a need for an accommodation pursuant to Americans with Disabilities Act, medical reasons, or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance. If you're making a public comment by phone, dial 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in the queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and/or watch the meeting to follow along and determine when it's the best time to call in and be placed in the queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. I will ask the clerk to transfer calls into the meeting accordingly. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Members of the public are limited to making 1 public comment per agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures and avoid being interrupted or disconnected when making more than 1 comment on a single agenda item or off-agenda matter. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.net. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Thank you again for your understanding and patience. And so, at this time, we begin.
Madam Chair, could I
yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
following your announcements, were there PowerPoints that were made available to the board over the? Again, if there were, I want to make sure my staff prints them out. Or are they going to be handed out today? Or were there any PowerPoints?
There are PowerPoints. You don't have them?
I don't have them, but maybe they were delivered. I'll have somebody bring them down if they were forwarded via email. Then I'm going to ask. That's why I wanted to ask that. Because when we briefed the other day, you said that sometimes they're at our desk here.
I don't have them either.
You don't have them? Okay, let me make sure that you get them.
Or hard copies. I mean, we can have our staff print them out. Others may have them, but I didn't have them. That's why I wanted to ask so I could follow along during the presentation.
None of us got.
We'll
I
have
don't think
someone
any
get
of
them
us
to
got
you.
them.
Yes, we'll get printed copies for you.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you.
All right. If the clerk will please read the item.
So your first item is the consideration and possible revision and approval of the fiscal year 2021-22 recommended county budget and approval of a community engagement plan for the preparation of the fiscal year 2022-23 county budget and provide direction to staff regarding the use of Sierra 99 Gateway digital billboard revenue.
Good morning. There should be a PowerPoint. Good morning, Chair Frost and members of the board. Ann Edwards, your interim county executive. I'm pleased to be here this morning to kick off the fiscal year 21-22 budget recommendations. I want to first thank Britt Ferguson for coming out of retirement to once again lead this budget process this year. It is greatly appreciated and has proved to be invaluable. I also want to thank Amanda Thomas, our new CFO, for all of 3 weeks, for jumping right in to assist. I want to thank the deputy county executives for their thoughtful recommendations. The department heads and department budget staff did an incredible job preparing their recommended budgets, and I thank all of them for their hard work. Finally, I want to thank all the budget staff in my office for doing such a good job analyzing the department budgets, with a special thanks to Ute Lavarico, who was instrumental in pulling it all together. It has certainly been a challenging year on many fronts, and I'll be making some recommendations to address some of those challenges. As you are aware, we have been faced with many profound changes, both nationally and locally. The COVID pandemic has challenged us in ways we could not have imagined. I must take a moment here to thank the county workforce for stepping up to the challenge. We must thank public health, of course, because they did an incredible job, but the entire workforce rose to the occasion. As public servants, much of the work provided by county staff must continue, and it did. The impact of homelessness has been seen county-wide, and COVID certainly had an impact on that as well. I'm proud of the work our departments of human assistance, health, and homeless services did during the pandemic to address this. Project Roomkey was a great success, sheltering more than 1,400 individuals to protect them from the elements and from COVID. The sanitation services provided to encampments allowed people to stay in place, and as a result, we had a very small number of homeless infected with the virus. It was also a year to take stock of racism in our country. The George Floyd killing caused much distress in the community and requires us to look at racism in a different way and to do something, and I'll be saying more about that in a moment. There's also a growing recognition of the need for cost-effective alternatives to law enforcement and incarceration, and you'll be hearing more about the county's response to this need in a presentation later today. There's also a call for greater transparency and public engagement in government decision-making, and I'm happy to share our plan for that in a moment. Finally, a change in leadership affords the opportunity to look at things in new ways. In addition to a new interim CEO, we have brought on new department heads and more to come. This is an opportunity for the county to review and enrich its organizational culture, actively pursue a commitment to equity and inclusion, and develop future leaders within our ranks. Here are some of the major initiatives, plans, and processes that we are proposing to implement real change and advancement in the county. As a result of your board declaring racism a public health emergency, we are in the process of creating a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy cabinet. This cabinet will be responsible for promoting strategic coordination, cooperation, and collaboration across all county departments and the community regarding all efforts to promote racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. We have also piloted an implicit bias training this year, and we are working to bring that county-wide in the coming year. This past year, we also created a Women and Girls Commission and a Community Review Commission, which both have a lens on equity. I'm very excited about the leadership training initiative we are proposing in this budget. This gives us an opportunity to grow and develop our future leaders and promote greater diversity in the management ranks. I'm also extremely excited about an organizational culture change initiative. This is an opportunity to create a clear, deliberate, and considerate culture for our organization. I want our employees at all levels to feel good about coming to work. This is an initiative I implemented at the department level, and it made an enormous positive difference for the workforce there, and I'm hoping for that same impact for the entire county. I will be proposing an ordinance to create a new public safety and justice agency headed by a deputy county executive. The recommended budget includes an existing, currently vacant deputy county executive over municipal services. Once the new agency is created, this deputy will be redesignated to the new agency. The new agency will include probation, public defender, conflict criminal defender, and the coroner departments that are currently part of the social services agency. Importantly, this position will also oversee our efforts to comply with the May's consent decree and work to safely reduce the jail's population. Finally, it is clear to me we need greater board and community engagement in the budget process. You have made it clear that you want this, and the public has weighed in as well. We did do some things differently this year, and we can improve on that for next fiscal year. We had a budget workshop in February. We provided a second quarter fiscal status to the board in March, as well as some recommended budget policies. Although those policies were not adopted, you gave us clear direction on things that are important to you, and you will see many of them reflected in the recommended budget today. We also offered a budget study session in April, where we provided preliminary information about the county's fiscal year 21-22 budget and our longer-term fiscal situation. However, next year we will have a more robust community engagement process for the preparation of the 22-23 budget. Here is an outline of our proposal to improve community engagement and input in the budget process. In July, we will prepare a report on the fiscal year 21-22 approved budget, an update on the county's fiscal situation, and a broad summary about what we already know about your boards and the community's identified needs and priorities. In August, we will solicit input on priorities and needs from advisory boards and community groups, local governments, and identified stakeholder groups. We will compile the information provided by these groups. In September, we will retain a polling firm, which will afford us a scientific assessment of community needs. We will hold a board meeting, a hearing to approve the priorities to be tested by the polling firm, and you will be able to weigh in on those decisions. In October, the polling firm will conduct the poll, will compile the results, and all other information on public priorities provided to the board. Based on this information, staff will also provide some staff-recommended budget priorities. In November, we'll hold a hearing on those proposed budget priorities, and in December, the board will adopt those budget priorities, and then we will begin the budget preparation process. As you can see, this takes time to do it right. I do wish we had had more time for this budget. However, I do believe it would have been disingenuous to hold additional workshops when we were too far into the process that starts in December. We now have time to implement these substantive changes, and I'm confident this will provide meaningful input from the board and, from the community about spending priorities. And this concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Britt Ferguson for the remainder of the budget presentation.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to your comments, and I just find it incredibly refreshing that you've deliberately set the tone for today. This is arguably the most important thing that this board does, obviously with the help of so many of our administrative leaders here in Sacramento County. And in my 10 plus years on the board, I think this is the first time I've really sensed from our CEO that there's a real genuine interest in doing things differently, that you've heard the board, that you've heard the public, that you've heard your own, heard from members of your own team about how to do things better and more transparently. And so I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that, at least for this board member, I greatly appreciate the words that you just mentioned and everything behind it in terms of what's going to transpire today and into the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna, and I agree. You've done a great job, Ann, and we appreciate your thoughtful leadership.
Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I would just echo the comments of my colleagues, and certainly thank you, Ann, and all the folks that have worked to bring the document, but certainly the recommendations that we'll hear today, and obviously as board members will bore into that and ask questions and maybe make some changes. But I think to the point made by Supervisor Cerna, that I think the tone and certainly the willingness at the top level in county government to, I think, listen not only to this board but to the community, and I think what you've laid out going forward to further do outreach and to ask folks their thoughts about budgetary matters. Again, I think that's very healthy. I think it will serve this county well, certainly this year and ensuing years. And I think it just strengthens the foundation, because there's no question that when we talk about the resource allocation, 12,000 plus positions that are embodied here, all the partnerships we have as a part of this, and how we best go at funding priorities, but also looking at strategies that keep us fiscally sound, but also help us to advance the cause of serving the people of this county. And so again, I too compliment you and certainly the team that's here in the chambers, but I know there's a lot of work that goes into this. And I said to someone the other day that wasn't that familiar with the budget, that I said that if you want to pick up one document to learn not just about the fiscal outlook and where money's being spent, but to actually get an understanding of the depth and the breadth of what goes on in the county, you take this budget document and look at it, and and you can read, even though they're in summary points, you can get a very full understanding of the services, the range of services, and how we go about using resources in this county to advance a whole lot of initiatives, but certainly serve the people of this county in so many ways, both directly and indirectly. So again, thank you. And again, look forward to a good session today and tomorrow, and obviously a lot of work in the months ahead. And I would just say too, I think we're in a better position than we were this time last year, at least with the outlook. And that's helpful. It makes the deliberations, albeit they can still be very arduous, but I think it will make for hopefully outcomes that people can see some results of what we do here in the next couple of days. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
You're still here.
Never going to live that down.
You guys almost as many sticky notes as I have on mine, so you're
Are
pretty
you
good
still
there.
here?
Gary's longest goodbye. Well, as Ms. Edwards says, I am Britt Ferguson for a brief period longer with the Office of Budget and Debt Management, and I'd like to thank Ms. Edwards for her kind words about me and say how what a pleasure it's been actually to be back for about the last 5 months working with people in our office, working with department heads and department fiscal staffs who I've worked with over the years and really have come to respect, and have really actually enjoyed the process. And particularly when Ann called me and asked me to come back, there weren't many people I would come back for, but having worked with Ann for many years, both when she was a department head and as a deputy county executive, she was one. And I have to say, really, in my 40 years working in local government, 5 counties, 3 cities, 5 states, in the short period I've been here, I've been more impressed with Ann than with many, almost all of the other county administrators, city managers that I've worked with. Her strong leadership, but caring leadership has really been something that's been impressive to me to see when I came back. And so I guess you made a good choice in an interim county executive. So I appreciate that opportunity. As was said, this morning I'm going to provide an overview of the fiscal year 21-22 recommended budget, which is fully balanced as required by state law. In summary, based on guidance your board provided at various meetings over the last fiscal year, The general fund budget mostly avoids reductions in programs and services and includes new investments in a number of areas you identified as priorities, including dealing with the impact of homelessness on our community, providing an alternative to law enforcement response to persons experiencing mental health issues, addressing critical needs for capital improvements in our regional park system and at Mather Community Campus, and improving the condition of county roads. The general fund budget also includes new investments to address critical technology needs, meet legal mandates and compliance requirements, and deal with the most urgent health and safety issues. The general fund budget is balanced, but as you know, it is balanced with approximately $120 million in one-time discretionary and semi-discretionary, that is, realignment and Proposition 172 resources. This made it challenging to address the community's need for services that you have identified and what we need to do to meet our legal and compliance obligations without overcommitting one-time resources to ongoing expenses. The approach we have taken is to generally fund department-based budgets, that is, current staffing and programs, with only select reductions that increase efficiency or have a limited impact on services. Once the base was funded, we allocated any remaining discretionary resources essentially as follows: approximately 1/3 to fund ongoing growth, that is, new or enhanced programs, approximately 1/3 to fund one-time growth, and approximately 1/3 to increase discretionary reserves. This table shows what that means in terms of actual numbers. You can see that we estimate we will have approximately $898.2 million in discretionary resources in fiscal year 2021-22. The funded base net county cost is $821 million, which leaves $77.2 million unallocated. We proposed to use $20.2 million to increase discretionary reserves, $27.8 million for ongoing growth, and $29.2 million for one-time growth. The recommended budget, as has been indicated, does not include any funding from the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, recently passed by Congress. Sacramento County will receive approximately $300 million in state, local fiscal recovery fund revenue from ARPA, and we are eligible for additional funding under other ARPA programs. As you know, the county has retained the services of a consultant to help us develop a comprehensive spending plan, which should be complete in about 2 to 3 months. In fact, that consultant will be making a presentation to your board at your June 15th meeting to provide an update of where things stand and more background information on ARPA and what it can be spent for. The recommended budget also does not reflect the impact of the May revision to the governor's January proposed state budget. Staff is currently reviewing the May revise, but the legislature has not yet adopted the state budget, and even after the state budget is adopted, it sometimes takes a while for counties to learn exactly how much money we will receive for certain programs. Consequently, it is likely there will need to be changes to the county budget, some in September and some later in the 2021-22 fiscal year. So turning to the all funds budget, the all funds budget totals $6.5 billion in appropriations, and that's comprised of basically 3 categories of funds. First, $2.4 billion in enterprise, special revenue, and internal services funds. This includes things like solid waste, water resources, transportation, economic development, building inspection, and various internal service funds like general services, technology, capital construction, and liability property insurance. These funds are generally financed by things like utility rates, fees, and other dedicated revenue, as well as internal charges. The second is $947 million in restricted funds. These funds are financed with dedicated revenue that is ultimately transferred to other funds for eligible expenditures. Examples would include semi-discretionary, that is again the realignment and Proposition 172 revenue funds, and the Mental Health Services Act fund. So this appropriation is essentially double counted in the all funds budget. It is counted once as a transfer out in the restricted funds, and then again when it is actually spent on programs and services in the operating budgets, mostly in the general fund. And finally, the general fund, with $3.1 billion in appropriations, of which approximately $876 million represents the use of discretionary resources.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Cerna.
Yes.
Thank you. Throughout your presentation, I'm probably going to interrupt several times. Much of that is going to be to maybe have you explain, Britt, in a little greater detail some aspects of what you're presenting for the public's benefit. In light of that, can you just briefly explain the difference between enterprise and special revenue versus departmental revenue?
Right. So enterprise funds. Enterprise and internal service funds are what are called proprietary funds, and so those are funds that basically operate more like a business. They charge fees or rates, like water rates, and that money is considered departmental revenue to the department, but the fund itself is usually entirely funded by these rates or charges, or internal service charges to other programs. Special revenue funds are funds that are funded primarily by dedicated revenue, which is also departmental revenue, but that revenue carries over from year to year. So that revenue comes into that fund. If it's not spent, then it carries into fund balance. And an example of that would be the roads fund. We get gas tax money, goes into the roads fund, spend it on roads projects. If there's any money left over, carries over, and it's spent in future years. The general fund departments also receive departmental revenue. That departmental revenue, again, is dedicated revenue that they receive from a variety of sources. They typically spend that in the year. We only draw it down to cover expenses usually, and so it doesn't carry over. Mm-hmm. And in the general fund, there's also a component which we call net county cost. Net county cost meaning the portion of discretionary resources that are allocated to those departments. So you have departmental revenue, then we have what we call semi-discretionary, which is a form of departmental revenue, but it's the realignment Prop 172 that you have some flexibility in spending on. It can sometimes be used interchangeably with discretionary resources, and then whatever left is needed to cover cost is net county cost. It's the use of discretionary resources. Does that help?
It does. Is it fair to say that when we think of departmental revenue, included in that are things like cost recovery measures for, I don't know, the planning department or the building department?
So it could be fees, like right. You're exactly right. Planning charges fees. Mm-hmm. It could be federal revenue, state revenue. But it's revenue that is typically dedicated to a particular. We also call it categorical revenue. It's dedicated to a particular purpose, and so we could use it for other things. It could be grant revenue. Right.
Very good. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. So. Okay. Okay, so as I said, the all funds budget is $6.5 million budget, and that's a $118.2 million or 1.8% increase compared to the fiscal year 2021 adopted all funds budget. And this increase is mainly due to, first, an $80 million increase in appropriations in the semi-discretionary revenue restricted funds. This reflects an increase in estimated semi-discretionary revenue available to be transferred to operating departments in the general fund, and is due both to the ongoing impact of the economic recovery and the fact that in the fiscal year 2021 budget, we significantly overestimated the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on statewide sales tax revenue, which is the primary funding source for realignment and Prop 172. Second, a $58 million increase in general fund appropriations, which I'll talk more about later. A $41 million or 8.8% increase in other internal service funds, and this is really primarily due to a technical change, a $44.1 million increase in the Department of Technology Fund that reflects a change in budget practices. In prior years, most Department of Technology overhead was allocated through non-budget accounts, and for 2021, all overhead is being allocated appropriately as budgeted reimbursement. So it just changes the way it's accounted for as a result of essentially increasing their budget, but not really the amount they spend for the most part. and a $35 million or 12.5% increase in transportation-related funds due to increased spending on road rehabilitation projects, partly funded by a proposed $20 million general fund loan to the general fund, which I will talk more about later, and various capital projects. A $22.7 million or 10.9% increase in water resources-related funds due primarily to the timing and cost of certain capital projects. A $53.1 million 10.5% decrease in appropriations in the Airport Systems Fund due to a reduction in capital and operating costs in response to the potential impact of COVID-19 on airport revenues. And I should note there probably will be adjustments to that, the airport budget in September, because there's been, as you know, a pretty dramatic change in what's going on with regard to air travel and various funding sources available, such as through ARPA and others for airport-related projects. A $26.5 million or 27.8% decrease in the Economic Development Fund due primarily to the annual fluctuation in costs for environmental remediation at the former McClellan Air Force Base. Then turning to the general fund, as I noted, the general fund has total appropriations of $3.147 billion, an increase of $58 million or 1.9% compared to the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget. This is the net result of a $16.7 million decrease in base appropriations, $5.3 million in program reductions, and $80.1 million in recommended growth. The budget units with the largest appropriations increase include the Human Assistance Administration budget with a $31.8 million or 8.7% increase, due primarily to the inclusion of $26.7 million representing the second year of grant-funded Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP, which was approved during the fiscal year 2021 budget, recommended growth of $6.2 million, and increased salary and benefit costs for existing staff. The Sheriff, with a $16.3 million or 2.75% increase, due primarily to increased salary and benefit costs for existing positions, and $4.5 million in recommended growth, primarily related to implementing the provisions of the May's consent decree regarding conditions of confinement in the county jails, and the second phase of providing body cameras for all sheriff's deputies. Financing transfers reimbursements with a $15 million increase. This is primarily the net result of $23.5 million in growth, that's transfers to the roads, parks construction, and capital construction funds, which I will talk about later, and an $8 million reduction in the transfer to the capital construction fund for the Correctional Health and Mental Health Services facility proposed to comply with the May's consent decree.
Excuse me, Britt.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Britt.
I thought you took a breath, so Supervisor Natoli had a question.
Real quick, just on that point, before you got to the sentence you were on, the $8 million was backed out, reappropriated, but there was a previous $8 million of which we expended about $1 million with a previous contract with Knockton Lewis. What's the status of that money that was roped off? So
that's a great question, because I was just going to address that.
Very good. I should let you keep going.
So over the last 2 years, in fiscal year 1920 and 2021, we contributed $8 million to the Capital Construction Fund for the design and project management and planning costs related to that facility, which, as you know, your board has decided not to proceed with. At this point, there's about, to that total $16 million, is about $14 million that's unspent. And what the budget contemplates is that we would keep that money in the capital construction fund, because as you know, we have about $100 million worth of ADA improvements that we need to make at the two jail facilities, to cut both because it's ADA requirement, and secondly because we are committed to doing those improvements as part of the May's consent decree. And so that's the main reason we're keeping it in there. And then also we have some additional costs related to we brought on board a consultant to help us identify essentially how many people we can fit in the jail in compliance with the May's consent decree without major new construction. And so that's a fairly small amount, a few $100,000, but most is being set aside to contribute toward those ADA improvements that we're going to need to be made.
So, Britt, again, in my review, I couldn't find that called out. Maybe it was in the CIP, but I think it's important as we have this more global look at the consent decree, what we're going to do outside of custody, what we would do within the framework of the correctional institutions. And so I think it's important as we're carrying forward, because there are a number of footnotes in here and line items to show staffing, the ongoing commitment to 40 million plus. And I think that if we roped out that money, because that was general fund dollars, but I didn't see it mentioned directly. Maybe it was. I mean, in my review, but I think it's important if we're keeping this tabulation of dollars that have been made available in previous budget years, ongoing commitments, capital funds, consultants. I think all of that would be very useful as this board continues to deliberate, and certainly with your leadership over the years, and obviously ongoing leadership. I think it's going to be important to keep an eye on all of that, and so we know what has been committed, obviously what still lies ahead to make the necessary changes both in and outside of custody. So
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
because I couldn't find
it is in there, but as you pointed out earlier, Supervisor, there's a lot of stuff in here, and if you don't know where to look, you could miss it in all the other stuff.
I saw the $8 million that had been, that
Yeah.
reappropriation, but I
Right.
couldn't find the rest of it. So
Right.
okay,
Yeah,
good
that's a
enough.
good point.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Rich.
So another department, the next department with the largest increase is finance, with a $9.9 million, 25.2% increase. And again, this is really a technical issue. As you know, last year you approved a merger of finance with revenue recovery. So basically, that's just the revenue recovery budget unit has been zeroed out, so there's really not much of a net increase in finance. Then in-home supportive services, or IHSS, provider payments with a $6.7 million or 5.5% increase, and that's due primarily to the statutorily mandated 4% increase in the county's maintenance of effort for the IHSS program. The appropriation for contingency with a $5 million increase. The recommended budget includes a 1% cost of living adjustment, or COLA, for all employees. As you well know, the county is currently negotiating new agreements with all 30 of the unions representing county employees, and it appears that many of the agreements will include COLAs in the range of 2% or more. Every 1% increase in salaries increases net county costs by approximately $6 million. So we've put that in there. Went from $1 million to $6 million, just to provide some capacity. Likely in September, and the September budget will have to make some revisions to the salary and benefit costs in the budget. The district attorney with a $4.7 million or 4.5% increase. That's due primarily to salary and benefit cost increases for existing employees, a reduction in budgeted salary savings, reflecting what the department believes is a more sustainable salary savings level, and $213,000 in growth. Correctional health services with a $3.9 million or 5.6% increase, due primarily to salary and benefit cost increases for existing employees, and $2.9 million in growth, all related to implementation of the May's consent decree. And finally, voter registration and elections with a $3.2 million or 22.9% increase, due primarily to $4.4 million in growth related to the gubernatorial recall special election, which now appears, virtually certain to occur this fiscal year. Shortly before, of course, the primary for the upcoming gubernatorial election, but there you go. So,
Can I just ask you on that? In years past, for the most part, sometimes a year after the fact, we do get reimbursed for the elections. Otherwise, we bear the cost if there isn't some legislation. I don't know whether any legislation has been introduced as a part of this. Obviously, the election date hasn't been set. But, that money can certainly be, and has been, I think, the track record, and that
right.
I wanted to point it out.
And we've been scrutinizing the governor's May revise to see if there is no money right now in there for compensating counties for the cost of the recall election, but we'll see. The budget should be adopted here, shortly. We'll see what happens. But
is CSAC pushing that issue? I trust.
I believe they are, and yes, I believe they are. But yeah.
We'll wait and see. Yeah, well, I guess we'll know next Tuesday. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Britt. Rich Desmond, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Matt. That's my follow-up question. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. I was going to ask that same question about CSAC. Is there an organized effort among the counties to try to lobby for that reimbursement? So,
Yeah, I believe there is, but among other things, of course, yes. So, yes. The recommended general fund base budget, that is the budget before any growth, is driven by a number of factors, including, first, the budget assumes a general fund available fund balance carry forward of $172 million, an increase of $10.5 million, or 6.4% from the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget level. This is a very high available fund balance compared to recent history and is due largely to three things. First, the fact that the fiscal year 2019-20 fund balance carry forward reflected the use of $146 million in federal coronavirus relief fund, or CRF, revenue to offset eligible salary and benefit costs of existing public safety and health employees during the 2019-20 fiscal year, thus freeing up net county costs that could add to fund balance. And we receive realignment backfill revenue from the state, both based on the assumption that discretionary revenue and semi-discretionary revenue would decline significantly in both fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we've discussed on a number of occasions, the fact was that actual fiscal year 2019-20 and 2021 discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue came in significantly higher than anticipated, and in some cases didn't decline at all. And then third, reduced contract and public assistance caseload costs in fiscal year 2021, likely due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. So what all of this means is that while any fund balance carryover or carry forward is technically a one-time resource, for this fiscal year, most of the fund balance truly is one-time in nature. The recommended budget assumes the general fund will receive $726.2 million in discretionary revenue and reimbursements, a $37.7 million or 5.4% increase compared to the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget level. This is primarily due to a $21.7 million or 4.4% increase in property tax revenue and an estimated $12 million or 13.9% increase in sales and use tax revenue. The projected increase in sales and use tax revenue is partly due to the expected impact of the ongoing economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, and partly due to the fact that the sales tax revenue number in the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget reflected an overestimation of the negative impact of the pandemic. The most recent estimate is that actual sales tax revenue received in fiscal year 2021 will come in approximately $5.6 million over budget, and if that is true, fiscal year 2021 sales tax revenue could come in approximately $6.4 million, 7% higher than fiscal year 2021 actuals. So in other words, there's a lot of money from the prior fiscal year that carried over because we underestimated what that would be. But still, a 7% increase is still a significant increase in sales tax revenue.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just on the sales tax, I know we did our briefing last week, Britt, and you said there was some, I guess, new interpretations or new rulings handled down, but as relates to some of the distribution centers in their location
Correct.
here, Amazon, Walmart, Costco,
Correct.
whatever the names are, and has there been any more information?
No, I can maybe describe the issue you're talking about for the rest of the board. So, under the rules that have been adopted by the Board of Equalization, when sales tax revenue, when someone like Amazon has distribution centers and orders come in and products are distributed from those distribution centers, if the distribution centers are owned by a third party, not by, for example, Amazon, but by a third party, then that revenue goes into what's called the county pool. The money goes into the county pool, and then it's distributed to all of the sales tax jurisdictions based on their proportionate share of sales tax within the county. And that's what happened historically, because Amazon did use third party basically who own those facilities, and then they work through them. Recently, Amazon has changed their practice, and those are now county-owned facilities. If they're county-owned facilities, all of the sales tax revenue goes to the jurisdictions in which they're located, which in the case of, for example, Metro Air Park, where Amazon has and will have more facilities out there, that would all go then directly, because it's in the unincorporated county, directly to the county, which would represent a significant increase in revenue. We don't know how much yet. Our sales tax consultants don't know yet, But it would be a significant increase in revenue, partly offset by the fact that we'll get less money from the pool, but it would be a significant increase in revenue. We don't know how much that is yet. It's not reflected in the budget, and there are some cautions there because, as often happens when things change, there are winners and losers in terms of jurisdictions. And so we would be a winner jurisdiction, but there are other, not just in Sacramento County, this applies throughout the state, there are other loser jurisdictions, and among the loser jurisdictions, for example, is Los Angeles County. So there is a concerted effort by those jurisdictions, cities and counties that are disadvantaged by this change to change the rules. They're pursuing it both. My understanding is they're pursuing it both in terms of lobbying to change the rules, possible legislative changes, even lawsuits in order to, because this is not statutory, though this whole rule is just a rule. And so it may be that this will change. It may be that this will not end up resulting in additional revenue, but we are monitoring that closely. Our sales tax consultants are monitoring that closely. It could be quite good news for us. Or not, depending on what happens with that. So we will be looking at that carefully.
Thanks for the explanation. Just one follow-on. So as they have their satellite centers where they move goods to their delivery destinations, they've expanded their own fleet. They used to use a lot of third-party, maybe they still do, but now you see a lot of trucks with their logo running around the community. Do we get, if those vehicles are purchased out of county, do we still get the sales tax revenue for those vehicles being the county in which they're being utilized? How does that work? Because their fleet is expanded pretty significantly.
My understanding is, and I can confirm this, but my understanding is it's based on where the distribution center is. It's where the point of sale is determined to be the point of sale.
So if we have a distribution center here and we've got satellite centers, and
you're talking about the satellite centers?
Yeah,
I don't know.
You got one in Elk Grove and they're looking elsewhere.
I'd have to check on that. I think it is the actual distribution center, the official distribution center, but that's a good question.
Okay, because their fleet, because they're not all coming out of Natomas.
Yeah.
They're
I didn't hear the satellite part. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes, we'll have to check on that. That's a good question.
And would that hold for other major retailers?
Yes,
too?
same thing. It depends. Of course, Amazon is like the 10,000-pound gorilla here in this area. But yes, it does hold to other retailers. Again, the same principle. If they own the facilities, it goes one way. If they have a third party that owns the facility, it goes a different way. The other thing that I'll just mention, I mentioned this before when we had the budget study session, but just to remind the board, the other big thing that has happened here in recent years that is really, besides the pandemic, which obviously caused a lot of people to shift to ordering things online and getting things delivered, is the Wayfair decision, which was a U.S. Supreme Court decision that basically said states and local governments can collect sales tax from out-of-state, use tax from out-of-state vendors, even if it's sold online. And that, no one knew exactly what that impact would be. And there was a thought that, because Amazon was already, had facilities in California, was already doing that, maybe the impact wouldn't be that significant. But in fact, the impact was very large. And partly that's because one of the things that happened, and it just phased in right toward the end of last calendar year, is that it now applies not just to products that are Amazon products that are sold, but where Amazon acts as as basically a seller for others, and that also now kicked in. So there was sort of a double whammy, even without this whole thing with the change of how Amazon was doing business, where you had the Wayfair decision, you had the pandemic. So that's one of the reasons why we saw, even though there were, in some cases, significant declines in brick and mortar sales and things like restaurant, other things where there is sales tax, locally, overall, sales tax did not decline all that much because there was this shift to online sales.
In that Wayfair decision, that's factored into your calculation?
That is factored into our projections, yes. That is a known quantity, and that is factored into our projections.
Okay.
Supervisor Cerna has something, but just on what you were just talking about, there are so many brick and mortars that sell through Amazon, so the sales tax that's sold from something in Citrus Heights that's bought through Amazon in Sacramento County, does the sales tax go to Sacramento County instead of Citrus Heights?
So I'm not sure I'm following.
Well, you can buy things on Amazon that came from Target or Kohl's
I
or
see.
other entities from somewhere else.
I don't know the answer to that question, but I don't know the answer to the question. That's a good question. We'll look at that. We'll get you the answer to that question.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Again, for the public's benefit, Britt, can you explain again the use of fund balance carry forward and how that does or does not relate to the fact that you have another bullet below that says reduction in health services at $32 million. If the member of the public were to just see this slide with very minimal explanation, there might be an assumption again that somehow, public safety, law enforcement saw some massive windfall, and at the same time we ignored the needs of public health. So can you respond to that, please?
Sure. So what that refers to is there was a lot of sort of one-time money, as you know, that was provided to health services in the last fiscal year to deal with the pandemic, either directly CRF revenue or net county costs that was created as a result of basically using CRF revenue to fund salary and benefit costs and then providing it to health services, and that money, that particular money has been spent or is no longer in the budget. There are other, as you also know, that there are many other funding sources that are now becoming available. One of the ones that we'll be talking about is the LCA grant that is about $50 million. That there's $6 million in the budget, but there's another about $30 million is going to be added in an upcoming budget adjustment for 21-22, and then there's additional money in other years. So there's other sources that are going to, first of all, the situation is changing, of course, the needs are not the same exactly, and there's other funding sources that are going to be available to health services to fund a lot of the programs that were not funded through the same source. They're just not in the budget yet, all of them, but some are. And then in addition to that, of course, there is the ARPA money, which includes both categorical ARPA money that we're still identifying and the $300 million yet to be allocated. So when all is said and done, I guess the message I would send is I think there's going to be plenty of money to deal with whatever public health needs are out there. It's just the way the budget works in terms of the timing of things. Mm-hmm. Not everything is in there right now, and that's part of that shift.
So would you agree, though, that much of the nuance to this slide, though, really has to do with the color of money, right? I mean, it's not. Yeah. When you see a reduction in health services funding, one has to be reminded that the slide is talking about key general fund-based budget drivers. Doesn't mean that there wasn't other funding sources for public health that were used, correct?
So this specifically refers to overall appropriations. But yes, that is true too. So there are other funds going in. So it's a combination of that. But okay. Yes.
Thank you.
So the recommended budget reflects the receipt of $801.8 million in semi-discretionary, that's again realignment of Prop 172 reimbursements. That's the money that's now being transferred in from the semi-discretionary revenue restricted funds. And that's an increase of $80 million or 11% compared to the fiscal year 2021 adopted budget amount. And again, partly due to the fact this additional revenue being available due to the fact that of the economic recovery and the fact that we overestimated the negative impact of the pandemic. The 2021 adopted budget included $34.2 million in realignment backfill revenue from the state, designed to help offset what was anticipated to be a significant reduction in realignment revenue in fiscal year 2021. And this was one-time revenue, and the recommended budget reflects the elimination of that funding.
Britt, did you need to advance the slide?
Oh, do I need to advance the slide? Nope, I think I'm still here. Yeah, still on this slide. I'm on realignment backfill revenue, $34.7 million. And then in fiscal year 2021, the legislature and governor approved AB 1869, This bill repealed the authority of counties to charge defendants 23 different fees for things like administering probation, mandatory supervision, processing arrests and citations, administering home detention programs, and so forth. The bill also repealed the authority of courts to order defendants to pay the cost of the public defender. The provisions of that bill take effect on beginning July 1st, 2021, and included an appropriation of $65 million to counties to backfill revenue losses due to the repeal of these fees. The state has not yet provided information on how much backfill revenue each county will receive, so the recommended budget reflects the full revenue loss of $10.2 million. Once we know how much we're going to get, we will plug that in. As I think I mentioned at the budget study session, if you just look at our proportionate share of the population and the $65 million, it would be way less than $10.2 million. So we don't know exactly how much we're going to get or how they're going to allocate it. The recommended base budget includes a $34 million increase in salary and benefit costs for existing positions. This is in the base budget before growth. And this increase is due to an assumed 1% salary cost of living adjustment for all employees, a 4.1% increase in employee health insurance costs, and a 7.4% increase in the employer's contribution to the employee retirement system. The latter is partially due to fiscal year 21-22 being the first year of a 2-year phase-in of the impact of a reduction in the Sacramento County Retirement Employee Retirement System's assumed rate of return from 7 to 6.5%. And you mentioned, Supervisor, the recommended budget reflects a $34.5 million or $50.3 million decrease in aid payment costs in a variety of public assistance programs due to a projected caseload decline, likely due in part to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And the recommended budget includes the reduction of approximately $32 million for various programs and services in the Health Services Department. In addition to the COVID-19 funding that I mentioned, I'm reminded here by my notes that this also includes Mental Health Services Act funding for the Building Hope and Community-Driven and Early Intervention Grant Program, which was not continually funded. It was a one-time funding, and the state funding for the Dental Transformation Initiative, which the state ended funding for. As I again mentioned, there will be significant budget adjustments in fiscal year 21-22 to augment funding for the COVID-19 pandemic that you'll be seeing actually very shortly. The recommended budget includes a $5 million increase, as I said, for the appropriation for contingency. The recommended budget continues funding for the programs and services initiated over the last few years with board approval, including the Black Child Legacy Campaign, the Healthy Partners Program that provides healthcare services to undocumented immigrants, various homeless initiatives, the Parkways and Unincorporated Areas Cleanup and Safety Initiative, Enhanced Behavioral Health Services, and the Probation Adult Supervision Model. And the recommended budget includes funding to meet various legal obligations, including approximately $40 million in expenditures in the Sheriff and Correctional Health Services budget, reflecting the cumulative effect of 4 years of investments in new programs, staffing, and contracted services in the jails to fulfill the commitment we made in the May's consent decree implementation plan. A $7.7 million payment to UC Davis Health System, which is required under the agreement to settle a lawsuit related to the county's obligations to pay for indigent health care. The county is obligated to make annual payments to UC Davis through fiscal year 2033-34, and a $6.7 million transfer to the Workers' Compensation Fund and Clerk Recorder's Fund to repay those funds for money borrowed during the Great Recession.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, good. Before you turn the slide, Britt, just back to the May's consent decree, it would be helpful, at least in my view, because I know we're adding additional positions, custody positions, you're adding medical and mental health positions, you're eliminating some of the registry, at least by creating permanent positions.
Yes.
But one of the conversations we had in April, and again, it's not that you have any control over it, but the vacancies in those positions, because that relates to then the ability to deliver those services, and we had vacancies in physicians and some of the professionals, as well as some of the paraprofessional support services. And as we're, again, kind of keeping a global look to this, I think that's an important marker for us to take a look, because again, if there are
difficulties in the marketplace that are hindering our ability to fill those positions and keep them consistently filled, because then that relates to the service delivery. And we've been using the registry, at least on the nursing end of it, maybe with some other of the positions. So we create these permanent positions, but if we don't fill them, there's one, salary savings that accrue, but secondly, we're not delivering the services. And so I think as we're evaluating this over time, if that's a barrier for whatever reasons, and then maybe again there's such a demand outside of correctional institutions for folks, then we need to take a look at that, because that you can create all the positions you want and put tens of millions of dollars over there, but if you don't have people to deliver those services, then we're not going to make the headway that we need to make inside. And so I think there needs to be some ongoing measurement and accounting for that, and we're going to have some normal attrition. But I know in this budget you're recommending, again, creating sheriff positions in custody and mental health and changing out some of the current, where we depend upon either extra help or registry services. And so and I don't know how we're doing. I guess that was one of the questions. That's part of my question is, have we been able to, since we had a hearing here 2 months ago, been able to fill some of those vacancies, or are we still lagging?
So I don't have recent information, but you're correct. There has been a problem, particularly in correctional health services, in filling those positions. And I know that the health services department has been working hard to address that issue, but we'll have to get back to you on. And the health services director actually will be presenting later today, and maybe she'll be able to answer that at that time.
Or tomorrow. I trust we'll be in tomorrow with some information.
But I don't know the most recent. I don't have the most recent information, but it has been an issue. You're right. It has been a real issue.
And if I just, again, kind of related to that real quickly, so what gives us the registry has its challenges, but what gives us the confidence that if we create permanent positions, even though you put the permanent funding behind it for the position, that we're going to have any greater success than, because we've already got vacancies and we've used the registry to backfill in a lot of cases.
So the registry has been used in two ways in health services. One is during vacancies, to backfill vacancies, but also it's just been used to augment, because there was not enough regular positions to provide the level of service. And that was the issue that was identified by the plaintiffs in the Mays lawsuit, which was, it was their view that the quality of service, the consistency and reliability of service that was not adequate using registry staff, and they specifically asked that we convert those registry staff to regular positions. And so that's what we're doing. We're reducing the registry budget as we do that. Not entirely, because we still have the backfill issue, but we are reducing the registry budget as we do that. So what you're seeing here is the net cost of doing that. But you're right, it doesn't work if in the end we can't fill them and we just have to use the registry anyway. Right. And I know that Health Services is sensitive to that. They're concerned about it. They've been working on it, and we'll provide you an update of where that stands either later today or tomorrow.
Okay, and just one other minor point relates to the jail. I noticed in there that it was in a non-funded category, but there was a request that was pending for 7-day-a-week janitorial services in the jail, where it's 24/7. We only provide, I didn't realize we only provided 5-day-a-week janitorial services at the jail. I would, if you'd asked me, in our institutions that are 24/7, you got people occupying and people working there, and that was not recommended for funding. So again, not to throw you off a presentation, but I'd like to have a little more background behind that, and
Sure.
and what, because cleanliness is a piece of, again, what we've been challenged on, and I think that if you have janitorial services in an institution that's 24/7, 365, you probably need to have custodial services.
Sure, and like everything else, there's limited resources, and you have to identify what the priorities are. And I can just tell you briefly, we discussed that issue with the Sheriff's Department, and they indicated that was not their top priority right now. And so that was part of the rationale behind that decision.
Okay. Again, it may not be the Sheriff's Department, and again, I recognize you're having to sift through this,
right.
But again, when I read some of the reports about, and again, employing inmates in custody to do cleanup is, that's not necessarily, the approach that should always be taken. And again, so I just, again, maybe we can put a marker by. I'd like to have a little discussion about that or some more background on that before we wind this up in a day or two. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Britt, I appreciate the fact that you have called out in the slide and verbally referenced some of the board's priority programs. I think that's important to note. One of those that you called out was clean and safe on the Parkway. So help me reconcile something. I'm looking at page G42 in the budget, and I note that the recommended budget compared to the adopted one for the current fiscal year looks like it's actually about the same. The number of positions doesn't change, 87 positions. There's an increase in the line item that's just referenced as American River Parkway of about, looks like about 800,000, or I'm sorry, about 1.8 million. So what I'm trying to reconcile is with the number of positions being the same, how are we to consider the fact that there's a priority for this board that's well established to do what we can to maximize cleanliness and safety on the Parkway when the number of positions stays the same? And of course, and this is not to discredit the great work of our maintenance staff and our rangers, but I think you can argue that the condition of the Parkway hasn't really improved, quite frankly, over the last few years, and certainly pandemic has contributed to some of that. But of course, I think we're all well aware that there was a recent spate of fires, 3 days in a row, the last one over 100 acres. So what I'm trying to understand is if we are going to keep the budget basically the same for parks, keep the number of positions the same, how are we responding affirmatively to that priority?
So what we've done in parks is, as you know, Supervisor Cerner, because you led the effort to initiate some of these programs, a couple of years ago there were significant enhancement in the cleanup services in the parks, and we have continued that level of funding. We have not added to that level of funding. We've continued that program at the level that it was.
Okay, that's a fair response and a fair explanation. I just want to make sure that I heard that from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay. So the recommended budget includes approximately $5.3 million, or $3 million in net county costs in program expenditure reductions in several general fund departments. These reductions are primarily categorical reductions, which means the expenditure reductions are due to a reduction in dedicated state or federal revenue. The county's general practice is not to backfill reductions in categorical revenue. In addition, there are some non-categorical reductions. In the latter case, departments have indicated that the recommended reductions generally will improve efficiency or not have a negative impact on services provided by the department. And as you can see, the budget units with the largest recommended reductions are probation, with a $4.4 million reduction in expenditures. And this is really sort of in a way, it's sort of take it away and then add it back, because as you know, we had a 2-year pilot project for the monitored pretrial release program that was funded with state grant and community corrections realignment innovation revenue. And what we're deleting it here because a pilot program is by its very nature, one time, or in this case 2 years, and it had dedicated funding. Part of that funding went away. There's a couple $1 million in carryover from the state grant. But in the growth, you'll see we're actually recommending adding it back now as an ongoing program. So basically it comes out here, but then it gets added back in growth. And that growth would be funded by $2 million in remaining state grant funds and $3 million in net county costs, because the realignment innovation revenue is no longer available. Then another reduction is in the sheriff's budget, a $428,000 reduction in expenditures, and that's due to the end of the Department of Justice tobacco grant funding. This will eliminate the tobacco abatement team, which works to mitigate juvenile tobacco use through education and proactive enforcement. In child support services, which has never received any net county costs, it's always been entirely funded by the state and federal government. There's a $209,000 reduction in expenditures, and that's really the net result of replacing a senior account clerk and 2 office assistant positions with 2 child support officer positions, and the department actually identified that as a more efficient way to do things. So basically, it improves efficiency, and yet we save money. And then finance, with a $91,000 reduction in expenditures, and that's due to the net impact of eliminating 2 collection services agent positions and paying the Department of Technology for the services of a business technology system analyst to evaluate and enhance revenue recovery's debt management and collection system, and then also the net impact of eliminating 2 account clerk positions and adding an accountant position, reflecting a change in the need for clerical staff to process checks to meet the staff to the need for staff to analyze data and interact with third-party vendors. So basically, these are recommendations from the department to do things more efficiently. It both saves money and enhances the services that they believe they can provide. For the preparation of the fiscal year 21-22 budget, county departments submitted over $156 million in requests for new or enhanced program, that is growth requests, including almost $90 million in general fund, that's net county cost support. To assist in evaluating these requests, departments were asked to prioritize their needs. This prioritization was taken into account along with board priorities and other factors described above in making budget recommendations. The recommended budget includes $118 million in all funds for new or enhanced programs or services and $80.1 million in the general fund. If certain double counting of expenditures that occur when resources are transferred between funds is factored out, the recommended budget includes approximately $91 million in funding for new or enhanced programs and services. In addition, for fiscal year 21-22, we are proposing a more holistic approach to addressing growth requests. In addition to the growth included in the recommended budget, we are recommending the inclusion of $30 million in growth in the September revised budget, resources permitting, which is actually $24.3 million if you factor out the double counting. Specifically, we are requesting that the board direct staff to prioritize certain growth requests for funding in September. We are also recommending that the board direct staff to prioritize increasing general fund reserves with any discretionary resources that are available in September after addressing prioritized growth. This recommendation provides departments with some predictability in terms of what they can expect to be able to provide in services in the budget year, and it helps address the balance between meeting service delivery needs and fiscal sustainability. All told then, between the June recommended and September revised recommended budgets, we are recommending $148 million growth, and again, that's about $115.3 million if double counting is factored out.
Excuse me, Britt. Supervisor Cerna.
Great, thank you. I just want to make certain that I understand some of the assumptions that were made to respond to departmental growth requests and where you ultimately landed. Was one of those assumptions, first and foremost, what you explained in your first slide, I think it was, in terms of the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So this assumes that that the county is going to make a $20+ million contribution to reserves, and that's roped off early in that consideration of the growth from different departments, correct?
Correct. So it's not exactly 1/3, but yes, our assumption, our sort of the way we approached it was the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Mm-hmm. We took into account the priorities we'd heard from you, like roads, like additional capital for parks, like alternative response for mental health, for public safety, those sorts of things. We also took into account things that address sort of critical health and safety needs. You'll see we recommended some enhancements in child protective services and some other areas where there are really some critical needs there. And then our regulatory compliance need, like the Mays consent decree, those types of things. So those are the main things we looked at in making these recommendations.
So in terms of how growth requests will be handled coming from us in the next 48 hours, should there be certain growth requests made by board members, would your first inclination be to go to reserves, or would your first inclination, depending on what that growth request is, would it be to go look at, taking from one department and funding another?
Our first inclination, and again, depends on the order of magnitude, and would be for, if your board proposes additional growth that is ongoing in nature, we would look first to our recommended ongoing growth and see if there's an opportunity to either not do that or delay that to September, for example, if you want to do it now. If you're not willing to wait till September to have this go into effect, when we anticipate we probably will have some additional, both discretionary and semi-discretionary revenue. We don't know how much. And if it was one time, then look to the one-time growth before we look to reserves. That would be our inclination. As a recommendation, it would, of course, be your choice what you wanted to do.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Supervisor Stern asked a question along the same vein I was going to ask, but is that you recommended a $10 million increase in the audit and payback future litigation costs, and then a $10 million increase, $10.2 million in general reserves, and plus the additional $5 million to contingency. So all told, about almost $25.2 million. And to what you just said, I assume obviously that's a discussion we'll probably have up here about, because you can still make it a priority in September. I mean, again, if those are the recommended amounts, if those are the target amounts, but one of the things that's occurred to me, and that in trying to advance some of the work, some of this, particularly in the one time or the commitments to whether it's to parks or even to roads, which is in the form of a loan currently in the recommended budget, that we could put some additional dollars there if this board chose to, along with other discussion we may have around other items, but also make this a priority, still maintaining obviously some semblance of what you have here, recognizing you took that one-third approach. What I wanted to ask is a backdrop, because one of the pieces that we don't really have today, and we're going to get an update next Tuesday, and it'll become clearer as the summer proceeds, but is where the dollars that are coming down through the American Rescue and Relief Plan are going to be able to be plugged in. Because question I want to ask, is it safe to make the assumption it's going to give us some additional capacity in the budget, both discretionary, but maybe also in semi-discretionary or in areas where you have to spend it on that particular program category, or you don't draw on it? Is that fair to say what we know so far, Brett? That you'll have some, it's going to free up some capacity in the budget?
At least for one
In
time.
September, there'll be additional capacity, you're asking?
Yeah, using the ARR money.
So ARR funding, whether we'll have that by the September budget, I don't know, because you're going to hear there's a pretty extensive outreach process and but certainly, early enough, the first half of the coming fiscal year, and remember we have 3 fiscal years to spend this, 3 years to spend it, so yes. And, it remains to be seen, what it would be spent on. There's different pots of money. You'll hear that on the 15th. The money that is any money that you use to backfill lost revenue, which we haven't yet determined if we have lost revenue based on the definition that the federal government has identified. That money is essentially discretionary, so you could spend that on pretty much anything you want to spend it on, with a few exceptions that are restricted. The other stuff is actually in different pots. A lot of it is related, obviously, to responding to the COVID emergency or dealing with the impacts of the COVID emergency. There is money for water and sewer infrastructure, not for roads infrastructure. Roads would have to come out of the money that if you got any savings from backfilling lost revenue, but not from. There is money for other certain specific categories of funding, and I think the consultants will help lead you through what all those are and what that means on the 15th. But again, so there will be some opportunities to fund certain things, maybe some of the stuff that's here, or augment some of the stuff that's here. That's right. And again, we probably will have some additional. Always hard to say for sure, but it's likely we'll have some additional fund ballots carry forward, some additional discretionary revenue, maybe probably additional semi-discretionary revenue. We don't know how much yet, and that will all factor into the September discussion.
Okay, and I took us to that point with the question because, again, it kind of goes to obviously the discussion we had in April relative to reserves, having prudent reserves and so forth.
But one thing you can't do, I will say, one of the clear prohibitions on use of the American Recovery Act money is you cannot use it to augment reserves.
Okay.
There's a specific, any of it, even the offset revenue thing, there's a specific prohibition on that.
So how do you keep that color of money clear, though? I mean, when you get capacity in the budget, and you've.
Well, I think one of the things you'll hear from the consultants when they do their presentation is that part of their job is to, identify things you can do and alternative things you can do and what the audit risk is of the different things you could do. And so what you'll hear is some things will have a greater audit risk.
Right.
Some things you probably don't even want to think about trying.
Sure.
And some things you may think are a prudent approach. But we'll have to look at that carefully because, yes, yeah.
Okay, no, that helps. I guess Ann was going to.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Are you?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to piggyback on a few of those points that Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Cerna made. I mean, we do have a sense, I know we're getting the larger briefing next week, but we do have a sense of some of the larger pots of money from that $300 million and how it can be used.
Right.
Is there any chance, and as we deliberate and determine what kind of requests we may make from the dais, I think it would be helpful to have a little bit of information. Is there any way we can get kind of just a preliminary, maybe 10,000 foot level information about that in either Ann or Britt before the presentation next week? I think that would help inform our requests and our deliberations about requested things that we may want to do during this budget discussion.
Well, I think we can give you a sort of a quick, more abbreviated overview of the different categories, but the issue will then become, how much and what, because within those categories, there's a lot of flexibility. For example, there's a category for sort of assisting in sort of the economic development side of recovery and businesses. There's a lot of different variety of things you could do, and there's, anything from, I think the consultants mentioned to us one jurisdiction has already decided to spend all of their money on water systems because they have a lot of lead pipes, and that's all they're spending it on. So there's a lot of, so you'll sort of know the general categories, but it won't really, till you sort of get into the details of it and decide how much you want to spend in different areas, it'll be, but we can give you a brief sort of overview of what the different categories are.
I think that'd be helpful for me because I mean, that might help inform me, and obviously I'm new to this whole process here, but I mean, I have a lot of ideas about things, specifically in some of the unincorporated parts of the county, and I think it might be helpful to just have a sense and a sense on how much to push and a sense of, okay, whether we can wait till September till we know more, or should we maybe push for more during the budget decisions we make over the next couple of days. Those are just my thoughts about it. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think we'd recommend that you make, I mean, it would be very premature to make any decisions now about what you're going to do with that money. I think you want to hear from the community, you want to hear, more in depth from the consultants, but we certainly can give you either later today or tomorrow, a primer on sort of high-level primer of what it can be used for and sort of some of the options are.
okay, thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just one follow-on question, Britt, and it goes to, and we're going to have a presentation from Bruce and others a little later, but on the homeless encampment initiative, I trust there's going to be dollars there to address that issue and certainly impacts as related to the pandemic. But we're looking at, in the overall, between now, the recommended budget and what would come back in September, about $7.4 million in net county costs. I don't know if there's general fund or realignment dollars, but that's an area where I would, again, without knowing any more than what you've just said here and a little bit that I read on it, could be an area I would potentially, dovetail in where we're not spending, at least for the early iterations of that. That may be an ongoing effort for years to come. but it would seem to me would align obviously with a number of the other initiatives we're taking, but certainly help folks who've been in distress and assist our community in addressing some of those issues. Was that looked at thus far?
One thing we'll have to look at carefully, obviously, it has to be tied to COVID-19.
Right, I get it.
But clearly, there's a lot of homeless things that could be tied to COVID-19. And of course, you always have the option of deciding to hold off on something and wait to see if you're going to use other money for it. Again, we put this together, before we fully knew what was going on with that, and recognizing that your board had identified this as a priority, you wanted to get underway. And in addition, you always have the option then, if you decide that the program that you've started is good, even if you use net county cost now, and you want to augment that program with ARPA money, then you would have that option as well going on into the future. Recognize that you've only got 3 years worth of it, but
right. That
would be another option to consider too. So, that's something to think about. It depends on how soon you want to get started and how much you want to, without knowing for sure how it would fall into the categories and would be eligible or not. Do you want to hold up, or do you want to just go forward? And
so is the 5.5 million, is that general fund dollars, or is that
general fund dollars? Yes,
that is general fund dollars.
Yes.
And again, we're going to have more discussion about it. I just wanted to, as we're
Yes.
kind of framing this. So, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And if I could add, Supervisor Natoli, the state May revise has about $12 billion for homeless and housing services, and we do not yet know how much and in what fashion we will receive that money, but that would be additional funds for us to augment homeless services as well.
Okay, so the 5.5 million that's been noted here, assuming we were to approve that and what would come in September, we have the ability to make the adjustment, and that those dollars then could become available for other things that would be.
So it would depend on what supplanting provisions there may be, and so in either the state or the ARPA, which we would have to look at, but. But certainly it would be possible to augment, and I think many of us feel, I think there's a general sense that the need out there far exceeds even what we're proposing right now, that this is hopefully a starting point, so there may be an opportunity to actually even further expand services to the homeless and to get them off the streets and into housing.
So does this become the base then, to the point about supplanting? We had this conversation about another item last year where, if we hadn't taken certain actions, we could have potentially used another source of money and still gotten the same result. Again, not that we don't need to do this, I'm not saying that at all, and we're going to have a full presentation, but if we, take this action and then come back at a later date and say we wanted to, we wanted to use maybe this color of money over here, and we might augment it, but now we become the base, and the augmentation becomes what would come from a different source, which is it's kind of reversed, and it gives us less discretion in the overall, my interpretation.
Yeah, I mean, the dilemma that, well, not dilemma, but, what we heard from the board was that on this initiative, on the alternative to police response to mental health issues, that these were priorities for your board. You wanted to get them going sooner rather than later. That a similar issue could be raised with regard to that issue, because it may not be ARPA money, but there is potentially other funding available for some of that stuff, and there may be supplanting issues. So we could delay all of this until, which would, not an unreasonable thing to do, but
it has an impact.
But then you definitely want to set the money aside, because if you can't use the other stuff, then you don't have any money to do what you want to do.
No, that makes
unless
sense.
the money comes in the way that you do it. So.
Thank you.
So the table on this slide, at the bottom of this slide, summarizes the recommended net county cost funded growth both in June and September, and shows how much is ongoing and how much is one time. So as you can see, we are recommending a total of $80.8 million in net county cost funded growth in 21-22, with $45.9 million or 57% in ongoing growth and $34.9 million or 43% in one-time growth. The June budget includes $57 million in net county cost funded growth, with $27.8 million, 49% ongoing growth, and 29.2%, 51% in one-time growth. For the September budget, we are recommending the board prioritize $23.8 million in net county cost funded growth, divided between one-time and ongoing growth, as you can see here. So some of the more significant ongoing growth included in the recommended budget or prioritized for inclusion in the revised recommended budget include $12 million, that's $9 million in actual expenditures after adjusting for double counting, in the health services budget to provide an alternative non-law enforcement response to persons experiencing mental health issues, funded with $6.4 million in net county cost, $2.1 million in Mental Health Services Act funds, and $1.4 million in federal financial participation. Siobhan Kothari, Director of Health Services, will be providing more information about this growth request after my presentation. $5.9 million in the Human Assistance and Health Services budgets to fund a homeless encampment initiative, which will provide a robust street, shelter, housing connection program designed to get people experiencing homelessness in the unincorporated county off the streets and into temporary and eventually permanent housing. Funding will come from $5.5 million in net county cost and $400,000 in homeless housing assistance and prevention, or HHAP or HAP 2 revenue. In addition, resources permitting, the revised recommended budget will include an additional $1.5 million in net county costs for this initiative, bringing the total cost to $7.4 million, $7 million net county costs. Bruce Wagstaff, Deputy County Executive for Social Services, will provide more information about this growth request later this morning.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. And I look forward to Bruce's presentation, which will give us more detail on the homeless encampment initiative. But real quick, does this growth reflect? I know you mentioned that this is really focused on the unincorporated parts of the county, but does it reflect at all any coordination with any of our cities, especially the city of Sacramento? Because I know that there's a lot of things that are changing very rapidly in terms of what the city's doing, and it would be good to know that this does reflect some consideration about what initiatives they're pursuing and how this fits with what they're doing.
So, Supervisor, the short answer is yes. But, and I'll mention this more in the presentation, we're having ongoing discussions with the city, as we always have, frankly, in terms of coordinating our efforts, but we're trying to formalize in a more clear-cut way roles and responsibilities on these different things. And we're looking for shared projects we can do together. I'll say more about that during the presentation, but the short answer is yes, we've been talking with them about this, and also hearing about their proposals as well that they're proposing.
Sure. So, Bruce, this initiative doesn't necessarily include those aspects of the activities of DHA that are focused county-wide that would complement what the city of Sacramento is doing, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Then next is $5 million to continue, as I mentioned earlier, on an ongoing basis, the probation department's monitored pretrial release program. That was originally a 2-year pilot program funded in fiscal years 19, 20, and 2021. For 21-22, as I mentioned, funding will come from $3 million in net county cost and $2 million in one-time state grant funding. That was not spent at the end of 2021, or we anticipate will not be spent. This program uses a validated risk assessment tool to identify inmates who can be released from jail without money bail while awaiting trial, and provides appropriate monitoring and services in the community, thus helping to reduce the jail's population. More than 1,700 defendants have been released to pretrial supervision since the start of this program, and there are currently 500 people on its caseload. $6.8 million in net county costs to implement additional operational improvements in the county's jails to meet our obligations under the May's consent decree. This includes $3.9 million in the sheriff's budget to add 5 sheriff's record officer positions, 6 security officer positions, and additional extra help to backfill jail personnel during sick leave and vacation, and thus provide appropriate staffing levels on all shifts. It also includes $2.9 million net in the correctional health services budget to provide an additional 150 beds in the enhanced outpatient psychiatric pod, bringing the total number of beds to 275, and as you know, providing Appropriate housing for inmates with mental health issues was one of the primary concerns that the plaintiffs expressed and was identified in their lawsuit. 16 additional nurses and 1 medical assistant. Again, all this is partially offset by reduced registry costs to improve the timeliness of medication administration, discharge planning, chronic pain management, and establish an infections prevention program at both jails. 6 registered dental assistants to improve inmate dental care, a pharmacist and pharmacy technician to expand pharmacy hours from 10 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, another issue that has been identified as a major issue, and 4 additional staff to improve quality assurance and compliance efforts. $6.4 million in grant funding in the health services budget for the epidemiology and laboratory, or ELC, enhancing detection expansion program that I mentioned earlier. This includes the addition of 1 regular epidemiologist position, 16 limited term positions, funding for temporary and on-call positions, and to cover training, workspace modifications, and equipment purchases. This will support the Public Health Division's COVID-19 testing and epidemiologic surveillance activities and help the division prepare to deal with other emerging infectious diseases in the future. Additional funding for this $59.8 million program will be included in the revised recommended budget. $2.5 million in the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services budget to add foster care, emergency response, and nursing units in Child Protective Services. Funding will come from $1.6 million in net county cost and $900,000 in federal financial participation. Specifically, these growth requests will add a total of 20 positions in 1 additional foster care unit, 2 additional emergency response units, and 2 additional public health nurses to the emergency response field program. The additional foster care and emergency response units will decrease caseloads in foster care from 34 to 26 cases per social worker, and in emergency response from 13.4 per social worker to 12.1, which is close to the recommended level of 10 to 12 per emergency response worker per case per month. The additional public health nurses will support investigation of children who are exposed to or test positive for illegal substances. No funding is included in the recommended budget. However, resources permitting, $15 million in net county costs will be included in the revised recommended budget to cover the first 2 years of costs, roughly the first 2 years of costs for replacing the current property tax system. The total estimated cost is about $32 million over 3 years, with $2 million in annual costs after that. Ben Lamera, Director of Finance, and Rami Zakaria, the county's Chief Information Officer, will be making a presentation on this growth request. And then $2.2 million in the solid waste enterprise budget to fund increased processing costs due to an increase in the quantity of organic waste materials received from residential collections and from customers at the North Area Recovery Station and the landfill to be diverted away from landfill disposal. Some of the more significant one-time growth included in the recommended budget or prioritized for inclusion in the recommended budget include $20 million in net county costs to fund a one-time general fund transfer to the roads fund as a loan to be repaid over 10 years at $2 million a year. This money will be used for pavement rehabilitation projects where the road is on the verge of needing much more costly new construction, thus saving money that can be used to rehabilitate additional roads. Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation, will be making a presentation on this growth request. And I've got a story here. So this proposal was actually in a modified version, was actually provided to Mr. Vicari. It was sort of his idea. And when he made that proposal, I remember saying to him, I think this is a great idea, sort of a win-win. You can maybe double the impact in terms of road cost savings. The general fund gets an ongoing revenue source, of $2 million a year. And I said, but Ron, I know you're a big advocate for the general fund. Did you ever think of asking for this as a grant rather than as, a loan? And he said, don't even go there. He said, I don't even want to think about that. He said, mate, what people don't know about me is I wake up every morning and pledge allegiance to the general fund. And I have to tell you, tears came to my eyes. Mr. Wagstaff was there, and he'll remember that. At least that's the way I remember it, and I'm sure Mr. Vicari will give you his take on that conversation.
Wow.
And then another one-time request $4.4 million in net county costs to the Voter Registration Elections Department, again, to cover the cost of the special gubernatorial recall election. We're proposing $2.4 million in net county costs to fund a general fund transfer to the Parks Construction Fund. Resources permitting, the revised recommended budget will include an additional $1.6 million in net county cost, bringing the total cost to $4 million. This funding will be sort of a down payment to start to address the $72 million backlog in regional parks capital needs that Supervisor Natoli is always reminding us are out there, while allowing us time to identify and implement an ongoing funding mechanism to address those needs. We don't necessarily expect these will all be spent in fiscal year 21-22, but it'll start the process of meeting some of those most critical needs. And then similarly, a $1 million in net county cost to fund a general fund transfer to the Capital Construction Fund. Resources permitting, the revised to make improvements at the Mather Community Campus. Resources permitting, the revised recommended budget will include an additional $4 million in net county costs, bringing the total cost to $5 million. This funding will be used to start addressing the $11 million backlog in Mather Community Campus capital needs, again, while allowing time to identify and implement an ongoing funding mechanism to address these needs. One of the things that we were really focusing on, both with regard to parks and with regard to Mather Community Campus, is these are not just like capital needs for like, well, wouldn't it be nice to have a play structure, or wouldn't it be nice to have some improvement out at the Mather Community Campus. Most of these things are real deficiencies where there's deferred maintenance. In the case of the Mather Community Campus, where there's really some serious issues with these with these buildings, sort of habitability almost type issues. And so we really wanted to make sure that we started to put money aside to address those critical needs sooner rather than later. And again, I know Supervisor Natoli has been a big advocate for both of these, but we agreed that there's a real need there, and we thought we'd take this opportunity to do that.
Excuse me, Britt, Supervisor Natoli, followed by Supervisor Cerna.
Well, thank you, Britt, and I know others on the board have been strong advocates for investment in parks, and I just want to say on Mather Community Campus that I did get a chance to look at the facilities assessment, and there's $11 million that you said, and a number of those are health safety issues, their roofs, their plumbing, their electrical, and I couldn't say any better than what you just said, habitability. And I would also want to maybe put a asterisk by this, because I think that as we're looking at deferred maintenance and the habitability for current and future residents out there, that I think there's some real opportunity as we're looking at our strategies related to helping folks move from homelessness to permanent housing, and whether that's supported housing or having them get their feet back underneath themselves and go out into the open market, so to speak. I do think that there's some opportunity there with the campus. We've got 30 acres, and we have the Veterans Village facility, which we contributed to, that has 100 permanent supportive units, has new transitional housing, just came on board. There's some opportunity with additional lands out there, both on the campus, but immediately across the street in two different directions. And I would hope that as we're looking at correcting these deficiencies, and again, I thank staff for your assessment of it, and I know it was underway even before this year's budget, that we maybe look to some things that would allow us to, maybe reach what was the permitted capacity under board direction 20 plus years ago. And I know, Ann, you were on the forefront of some of that work when we first opened the campus. And so I would just say that I think as we discuss housing solutions, and again, recognizing this is certainly within the city of Rancho Cordova's city boundaries, but we've done a good job programmatically, but the facilities were pretty aged when we occupied them post-closure of Mather, and now here we are 25 years later, and a lot of the improvements that we made along the way have aged in place, and or the buildings structurally I think are pretty sound, but there are any number of deficiencies. So I want to thank you for this, and I would hope that that we could begin some of that work immediately, because the pictures in some cases are worth 1,000 words. So I'll just stop with that. I appreciate that. I did want to ask about the parks portion real quickly, though, is that you kind of caveated that even with if there were 4 million total available, that might not be able to be spent in this fiscal year. And I guess I would just say, to the point that you made about Mr. Vicari and Department of Transportation, that if we have a CIP, which we all have a copy of, that has the 70 million plus, list of improvements and or areas that need to be corrected, and some additions and some enhancements. One, I want to know kind of how we're going to prioritize the amount of money, but I would just say that I would challenge Parks and, and our staff to say, if we put this money, there's plenty of need in here, let's go forth and do it. Again, so maybe that Liz, somewhere as we get along in the presentation, or Mr. Hartwig could speak to that. But again, $4 million is a start.
Sure.
It's the first time we've had any general fund money to speak of in the capital side in probably more than a decade and a half, I would think. And which, again, this is a big step forward, complimenting you and Ann and others for working this. But if the money's going to be there, let's go forth and do the work.
Right, and so I think one of the things that we're going to be doing, I know Ms. Bellis has already, she's got a list. I know she has a list, and she has multiple lists.
I'm sure he does. And all online, we have a list.
And I think what, as you noted probably in the CIP, all this stuff is unfunded, right? Because when that was put together, we hadn't yet decided on this. So what will have to come back is when we come back we'll have to do an amendment to the CIP. We'll identify which specific projects will be in this year. And I think the goal is to do, and Ms. Bellis can speak about it later if you like, but my understanding is the goal is to do as much as we can this year, just recognizing that, depending on what project and whatever. But yeah, I think there's clearly a sense of urgency on a lot of these projects that need to be done. So
okay.
Yeah.
So do we get a chance to see her list during this?
Yes, there'll be an amendment to the CIP that will move things from the unfunded to the funded category, and adjustment later.
Okay, but when soon. It will be appropriate to talk about what may be on, that's certainly contained within the list of the 70 million plus, that she's going to have her priorities that she recognizes as director, but we as board members.
Yeah, it'll come to you. You'll get the final decision on what's done.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Well, I think, Britt, you may have addressed some of what I wanted to bring to your attention, which is kind of the sense of urgency for certain parks capital improvements, one of which is something that I've been a broken record on for at least 3 or 4 budget cycles now, and that is the need to improve the picnic areas at Discovery Park. I believe that's on Liz's list, but one of the things that she's recently brought to my attention, and it stresses the sense of urgency even more so, is the fact that material and labor costs for capital projects have, as we all know, have really skyrocketed in recent months and in the last couple of years. And so some of the original estimates that were used to budget for the CIP for 21-22 are reflecting costs from years past. And so how are we going to true up what the actual costs are today relative to labor and material shortages in large part, so that we don't kick the can yet again on some of these projects, which again, I've been advocating for this particular project for some time now. That's one concern I have. The other is I just wanted you to perhaps clarify for us why when it comes to regional park capital needs here, why are you stipulating the 1.6 million be funded to the September budget? I'm trying to understand that.
So it just came down to available resources. Once we decided on the criteria that I mentioned, we only had so much money. We had to decide. We decided to prioritize as much as we could the things that were either what we'd heard as sort of your major priorities, such as the alternative response to law enforcement, such as the homeless initiative, the roads, also sort of health and safety issues. We tried to prioritize those. So something had to, we only had so many resources and something had to wait. And frankly, there's only so much capacity to do stuff, at any one time too. So,
Sure.
And we don't know how much there's going to be. We do expect there will be additional resources in September. So whether all of this will be able to be funded or not, some of this will probably for sure be able to be funded. And so that was sort of the logic. We sort of looked at what the priorities were, and but that's obviously up to the board ultimately what you want to do.
Well, here's my thinking on some of this when it comes to that particular subject of waiting till September is number one, some of these projects are ripe for construction. The more we wait right now, the more it's going to cost us, right? Because of the preceding statement I made about labor and materials. And then on top of that, we have to think seasonally too about construction. So does this mean that we miss a season, for instance, on some of these projects because we're waiting till the end of summer for the state to give us their budget, their final budget? And in the meantime, we've got the fall and the winter staring us in the face by then. So those are some of the timing concerns I have, and hopefully Liz will be joining us, whether in chambers or on the phone at some point, so we can get a better sense from her about where some of these projects fit into her kind of master schedule of park capital improvement projects. But those are some of my concerns and some of the aspects of these various needs and projects that I think we need to carefully consider as much as the dollar amounts.
Yeah, and I think, again, we weren't anticipating necessarily that although the goal would be to do as much as we could, we weren't anticipating that all of this would be spent this fiscal year. But I take your point, construction costs are increasing, and what I'll have to do on how we'll deal with that is hopefully we will address that when we bring the CIP to you and explain that. So I can't do it off the top of my head right now, but we will address that. That's a good question.
Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Cerna. Good points. Supervisor Desmond.
Just really briefly, thank you, Brett. And just to follow up on Supervisor Natoli's points about the Mather Community Campus, I know, Bruce, when you give your presentation about the encampment team, I think it'd be really beneficial to maybe outline some of your ideas for that campus. Supervisor Natoli took me out on a tour there, and it seems like it's definitely an underutilized resource and asset for the county in terms of meeting some of our needs for transitional housing or permanent supportive housing. So I think the encampment team is focused on the outreach stage and on some of the sheltering capacity, but I would like to see how it would tie into maybe a larger vision for Mather. So thank you.
Thank you.
So this is obviously hard to read, and it's just put it up there that it's in the budget. This just table shows the amount of funding in the recommended budget for growth in the general fund by budget unit, and it includes some of the growth that I talked about and some that I didn't, some of the smaller growth issues that I really didn't talk about. There's a total of 74 funded requests. And a lot of detail in the budget, and if there's any specific questions, happy to answer them, but otherwise just wanted to note for the public that that's available. Similarly, this is non-general fund, newer enhanced programs. Again, there are 74 growth requests in the different departments that are not in the general fund. And again, there's plenty of detail in the budget document. And then this table shows the growth that we were recommending be prioritized for funding in September if resources are available. And again, I talked about some of these and I didn't talk about some others, but again, there's plenty of detail available in the budget document for those who may want to look at it more closely.
Britt, on the new proposed programs, I'm assuming a lot of times new programs take 3 to 3 year ramp up or 5 year ramp up, and so if we're launching them on with one-time funding, is there the assumption or the assumption there that those funds are going to be there for the next 3 years,
Right.
or are we just flying with 1 year and saying we're going to?
that was the challenge, right? Because basically the budget spouts with $120 million in one-time revenue. So there are concerns about sustainability, and that's part of the reason we came up with the one-third to try and limit the amount of ongoing growth that was funded when we're not sure how much ongoing revenue is going to be available. There's some risk, right? Every year things happen. Sometimes we get more revenue than we thought. Sometimes we get less. But there is probably more risk given how much one-time funding is in this year's budget than would otherwise be the case. But again, that was part of the one-third issue where, between the reserves and the one-time stuff, we're trying to limit the amount of ongoing obligation that
do
we're
capital improvement and one-time.
Yeah, so that's why the one-time contribution, for example, to the parks construction or the CCF or the roads fund, recognizing that it may be possible to contribute more in future years, but we wouldn't recommend you make a commitment of that now.
And or there may be other programs that are discontinued in future years as these new programs are more effective.
Right.
Thanks.
As this table shows, the recommended budget includes 12,740 full-time equivalent positions, an increase of 157 from the number of approved FTE positions in the 2021 budget. As I mentioned earlier in the presentation, we are proposing to increase discretionary reserves by $20.2 million. This will bring total discretionary reserves to $68.7 million and total general fund reserves to $79.6 million. The two reserves that we are proposing to increase are general reserves, where we are proposing a $10.2 million increase, which would restore the general reserve reductions made in fiscal year 2019-20 and fiscal year 2021, and bring general reserves back up to the fiscal year 18-19 level of $21.2 million. And the audit report payback litigation settlement reserve, where we are proposing $10 million increase that would bring the total for that reserve up to $14.7 million. The recommended increase in general reserves is consistent with your board's general reserves policy, which states that if general reserves are canceled or reduced, which happened over the last couple of years, to help balance the general fund budget, there should be a plan to replenish those reserves. And of course, as you know, your general reserves policy also states that at the revised recommended budget, that is in September, that should include an additional general reserve increase equal to 10% of the general fund's actual available fund balance as determined after the county's books are closed in late July. The recommended increase in the audit report payback litigation settlement reserve reflects an effort to accumulate funds for likely significant judgments or settlements in a number of cases, such as the Hardesty lawsuit.
Rick, could I just ask you it doesn't show on this chart, but I noticed in the budget, and this I think is a reflection of what this board committed to when we borrowed intra-fund transfers back in the Great Recession. And as I noted in the budget document, that we're paying back $7 million additionally, and we're down the outstanding balance from all the inter-fund transfers that will need to be retired is only $13 million. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah, the inter-fund transfers we borrowed internally, we're making a $7+ million payment this year, and the remaining balance will be roughly $13 million outstanding. And that was to the workers' compensation, whatever account.
The actual, yes. So at the end of the current year, at the end of 2021, it's $13.9 million. In 21-22, if we make an additional $6.7 million at the end of that year, there'll only be $6.7 million left.
Okay. And again, I think I wanted to highlight it because again, it goes back more than a decade now. In some cases, we borrowed that money, but it was at once $77 or $80 million, and we have. It's about
$77 million. Yeah. Of course, originally there was a commitment to pay it back, I think, in either 3 or 5 years, and we're a little bit late on that. But I think the thing that has been that has helped us with the rating agencies, for example, is once we started doing it on a fixed amount each year, they like that. Because, for a while there, some years we'd pay more and some years we wouldn't pay any. Yeah. And they were uncomfortable with that. So for the last 4 or 5 years, as you know, that $6.7 million a year has really gone a long way toward showing our, sort of ability to show fiscal responsibility and so forth. So that's been a good thing.
So the next fiscal year, 22-23, would be, assuming we keep on that track, would be retire all the debt that we took on.
That's correct.
That repaid all the county funds that we borrowed from.
That's right.
And some
so at that
obviously were more
point, we'll
critical.
actually free up $6.7 million for other things.
Right.
Yeah.
Good news for 22-24.
Which I'm sure you'll want to add to reserves, Supervisor. Totally. So.
You won't have to worry about me in that fiscal year. You won't have to worry about me anymore, Britt. You and I can watch from the sidelines. They'll all be dealing with it. So,
Has our credit rating improved since we've
Not
been
recently,
paying
but over time, yes. From back
it'll-
when all this started, yes, it has. Yes, it's sort of plateaued right now, but yes. So this table shows the fiscal year 2021 recommended general fund budget includes $177.2 million in one-time discretionary and semi-discretionary resources. And that number is different than the 120 that I was referring to earlier. But again, this counts all of the fund balance carryover as one-time, which it technically is. But as you know, we always have some fund balance carryover, so that's a little bit, a little bit misleading, but it's technically one-time. And then this is to Supervisor Natoli's point. This is where we will be at the end of this fiscal year, 13.9 million, with the 6.7. In next fiscal year, it'll bring us down to just one more year to pay it off. Then a word about the Sierra 99 digital billboard revenue issue. On August 13th, 2014, the board approved the Sierra 99 Gateway digital sign rezoning and use permit to allow the installation of a 52-foot tall digital sign at 8151 East Stockton Boulevard in South Sacramento. The project approval included a development agreement, or DA, that among other things required that the developer, Sierra 99 Gateway LLC, pay the county $2.775 million over 30 years, basically a one-time payment of $75,000 in fiscal year 2014-15, $60,000 a year in each of the first 5 years, $80,000 a year in years 6 through 10, and $100,000 a year in years 11 through 30. Currently, we are in the $80,000 a year period, and that's the money that is in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. In the Neighborhood Revitalization Fund. And that fund includes a total appropriation related to these funds of $341,639 because there is accumulated money that has not been spent. The development agreement provides that the board has, quote, sole authority, end quote, regarding the use of these funds, which means essentially they're discretionary from a legal standpoint, but that, quote, the intended use, end quote, is to, quote, plan or implement improvements to corridors or neighborhoods to address blight or improve the health, safety, and economic vitality of commercial corridors and neighborhoods within the unincorporated county, end quote. After approving the development agreement for the Sierra 99 Gateway digital sign rezoning and use permit, the board directed that the availability of this money be identified at budget hearings for board consideration. We are recommending, and I will acknowledge Supervisor Kennedy, who reminded us that we had not done that in the past, and so we are doing that. We are recommending that your board provide general direction on how you would like to see these funds used, and staff will return at a later date with a recommendation for how to implement that direction. So sort of tell us generally what you'd like to do, and then we'll come back with a specific proposal for how to do that. That would be our recommendation. And then budget
do you have any input regarding recommended uses?
I think our thought was, we're never shy about giving our recommended input, but we first wanted to hear from you more broadly, sort of what your general, for example, do you want to target one particular area, one particular district, provide it, like you do with your community funds, some to each board member? Do you want to focus particularly on some aspect of neighborhood revitalization, to give us a broad sense of what you're interested in, and then we can come back with specific proposals. But we don't really have, a specific, among those various options, we don't have an actual recommendation as to what you might want to do.
Okay, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to wait till later, but I I hate to think that we're going to talk about a $6 billion budget and spend a whole bunch of time on an $80,000 expenditure. My recommendation would be later on in the process is that just for cleanliness, that we just split this thing 5 ways and put it into the discretionary community funds that the districts each control. That would be my recommendation, but I was planning on making it later, but like I said, I don't want to belabor this point too much.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. I think that's a good idea. Supervisor Natoli.
Well, Madam Chair, and I think it's very gracious of Supervisor Kennedy. I'll just tell you that 2 of us that were here when we talked about the billboard, it was a split decision on this board, and actually, I know I, for one, didn't support it at the time because of the land use issue, but I think the issues are related to the impacts, and certainly in South Sacramento community areas where the sign is located. And as we noted in yesterday's session, we get some free time on that billboard and so forth. As much as I'd like to see that money, come to all 5 districts, who certainly all of us have some unincorporated areas and some more than others, I do think that a number of the neighborhoods that are immediately adjacent, and so I would show a great deal of deference. Certainly, Mr. Kennedy's predecessor, Mr. Yee, at the time, who supported it, but it was my view, and I still hold the view that that's where the greatest impact. And again, if it can go to deal with neighborhood issues in other communities, that's great. And if you're comfortable with that, Patrick, I'm fine with that. But I for one, would be very supportive if it all went into immediate areas in South Sacramento, Stockton Boulevard. I know you devoted some monies towards the Mac Road Partnership and some of their efforts, but there's certainly a great deal of need in the county. But there are areas I'm sure that you could identify through your work as a representative for a lot of those areas. And
I appreciate that, Supervisor Nathal. You have always been completely supportive of that, and you were instrumental in helping the Mac Road Partnership. But again, for the sake of relieving brain damage over a very small amount of money, it may just be easier to do it this way.
That's great. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond? No? Okay.
So then budget uncertainties, every year we sort of identify what those are. They don't always change all that much, but and there's actually a number of uncertainties that could impact the county budget as we look ahead to the fiscal year 21-22 and future fiscal years. And that includes, of course, the future of the COVID-19 pandemic, which seems to be waning right now, but it's always hard to predict what will happen with new variations and so forth, and the overall economic conditions, which are generally looking quite good right now, though some business sectors are still dealing with the fallout from the pandemic, and there are troubling signs of potential significant increases in inflation. But I've highlighted 3 uncertainties here that are specific to Sacramento County's budget. The first, which I've already mentioned, is that the budget is balanced with a significant amount of one-time resources. This is a concern because to the extent ongoing programs are funded with one-time resources, there is uncertainty, to your point, Supervisor Frost, about the ability to sustain the level of funding in future fiscal years. The second is the likely need for additional Mays consent decree costs. As you know, the decision to not proceed with the SB 1022 construction project at the RCCC and the Correctional Health and Mental Health Services Facility project adjacent to the main jail does not relieve the county of the obligation to meet our obligations under the consent decree. We will need to bring those facilities into compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, which I mentioned earlier, currently has an estimated cost of $100 million. In addition, as Ms. Edwards discussed, it will be, without those projects, it will clearly be necessary to significantly reduce the jail's population even lower than we've been trying to do already. And this will almost certainly involve a significant cost to provide supervision and services to offenders in the community. Our hope in the long run would be that reducing the jail's population will allow us to close enough units in the jails, maybe even a whole jail, who knows, to free up resources to cover those costs, but it is not certain that will happen or that it will happen before we have incurred significant additional costs. Finally, for those inmates remaining in the jails, facility limitations may require us to spend more on staffing and operating costs to meet conditions of confinement requirements. And then the third uncertainty is, of course, the Hardesty Schneider lawsuit. As you know, the county lost this lawsuit in federal district court, and the plaintiffs were awarded over $100 million in damages. A 3-judge panel of the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals affirmed the judgment against the county, but found the amount of damages awarded excessive and referred that issue back to the federal district court. The county appealed this decision to the U.S. Supreme Court, and we're waiting to see if that court will hear our appeal. At this point, obviously, nobody knows what the outcome will be, but it is certainly possible that we could still face damages in the tens of millions of dollars range. So after you conclude, all these presentations are done and your questions are answered and you've heard from the public, then what we'll be asking you to do is adopt the resolution that's attached to the board letter that accompanied your packet that approves the fiscal year 21-22 recommended budget and provides direction on growth to be included in the revised recommended budget, resources permitting. Direct the Department of Personnel Services to prepare an administrative salary resolution amendment, or SRA, to reflect the reflect the positions approved in this budget. Approve the proposed community engagement plan for the preparation of the 22-23 budget that Ms. Edwards outlined, and provide direction to staff regarding the use of the Sierra 99 Gateway digital billboard revenue, and direct staff to return with an implementation plan. If there are no more questions, I'll turn the podium over to your Director of Health Services.
There are no questions at this time. Thank you, Britt.
Thanks, Britt.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Board.
Good morning.
I'm Siobhan Katari. I'm the Director of Health Services, and I wanted to present today on the Wellness Crisis Response and Call Center. I prepared this presentation for you today. I'm going to try to go through it pretty quickly. I know lunch is coming, and I will bring Dr. Ryan Quist up at the end, and he can help with more detailed questions as well. I just wanted to first acknowledge all of the board members, the community members, as well as former acting director Jim Hunt and behavioral health director Dr. Ryan Quist for all of their work and all of your work that's gone into thinking through this process that led us here today. To level set, and I will advance my slides. To level set, what we're going to be talking about today is the crisis response continuum and components. And I think it's really important that, to have an effective crisis response system, we really need to ensure that we're building out our continuum of care so that we're responding with the right level of care to the right type of crisis. And so to that end, there's really 3 legs to this crisis response stool, as we'll call it, that we want to highlight today in this budget proposal. And the first is a 24/7 crisis call center. The second is a mobile field response. And the third are crisis receiving facilities, or in this case, a 24/7 urgent care center. And I'll be talking about those more in depth throughout this proposal. There are a lot of moving parts to this project and important perspectives to include to ensure that these strategies are developed effectively. And we're very committed to getting this up and running in a timely way. And we also want to be very strategic about implementation, ensuring that we're coordinating with all of the existing systems and other parts of the crisis continuum of care, but also that we're looking at the legislative and financial implications so that we can create a sustainable approach over time. My predecessor, Jim Hunt, made a presentation to the board in April, and since then we have been engaging with our associations, the California Behavioral Health Directors Association, and with the Department of Healthcare Services to both monitor legislation such as AB 988, which would establish a 988 number in California, as well as monitoring funding opportunities to support and sustain these efforts over time. As you're aware, there are 7 cities as well as unincorporated areas of Sacramento, all with independent jurisdictions and various other resources that both support us with this part of the continuum. And so to that end, it's been really important that we are having ongoing coordinating meetings to ensure that it's neither confusing for the community who's trying to access these services, nor duplicative of the existing services that are already existing in that crisis continuum. We've been meeting with the police dispatch and communications folks, as well as the leadership teams from both the police department and the sheriff's department, to ensure this ongoing coordination. And additionally, early on, we took community input to inform the design of the program that we're proposing today. Last night, we had an additional community stakeholder session to inform the community of where we're at in the process of planning and to inform them of how we plan to obtain additional input moving forward. We recognize that this type of engagement with all stakeholders is essential to creating a program that best meets community needs.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Siobhan, can you just go back to the last slide real quick?
Absolutely.
I just want to point out that last bullet. I don't want people to mistake who read that's our community stakeholder outreach that we've done, and just we've done a tremendously more amount. I'm not articulate today. We've done a lot more than that, and so I just want to make it clear that people don't think that's all we've done.
No, I appreciate that, Supervisor Kennedy. Leading up to today, there has been a tremendous amount of community input, and you're right. We used that initial community input to really inform the budget presentation that we're making today, and also we will do additional community input because we realize we still have more planning to do. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. And also on that slide, just curious, have you had in your meetings with stakeholders, has that included anybody from the local fire departments, the fire service or emergency medical service? Because as you and I have discussed, and I've discussed with our 911 system is not just a law enforcement system. It is also an emergency medical response system, a fire response system, and they're integral partners in that whole system. So have there been any conversations with them?
I would say for the most part, we've been engaging with the police and sheriff's department, but we do recognize, and that's a discussion we've had, is how do we integrate all of these existing systems, and intend to do more of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Also, Siobhan, I just want to take a moment to mention that I have several public comments here, and it's looking like we have 3+ other presentations that we will not be able to complete prior to lunch. And so those people that are waiting to give public comment may want to take a break and come back after lunch, because this item number 1 is going to go into the afternoon, and I noticed one person left. Maybe we should let them know out of courtesy if they want to come back after lunch. It might be, then they won't sit here the whole time if they don't want to.
And we will do our best to get a hold of that person that walked out, and we'll let the other members know. I know there are a few people that are waiting outside of the building, even though they have on masks. And then we'll, can I say on the record, just for the folks who are on the phone, you can put your phones down or do whatever you're doing, and you won't lose your place. But I don't think they should hang up in the phone queue, because there's several folks in the phone queue as well. At least 6.
Okay, because we have 3 and then possibly other presentations from parks, so it's going to be a while.
Yes, ma'am.
Great, thank you. Please, I was just thinking about all those people.
Absolutely. No, that's really important. Thank you. Yeah. So, before I present this year's budget request, I'd like to discuss some future funding opportunities. We're strategically looking ahead to ensure that over time, this strategy can not only be properly resourced, but can be sustainable. And we know that programs like this take several years to ramp up to be effective, and we want to ensure that we're looking 3 to 5 years down the road in terms of funding sustainability. DHCS has some additional SAMHSA funds that they will be putting into a competitive grant process, and these will be one-time funds to support startup costs and infrastructure associated to supporting these efforts. We don't know what that's going to look like right now, but we are waiting to see. Additionally, for the 24/7 call center, there's legislation being crafted that could impose a 988 user fee on the telephone bills, and the FCC has included as part of the federal legislation, and we're now waiting to see if the state will include it as well. If this goes forward, it would be a way of funding the 911 or the 988 call center. Otherwise, the call center would be 100% county cost. For the mobile response, under the American Rescue Plan Act, states are allowed to submit plans that would allow counties to draw down federal funds up to 85% for these mobile response units. DHCS has told us that they're very interested in submitting a plan for this waiver, and they would be taking this up in July of this year. However, that would not have an implementation date until April of 2022. For our urgent care facility, we are able to, at this point, bill Medi-Cal for those folks who are Medi-Cal eligible at a 50% drawdown of federal funding. So those are all the funding implications that will go into this proposal. This next slide goes over what's a 2021-22 full year budget request, and I just want to go over some assumptions with you that were put into building out this budget. Because we're still in the planning process, I also wanted to just caveat this with saying this is a full year budget that we're designing, but we may need to course correct within each individual line item over time as we're building out what the actual plan looks like. Also, I wanted to point out that because this is a full year budget, but some of the components of this system may not get built right away on July 1st, of course, that we could have significant reductions in this budget over the course of the year. So the budget...
Excuse me. I just want to ask quickly, is the mobile response team a mental health response team?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
it is just a mental health response team comprised of mental health counselors and peers.
Okay, and Supervisor Cerna had a question.
Thank you. So I always get nervous when I hear the term course correct when we're talking about budget. I assume you're aware that once we do finalize the budget in September, it becomes uniquely difficult to course correct or change the budget mid-year. It requires a supermajority vote of the board. So how are we expected to avoid too much of that because of that particular high hurdle?
Right. No, thank you for that question. It's a good question. So the model that we came up with today is really a model based on community input that's already been given to us. And so we don't anticipate the model will be changing as much as we do the size. So for instance, and you'll see this later in the presentation, if we don't implement parts of this program until mid-year, like January or even April, depending on the board's direction, we will have significant cost savings, and that's the kind of course correct or adjustment I'm really talking about.
So you're not expecting that these numbers would necessarily go up in the course of the fiscal year?
Correct.
Okay.
In fact, we're expecting they will go down significantly.
That's an important thing to understand.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's a good call out for sure. So the budget assumptions I just wanted to let you know about is this is a mental health response. This is not, this doesn't incur any law enforcement cost. It's not a law enforcement response. This does reflect a 24/7 approach. It serves all areas of the county other than the city of Sacramento, who is developing an alternative model that they will be ramping up and piloting soon. Estimates were based on formulas put together by Crisis Now, which really looks at different community demographics and sizes and helps us to estimate how much of a crisis response we need based on that. Staffing for our call center will be with mental health counselors, and staffing for our response teams would include both mental health counselors and peer specialists in teams of 2. There will be training costs associated with this whole team. There will also be equipment and other startup costs. The 24/7 urgent care would be provided through a contractual agreement with Telecare, who currently operates our urgent care center, and they would just be expanding their services and their hours to meet this need. And also, as this is a complex program with multiple funding sources and partner entities and new systems, we will require adequate administrative support to do this effectively. Federal revenues will be generated through Medi-Cal billing, and that's the 1.4 that you see there. However, not all individuals served under this program will be eligible for Medi-Cal, so we won't be able to draw down federal revenue in all cases. And then MHSA revenue from our innovation component of MHSA, which has already been designed for mobile response teams, will be used to offset the costs at the amount of $2.1 million. And I just wanted to call out that for MHSA, that is a 1 year's worth of funding that's in our innovation plan, and it doesn't impact our overall MHSA planning process and plan that we've just gone through.
Oh, that's good. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Siobhan, a question back to the statement you made relative to just being applicable in the 6 cities in the unincorporated area, but not the city of Sacramento. And I know you've got a slide looking ahead here to the next one where you kind of there's no wrong door. But again, people don't always know, exactly where it is. And you look at the boundary interface in the county. And so is the city of Sacramento developing a different 988? They can have a different number, but if somebody calls 988, and 911 dispatchers have, and if they call them a cell phone, it goes through CHP and it gets routed. But if we develop this 988, is there going to be a second number that the city would call, or is there got to be a division within that's going to, if it,
Yeah, I can answer that, and this is a good time to move to the next slide, and we can always come back to this as well. So what we're really hoping for here is a no wrong door approach, and what that means is that you're absolutely right. We don't want to have people have to think, where do they need to call? We've been trained over the course of our lifetimes to call 911, and we still want that to be a viable place to call. And in some circumstances, that is the most appropriate place to call. The 988 number will really be utilized in a way that allows people who know it's just a mental health emergency and probably won't require law enforcement response to call that 988 number. Now, that being said, with the no wrong door approach, we want to ensure, and these are the initial conversations we're having with the cities and 911 dispatchers, is how do we make sure we cross-reference and cross-referral to the most appropriate level. So for instance, even if a call comes into 988 and it's not appropriate to send out a mobile response team without law enforcement or fire response, that's where we need to be working closely to ensure safety first in all cases. The assessment is going to be critical, and whether it's a 911 dispatcher or a 988 counselor that's doing that assessment to determine how best to refer that call. So in some cases, for instance, a referral might be made directly to the 24/7 urgent care center, and this is a way that we don't impact our emergency rooms when we don't need to. In other cases, the call center, the 988 call center, may be able to actually handle that by phone, and in other cases, a mental health mobile response team would be dispatched in order to go ahead and meet that. But you're absolutely right. To the extent that people call either 911, 988, or even one of our offices, whether it's the City of Sacramento's Department of Community Response, or whether it's our offices, our behavioral health offices, we want to get people to the right location.
So is the city looking at having a separate 988 dispatch center?
No, they are not looking at a separate one. Their 911 dispatchers will be trained are already trained, I will say, to actually assess. What they're looking at is mobile response teams that they can dispatch from the city into the field when they don't require law enforcement response. So very similar to what we're doing. The major distinction here is that the 988 number, it would serve this need for the county as a whole, whereas the 911 in Sacramento City.
Okay. And maybe this is a question for Ann or Britt for later on, but in the budget, we have built in, 15 positions for 911 sheriff's dispatch, and it relates to, obviously, to call turnaround and answering and so forth. In that recommendation, has there been consideration for what's being requested here, how some of those calls might otherwise go to a 988? Again, there's some immediate need that's been addressed in the budget, but I'm curious because, creating 15 more positions in sheriff's dispatch, and it wasn't clear to me how deficient we were. It looked like we were answering calls pretty quickly, but they talked about 10-digit in the budget. So I'm just curious as how this might tie back to either savings or that we could actually put money here and not necessarily have to do it on the other side, or both. I don't know.
Well, I'll take a stab at this, and Britt maybe will have to jump in and help, but it's my understanding that our 911 call center is out of compliance with response times and has been so for some time. And I also believe that this program is going to take a while to really launch and show a meaningful difference. So I think it's premature to assume that this call center is going to divert quickly calls from 911.
And what's our current staffing at the sheriff's dispatch? We're adding 15 positions. That seems like a pretty significant load. And again, maybe I don't want to get sidetracked here with Siobhan, so you can come back later on. That'd be fine. We can have a discussion. I just, as I'm thinking about the approach here and how we're allocating resources, both looking to the future, but also what's being in your recommended budget, that's why I raised the issue now. So, Britt, you can get back to me later on in the afternoon. It'll be fine. Thanks. That's all I had.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Siobhan. And what would happen if that legislation, the AB 988, doesn't succeed? Would this be on this no wrong door approach? And I love this slide. It's a great slide, and your explanation of kind of the coordination, I think, is really important. Would that just become a 7-digit number, a dedicated 7-digit number, or what were the recommendations or some of the thoughts?
No, that's a really good question. And actually, I have a slide here in just a minute that addresses that. So if I can hold that, and I'll make sure to answer it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And one other thing, I mean, I think this is a great program. I'm very, very proud of Sacramento County that we're setting this up. I think people know my thoughts about it. I wish it was more associated with law enforcement. I think that would probably make it more effective, frankly, but I understand the sensitivity around that issue. But I appreciate your ongoing discussions and communications, because the reality is we looked at all those 911 calls from the Sheriff's Department, and I think there was maybe just by some people, maybe an assumption that those would all just be able to be handled by this new crisis response system. And that is absolutely not the case, because I can just speak from my own experience. Oftentimes when I would, as a young CHP officer, respond to a situation where someone is in the middle of a roadway, impacting traffic, and then you show up on scene and you try to stabilize the situation, close the roadways down if necessary, but then you make the determination this person is clearly suffering from some kind of mental health issue. Well, law enforcement is a crucial part of that response. So the coordination will have to be there. But I do think it's really great that we have. If 988 happens, that's great. But if not, there needs to be a pipeline to get a crisis response where no law enforcement response is necessary. But there will also often be times where I think it would be maybe a call comes into 911 and it comes into 988 and it gets transferred from the law enforcement public safety answering point to the fire department, and it would be a joint fire department and mobile crisis response, and so that coordination is just really crucial, and I want to make sure we don't lose sight of the importance of it. So
absolutely. Thank you for the comments. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Siobhan, I wanted to also add that it's my understanding that the mobile field response does not replace the mobile crisis support teams that we have at the Sheriff Department that have been hugely successful and who feel a need for that, just that little bit, like maybe domestic violence call or where we don't know what we're walking into and we really should have an officer there. But there's also another door that I think this is amazing what you've put together here. There's another door that I'm not sure I see, and that is that an officer could potentially go on a call and realize once they get there, this is a mental health, and actually call the mobile field responders, and they meet them out there. And instead of the officer taking that call and making a report, it just gets handed over to the right people at the right time, which is another door. So, I mean, or maybe I'm just saying, I think this could actually create some efficiencies for the sheriff that would help them too, and public safety. So this is really good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there are efforts already, you're absolutely right. And I believe community response teams is what they're called, where when law enforcement goes out, stabilizes the situation, understands that there's no longer a safety risk, where they do get relieved by these community response teams, social workers, mental health response, to be able to take over at that point. Because you're right, there's no sense tying up law enforcement time once the scene's been stabilized. I would also say that there is, you're absolutely right to your question, this is not going to replace the existing mobile response teams that go out in tandem with law enforcement and mental health response. That's why that assessment piece, and that's what we're really working on developing, is so important, that no matter what door somebody goes into, we need a really good assessment to determine who is best to respond, and that's what we'll be putting a lot of work into. So, thanks. Good. Okay. Just to continue then, just a few pieces of relevant legislation and funding that I wanted to call out. So, like I mentioned, currently we can draw down 50% federal reimbursements for Medi-Cal eligible individuals for the 24/7 urgent care response. That will be done through a contract with Turning Point, who currently runs our urgent care center and would just be expanding services. With regards to, and this goes back to Supervisor Desmond's question as well, the FCC has already approved a 988 number federally. What's currently being considered is AB 988 in California, and we're a little ways away from really knowing what's going to be in that piece of legislation. To your point, though, what we want to do is develop a system that, regardless of whether 988 actually takes effect next July 1st, because that's the earliest it would in California, whether it actually takes effect or not, that we're developing a system that could augment existing services and be an alternative response to law enforcement. So we are monitoring that piece of legislation very closely, but also want to call out that if this passes, AB 988 in California, there might be an associated user fee associated with that we can use to fund these services. Currently, there's no existing dollars for this strategy, but you're absolutely right. We're monitoring that closely.
So at this time, you're creating this, putting the systems in place under the 911 to shift over to 988 so that we don't create a whole new number and have to rebrand it a year later. Is that what's happening?
And yeah, and that's a decision point that I'll be pointing out here in just a minute, is when we implement, if we implement before July 1st of next year, the mobile crisis response, we will have to implement under 911 because we aren't looking to develop a whole new call center with a whole separate number that will have to shift. And as you called out earlier, it will take some time for the community to get used to using a 988 number anyway. So into the foreseeable future, we do need to ensure that there is no wrong door and that people know how to access these services regardless of what number they're calling.
That's good. Supervisor Desmond has a question.
But there will be a 7-digit number, like kind of a non-emergency number, administrative number,
yes,
as well, right?
Yes, there will be an administrative number as well. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then the other relevant legislation I just wanted to call out, and I know we have presented this to your board before, is the issue around the American Rescue Act plan. Is if DHCS submits a Medi-Cal waiver, which they would be doing sometime this fall, we would be able to start drawing down 85% federal revenue for these services associated with mobile field response by April 1st of next year. That's the earliest we could do it. There is some language in ARPA that says if we start these services ahead of that April 1st deadline, we could be at risk of not being able to get them funded because of the supplantation clause that's in there. It's something we're monitoring very closely. We're working with other counties and our associations to see if we could navigate this issue, but I do want to call it out as a risk and something that will impact the timeline. So if we choose if we choose to go fast on this one, we could be putting future sustainable funding at risk, and that's something I think we need to be mindful of and strategic about.
Supervisor Cerna, followed by Supervisor Kennedy with some comments and questions.
Thank you. So relative to ARPA, my understanding though is that that is one-time funding. So
It's a different pot of ARPA money. So the ARPA money I think you're referring to, Supervisor Cerna, is the $300 million or so that the county's getting. That is different. This is actually for 5 years under the Medi-Cal waiver. This would start 5 years from when this April 1st, 2022 is. We'd be able to actually draw down that funding at 85%.
Okay, so in 2028, we'd have to think about how to continue that.
Yes, we would.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Just real quickly, just for the people who are out there watching or on the line or watch it later, could you give a real brief synopsis of what supplanting means?
Yes, thank you. That's a good question. So supplanting essentially means that if you're using existing funding to fund a program, you can't actually replace that funding with federal dollars once the federal dollars are available, because the assumption is you already have the money, you don't need more federal money. And so what ARPA is really saying is if you start these services ahead of when we tell you you can start these services, we may not want to give you federal funding for that because we're making the assumption you have local funding. Whereas we might have local funding this year, we can't guarantee that it's going to be sustainable. And so strategically, I really think that we want to consider the timing of when we do this all. And once again, DHCS is working with us, as is our association, to navigate and hopefully get around maybe isn't the right word, but hopefully make the argument that this isn't supplanting, but we don't know if that will be the case. Bruce, did you want to add?
I just wanted to add, thank you, Siobhan, that in addition to working with the statewide associations, I wanted to assure the board that we've raised this issue with our lobbyists, our federal lobbyists, to help us track it and engage where appropriate. And we've raised it with Congressman Matsui's office, Congressperson Matsui's office as well, so that we can highlight this and the importance of it. We just don't want to be penalized if we get an early start on this. And we're trying to make that case very clearly.
All right, so in terms of a proposed timeline, we are proposing to get the Urgent Care Center up no later than January of 2022. This is funding that already exists that we can draw down. And what we think, why we think we'll need some months to do this is not only to enter into the contract with the provider, but then also they will need some time to ramp up and hire additional staffing to be able to work 24/7. In terms of the mobile field response and the 24/7 crisis call center, and this is a decision point and one that maybe we don't want to make today, but we want to certainly ensure that we're getting more information about this legislation that I've talked about today, this funding that I've talked about today, and the issue of supplantation, is we're proposing that we get both of those things started at the same time in tandem by July of 2022. And I just want to emphasize emphasize the by July because I do think there's opportunities for maybe starting things sooner. I just want us to be strategic, like I said, so that we're not missing opportunities on funding and so that we don't start something that we'd have to do a major course correct if we, for instance, find out the 988 legislation is taking a different turn than we thought it was going to be. So that's kind of the proposed timeline that I'd like to get your feedback on at the end. And then with regards to just next step.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since you mentioned that, I was going to ask this at the end, but I mean, it is a large staff, I think 55 total FTEs. What are your thoughts about, as you're hiring folks, bringing them online, getting them trained, where would you start? Would you kind of start with certain days of the week, times, or would you start in a smaller geographical location? I'm just curious, because it's not going to be overnight. All 55 are going to be ready and able to go.
Absolutely. No, I think definitely starting with the administrative staff and the management team to get this going. But we will need to do a full-scale recruitment. What we know is in our mental health field, we're already having workforce shortages, and I know your board's aware of that. And so we will definitely be doing some pretty intensive outreach and recruitment for these team members. It will take us some time. We don't anticipate we'll be able to hire and fully staff up until probably mid-year, and then it will require some additional training time and preparation time for that. It's a good question. I don't have an answer for right now in terms of if we only were able to hire a portion of those staff, where would we start? But it's something we'll definitely plan for. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. And then just finally, next steps, if the board approves the budget today, like I said, we'll start with the urgent care center, getting that up and running. That can be a leg of the stool that's actually started without these other two legs. We're going to work with our partners to develop these coordination strategies for the no wrong door approach that I talked about, and then build up our mobile response teams and call center while also monitoring the 988 legislation and the ARP issues with supplantation. We're going to seek all available funding sources, and we anticipate there may be others coming, but the SAMHSA one-time funds for sure. And then provide routine updates to the Board of Supervisors at your request in terms of frequency. And that would be our next steps. And I'm happy to take comments and questions at this time.
Thank you, Siobhan. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Is it expected that because this is essentially a paradigm shift where we're law enforcement is currently providing this service, we switch and we have mental health professionals work to address crises in the community. Law enforcement have the vehicles, they have the fleet to respond. What's expected here in terms of fleet needs, if any, for those that would be expected to go out in the community? Would they use current fleet pools? I mean, what would?
Yeah,
is there a cost associated with that hasn't been accounted for yet?
I'm going to invite up Dr. Quist to answer some specifics now.
All right. Good afternoon. In our proposal, we included 5 vehicles that would be county vehicles and would not be, they're not going to look like a law enforcement vehicle or anything like that. It's going to be county vehicles.
Is that enough given the number of FTEs that we're expected to fulfill this paradigm shift?
It's a 24/7 operation, so it'll be a total of 8 teams, but not all 8 teams are going to be on at the exact same time. And so as you sort of look around the clock, it'll be staggered in terms of how many teams are on at any one given time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. We're heading in the right direction, I think. And thank you both for your work, Ryan, you in particular, for all the work you've done over the months. You asked about timing, and you look at this, and somebody like myself who, I've got a lot of traits. Patience isn't one of them. But I think that your timeline is, while it's conservative, it's probably realistic. for a few reasons. One is I think it is smart to continuously think about the supplantation issue, because we could come up with the greatest plan in the world. If we don't have the funding for it, it's worth a PowerPoint presentation. So that's something that it's very government-ease that a lot of people won't understand. That's why I asked you to explain it, but it's a critical issue. So I thank you for keeping that in mind at all times. The other one is the hiring issue. As you said, I mean, we cannot overstate how difficult it is to fill these positions. Even without this program, we have problems filling these positions. And we're not alone. The healthcare systems do, other counties do, and we're all competing against each other. And some are competing with more attractive packages because the private sector is in a different place. So you asked for feedback on the timing. I guess what I would say is keep your foot on the gas pedal, understanding that red lights do come up. Horrible analogy, but thank you.
Oh, great analogy, thank you.
That's why you have brakes.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
And unfortunately, because they're not connected with law enforcement, they will not be able to run through those red lights. Yes. Anyway, I also want to throw thanks to Supervisor Kennedy, too, because of his leadership and persistence on this issue. That's where we're here today, to do something really, really great in Sacramento County. So my hat's off to you, absolutely, Patrick. So I really...
Your mask is on.
Take my hat off, but not my mask. I really like the urgent care, because I don't know if that's something we really discussed before. Is that what good is it to have people trying to connect folks in crisis with services if we don't have additional services on the back end? So I really appreciate you providing that information. And then another question I have, because of, I mean, you're going to be trying to hire more folks for the encampment team that Bruce will be presenting on, and you're hiring some of the same folks who will be similarly trained for this team. Will there be any economies of scale that we can maybe realize by having some folks on your crisis response system, maybe during the day when there's not a call, doing some work with the encampment team? Just a thought, maybe something to consider, because I think the crisis is so large, there's going to be no shortage of need or work for everybody who's working in this space.
Quite honestly, Supervisor, we hadn't thought about it that way, but it's an interesting suggestion, and we can give it some thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good idea. Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, very quickly, again, thanks for the effort that brings us here today. And I think back just a year ago when we were having the conversation about alternatives to 911, and again, Supervisor Kennedy and his leadership on this. And here we are now looking at, a multi-million-dollar approach, one that has a complement of folks that will be, numbered in the dozens, and obviously have the 24/7 component that's very important, and the other aspects, including urgent care, which I think is going to be key in hopefully having successful outcomes and good outcomes for those that would need to have that level of care as part of the emergency response. Just had a question. Someone called in a little earlier to my office, so they were on the call yesterday, and they raised the issue, and I don't know that we're there yet, but as it relates to in the hiring sequence, making sure that we cover, the multiplicity of languages as well as some of the cultural aspects of responsiveness, certainly having people that have the competency and the training and the certification, but also those aspects because of the diversity in our community. And so can you just speak to that, Siobhan or Ryan, what at least the thought is at this point in time, and how we're going to,
that's certainly a big priority. And I think, it's not just language, it's also understanding all cultural implications. And I think that's a great part about having the teams, especially with the peer perspective as well, that we'll be able to have more opportunities to be able to recruit people from diverse backgrounds with diverse linguistic abilities and experiences.
Okay, very good. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So it occurred to me, along with the suggestion that Supervisor Desmond just made about the possible intersection of this new model with our encampment activities. How will this possibly benefit from or complement the fact that we now have adopted Laura's Law?
Interesting. Well, I do want to say that we have a number of components. We have our mobile crisis support teams. We have our community support teams. Now we're going to have the encampment teams. And then we have all of our other providers within the community. And so part of our planning process, we've already identified that we need to make sure that they're all coordinating together and what's the best way for all these different programs to coordinate together. I don't think we'd lumped assisted outpatient treatment in there yet. So thank you for flagging that one for us.
It seems to me that, because the AOT model relies on community engagement, and the fact that there are, in fact, in the legislation itself, called out various members of the community that can bring to the mental health services director's attention someone that may be in crisis. That seems to be a very timely tool that could be used for our folks that would be out in the field and understanding the severity or the acuteness of people's mental health needs. And so I think we should think carefully about how that becomes a useful way to get the help to people that need it.
If I may, supervisors, just to add to what you're saying, when we talk about the encampment teams, for example, we are including behavioral health staff on those teams so that when they're out there, they can work with the people they find in the encampments and make these quick kinds of referrals and make those kinds of assessments.
Good. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And I'll just add, part of that no wrong door approach is ensuring that we're connecting the dots in the background so that services are seamless to the person we're serving. So we don't want people to go into 10 different doors. We want to make sure we're connecting them in the background. So it's going to be you're right, a big project for us to make sure everyone's aware so we're not a fragmented system going forward. But thanks.
And Siobhan, I know you're new here, but I think you're learning that the comments and questions slide is not necessary with this group.
I will leave that out, and I'll put it on every slide. How about that?
It's not in my presentation.
So I guess I'm the last one, and I just want to, I know it's starting out under 911, and I think I don't see how it can fully dissect from 911, even when it's a separate number, because of, what if someone has a past record that those people that are responding need to know about? Is that correct? There's the 911, and so public safety will be an integral part of it, even though they're not maybe the response team, so that they can benefit from the records.
We'll also want 911 folks to be able to refer appropriate calls to us as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really important because and I just wanted to highlight, there's some issues that I think have come up around like domestic violence or sexual assault response that certainly wouldn't be appropriate for a mental health crisis response team that would either take law enforcement or a domestic violence or sexual assault advocate group to go out and do. So we just, like I said, the assessment will need to be super clear so we're sending the right team to the right incident.
Well, I'm really excited about it, just like everyone else is. I think it's genius what you've come up with. I think we're going in the right direction, and I'm very excited about it. So thank you for all of your work on this. And thank you, Supervisor Kennedy, for your leadership and helping us get here. So
thank you.
So our next presentation is Homeless Encampment Initiative, which I know is going to take a while, and it's 12:39, so maybe this is a good time to break for lunch. And so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn for lunch, and we'll return at 2 p.m. Everyone, welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting dated June 9th. This meeting is hereby called back to order. And I'll ask our clerk if you would please call the roll and establish quorum.
Okay, Supervisors Desmond? Frost?
Here.
Kennedy? Here. Natoli?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. And our first item after lunch, can you read it into the record, please?
I sure will. It's the consideration, possible revision, and approval of the fiscal year 2021-22 recommended county budget and approval of a community engagement plan for the preparation of the fiscal year 2022-23 county budget and provide direction to staff regarding the use of Sierra 99 Gateway digital billboard revenue.
Good afternoon, Bruce. How are you?
Good
this
afternoon. Good afternoon. If we could pull up my PowerPoint, please.
Yeah.
You know, over the years, I've learned try to avoid the segment just before lunch, but also just after lunch. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. But we are very pleased to be here today. I have Ethan Dye with me, who is the Acting Director at Department of Human Assistance. And we're presenting to you the proposal related to homelessness services and our encampment team efforts that you see in the fiscal year 21-22 budget. This proposal is going to greatly expand the county's effort in providing homeless services and in particularly addressing homeless encampments. I want to start out by reiterating a couple of things that were mentioned this morning. This is a significant proposal. Nonetheless, it was developed prior to the governor's release of his May revise, which, as somebody mentioned this morning, contained $12 billion for our homelessness-related efforts, which, as we all know, are the subject of intense negotiations in the legislature as we speak right now. So it doesn't include that, nor does it include funding associated with the ARP, the American Relief Plan, for which we are still waiting full guidance from the federal government on how we can use it. But our plan would be, after we present this to you today, of course, is once the dust settles on both of those, to actively look at what more we can do. And that when we return to your board in September for the final budget discussions, that we'll be able to expand upon what you're seeing here today. That is our sincere hope, and it really is our plan to do that. As we go through this today, I just want to offer some general comments first. This proposal supports a comprehensive and coordinated strategy that seeks to expand the reach and the depth of our engagement with the unsheltered population. It builds off of our experience that we've had so far on what works best interacting with the homeless population. And it recognizes and we think responds to the impacts of unsheltered encampments on the surrounding community. As we walk through this, you'll see that it consists of four basic components. First of all, expanding outreach services with new approaches to engagement. And we'll go through this, but you'll see that we're expanding our outreach teams to strengthen the engagement with the unsheltered population, providing better geographic coverage for that effort, using a multidisciplinary component to engage and connect unsheltered persons with behavioral health services, certainly, but also other services that it might need to address their issues. Number two, it expands and diversifies our sheltering and housing options, providing more shelter capacity, allowing for a more robust response to unsanctioned encampments. You'll see that we're proposing to expand our scattered sites that you've heard about repeatedly here at the board that we've had really good experience with. But not only that, we're proposing a new approach for your consideration today, which is new sanctioned encampments as an interim step for those who are unsheltered in our community. Thirdly, we are improving our rehousing tools to improve the flow through the system. So we're proposing additional navigator staffs to help folks move out of shelters into permanent housing. And we're also introducing what we think are going to be more flexible funds to address these situations you run into when you're dealing with the homeless population on the street. You might have a person that just needs the way to get to a family member or something else that the funding that we have can be overly restrictive on, and we aren't able to address those situations. And fourthly, we're really striving with this proposal to intensify coordination and improving consistency within the county
and our response to the unsheltered homeless. So you'll see proposals for dedicated staff in DHS and DHA for that purpose, as well as our Homeless Initiative Director. And this increased staffing will allow for increased coordination with the other departments affected by encampments. And I also want to note that the proposal is augmented by continued efforts towards trash and garbage in the encampments, as well as sanitation services. So the proposal builds off of our current outreach and encampment strategy. Now, so taking a look at what we have now and what we're building off of. We currently have 3 DHA social workers that provide support with resource connections and shelter referrals to persons experiencing homelessness countywide. These staff have worked, I think, with all of your offices at different times. They work extremely hard to address these situations, but there's only 3 of them. And then we know we have to address that. In addition, we have 3.5 contracted staff through Sacramento Self-Help Housing that provides outreach and navigation services in the unincorporated county. They focus on providing referrals into shelter and work to facilitate rehousing specifically. And for the last several months, we've tried to keep your board abreast of this. We have been piloting an approach with what we call our encampment team, targeting particular encampments with behavioral health and with navigation specialists. Working on specific encampments, as I've said, to try to provide outreach, shelter connections, and housing services. And we've had good experience with that. And of course, currently we have connections to existing shelter programs, services, motel vouchers. And when I say services, I mean not just shelter services, but CalFresh, general assistance, Medi-Cal, as well as health services that the unsheltered population might need. And of course, we have our connections with low barrier shelters, meaning here are scattered sites. We currently have 23 sites that provides 115 beds. But as much as we do with what we have, and we do try to do as much as we possibly can, we have service gaps that we will acknowledge and that we're trying to address. First off, it's worth noting that we have a limited variety and capacity of shelter options. We have our congregate shelters, such as our North A Street. We have semi-congregate shelters, such as our scattered sites. And of course, we have our non-congregate sites, such as our motels and Mather. But nonetheless, we find that there are capacity issues and those limitations. And as I said, we currently have been hampered by the lack of what we would consider to be flexible, more supportive funding to support rehousing activities for the unsheltered population. And despite the really legendary efforts of those outreach staff we currently have, we're limited on the amount of outreach and navigation services that we can do. So we're going to have a chart after this slide that really lays out the proposal in detail. Ethan's going to go through that. But I just want to say some general things first in the way of what our planned programs and services would be under this proposal. First of all, we would be expanding our encampment team. We have 1 now. We'd expand to 3. Basically the same concept, having behavioral health working with navigation efforts, collaborating with the sheriff's hot team and other departments in the county to address encampment issues. As I said, we would also be focusing on expanding our outreach efforts with additional staff in both DHA and additional contracted staff. We are proposing sanctioned encampments, 2 sanctioned encampments to diversify our shelter options and offer services on site. Now, we're not coming to the board today saying, here are the sites that we recommend that we use here. We are very sensitive and appreciate the issues involved in making that recommendation. I can tell you that our team has been working with real estate, our general services real estate staff. We have been looking at county-owned land available for this possible purpose. We've looked at 12 sites so far, and we're continuing that effort. But we're not here today saying, and this is where we think we ought to do it. We know that we would have to have extensive discussions with your offices, as well as the community on any sort of location that we'd want to use for this purpose. But we're here today to say that we firmly believe this is an approach we need to build into our overall approach in terms of our overall strategy dealing with the unsheltered. We are including expanded housing navigation services to assist in rehousing of folks who are in our shelters, in these encampments and in the other shelters. Really a focused effort towards rehousing with those persons. We do have a part of our proposal is more flexible funding for our efforts. Ethan will speak to that. And of course, we are proposing, in addition to this new strategy, new outreach, we are proposing to expand our scattered sites, 3 more scattered sites. The idea, as we talk about it today, is to focus those new sites on the efforts of this expanded outreach so that we'd have places, not only our existing capacity, but have new places to potentially put people that we contact through this expanded outreach. So 3 new sites. And of course, the way the scattered sites work is that once in a shelter, staff works with the folks there to triage them, do more complete assessments, and work very hard to get them towards more longer-term housing options. And we'll have additional staffing to support street to shelter placements.
Excuse me, Bruce.
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Bruce. I want to let you get down to that slide, but I wanted to ask about when we went with the initiatives 3.5 years ago on homelessness. For a good while, we were receiving, periodic, if not regular, updates about placements, about number of folks enrolled, who were served. That ceased months, if not a year ago or more. And I related to this is that I think that's important because it's not just a point in time, it's what we're able to do. And,
right.
And again, because it helps us recognize some of the barriers that you've outlined and some of the work that has gone on and that's going to be taking on place here. I have to say that needs to be up on a website. It needs to be available to the board. That needs to be to report out when we're spending general fund dollars to the extent we are, but also all the other dollars that are flowing in and all the work we're doing, and not to have that ongoing, it's not a scorecard, but it's a tabulation of how we're helping folks, and because it helps recognize where we've got barriers too. And I don't know why we don't get that information anymore. We haven't gotten it in a year.
Thank you for bringing that up, Supervisor. I will commit to you and to this board that in going forward with this concept, if your board supports it, we will provide regular updates to the board. We will have information for the public on our efforts, and we'll work with our PIO folks to have it on our website. I had received comments in the past that what we were providing you was not always as helpful as it might have been, so we'll work with your offices too to make sure we're providing the information that helps you best in assessing our efforts, and we'll be here. We'll be back in person to provide regular updates as well.
Yeah, because I think it tells the story. It tells about what we're doing, where we've been, the challenges that lie ahead, and there's only a piece of the information, but I know the matrix that you put together a couple of weeks ago that was put forth that gave us a good iteration of, where some capacity is, where some capacity challenges are, and the efforts are being made. I just think we need to have some ongoing metrics and measurements, and I see Ann's going to.
Yeah, if I could add to that, thank you. We did get some feedback that those particular reports weren't all that helpful, and it really focused only on those new initiatives that we developed a number of years ago, and there's so much more that we do to address homelessness than just those new initiatives. So as Mr. Wagstaff speaks about doing reporting, we need to get something more comprehensive to you because it really doesn't tell the whole story if we only focus on a small portion of it.
And if I may, Supervisor, because you kind of touched the nerve with me on this too. I don't know, I'm sorry, but I don't think we've tried various ways to get our message out about the efforts that we have in homelessness. And it's better, I think. I think there's more knowledge out there, but it could still be better, because we're doing a lot. And with this proposal, we'll be doing a lot more. And I frankly want the public to know that. I want you all to know that, but I also want the public to know that. And not to be blowing our own horn, but they have a right to know that we're making every effort we can to address this situation.
Bruce, blow your own horn. Please. Okay. I mean, we don't do enough. I'm serious. We don't do enough of that.
I mean, our PIO staff have been great on this. We've tried different approaches, but, particularly with this new initiative, it's a good time for relooking at that. Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and Supervisor Cerna had some comments.
Thank you.
Sir.
So, appreciate the kind of the emphasis, Bruce, that you've been placing on how this augments what we've been doing. and I certainly agree with my colleagues that we need to do, I think, a better job of explaining what we have been doing and what this entails moving forward. One of the kind of sea change differences I note out of this list, though, is the sanctioned encampments part.
Yes, sir.
So, is this something that would be, it's kind of like the previous question I asked this morning, is this something that we would work in conjunction with the city of Sacramento on, without divulging yet some of the sites that Supervisor Desmond and I have been discussing for whether it's, an encampment or something different, but some kind of site, some kind of facility, light facility that could be used to provide wraparound services to
Yes.
our unsheltered constituents.
Yes.
So what does this mean in terms of how we work in partnership, especially with the city of Sacramento, who, as you know, is well on their way to identifying, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 different sites scattered across different parts of the city?
So, thank you, Supervisor. We're having regular discussions with them, as we always have. And we're having we're raising different types of scenarios with them about how we might work together on this. Common standards, common approaches, sharing our outreach efforts. Even we've talked about the concept of a potentially shared operation of an encampment site in one of those areas that's close to the border. You hear a lot about the Roseville Road area, for example, and other areas we might do one in common. So those are discussions we're having. But I should have said more about these sites too, because what we have in mind here is a location, providing services, providing meals, providing security, providing sanitation, having access to other services that might come in and work with people. So it's a really good opportunity for the unsheltered who are moved there, but it's also a good focused opportunity for us to work with that population. But and we're meeting with the city later this week to have more discussions about the types of coordination we can do. So Supervisor, what I would see is the possibility of working together. I have no doubt that they might still have their sites and we might have ours, but there might be the chance for, particularly with the additional funding that I'm talking about, for some common efforts as well.
Thank you. Would there be any complement of funding from Rescue Act, the Rescue Act allotment from the federal government that should be considered in terms of making this even more robust? I mean,
yes, that's what I was saying earlier, Supervisor. I think so.
Okay.
The language that I've seen so far is relatively general. The guidance that we've seen so far is relatively general, but we have told our consultants, this is an area we really want you to focus on, at least I have. This is an area we really want you to focus on to explore the possibilities. And so the short answer is yes, there is. And of course, the additional state funding is going to be helpful as well. And the legislature and the administration, state administration, are going back and forth right now. The legislature's deal, so to speak, was a little bit different than his in terms of homelessness, but they're negotiating this right now. Both had specific efforts related to encampments in there, for example, so we'll see what comes out of that.
And then lastly, I made the comment before we broke for lunch about the fact that we've adopted Laura's Law now in this county, and that should be part and parcel of our crisis response programs as it evolves into something different than what it is now, which is law enforcement centric. The fact that we're budgeting, or at least it's been recommended by the CEO that we are budgeting finally in this general fund monies for a new, hopefully innovative methamphetamine treatment facility that I've been requesting for some time now. Will there be an opportunity for that to ultimately be something that's part of kind of the general service offering here that we foresee for the encampments for those that are suffering addiction to that particular substance?
I do foresee it that way.
Okay.
So to have these behavioral health staff involved in our outreach efforts, they're going to be facing a lot of different situations out there on the street. And they're going to be very much aware of what we have in the way of services that they can make referrals to, including the facility that you're making reference to.
So when we finally have all of this hopefully in place, and we're going to do an overhaul on how we explain our story to the public and to the media and anyone that cares about what Sacramento County is doing to help the unhoused, I would hope that we really take the time to explain how this network of service delivery really covers so much. I mean, in terms of mental health crisis now and meth addiction, it seems like we're doing a lot in the space, or we're being asked to consider a lot in the space of this very complicated subject called homelessness, which has so many different component parts to it, including addiction and mental health challenges. And that's not to say everyone that is homeless has those challenges, but we know, at least anecdotally, that there are a good portion of folks do.
Absolutely.
So I think that the story needs to be more than just a bullet point listing. I'm not saying you're intending to do this, but I think it just needs to be something more than a bullet point listing of, what services we've enhanced. I think we need to really spend some time to explain what services constitute new focus on some of the most challenging parts of this, which is, in my estimation, the addiction and the mental health part.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestions, appreciate it.
Thanks, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond.
I thank you, Chair, and Bruce. Thank you so much. You and I have a lot of discussions about this, and everybody, Ethan, and all of your folks at DHA and DHS have been so great. This is, I couldn't agree more with Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Natoli's points as well. I just want to say this issue, the most complex issue that any government entity in the state of California is dealing with, an issue, the urgency of which is just growing daily. We're seeing fires on our American River Parkway that are endangering folks who are camped out there right now, as we speak. I mean, there's so many facets to this crisis that we face, and I think for me, certainly, I've had I don't want to say a change of heart, but certainly a different perspective on it since I've taken office and have gotten to know some of the nuances of this crisis. And I and many people I know in my district are now willing to consider things maybe that they wouldn't have considered a few years ago, like shelters in the county. I see the number of unhoused living in just desperation and hopelessness. It seems like coming more and more east from the city of Sacramento, more and more encampments, and you and I have talked a lot about some of these folks, and we've been able to get some of these folks into treatment, but others, we approach them again and again and again with options, and they don't go. And what do you do with some of those? Very small number, but I think by having the shelters, by having more capacity, it will allow us to not only, most importantly, get help for the people, and help in terms of whether it's methamphetamine treatment help, behavioral health help, or housing help. By having those shelters and having the service providers there, we'll be able to get people more connected with services, while at the same time providing some relief to the business community and maybe the Parkway and areas that are really also suffering, because I hear more and more from residents about encampments that maybe are just on the backside of their fence, and the impact it's having in some of these residential areas. And I tell you, it really tears at your heartstrings from the perspective of the person who's unhoused and is suffering from addiction or mental illness or just lack of housing, and the person who's living there and trying to raise their family there too. And it's just, I appreciate that you're not only focused on the front door, right? The front door, which is the encampment teams, the navigators, creating a more coordinated effort to get people connected with services, but also focusing on the back end, the capacity in terms of emergency shelters, more transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing, because that's what that's what we need to be looking at. And this, this is good. It seems like you're hitting all the right points that I love to hear, but it obviously will not be enough. It's a start, but so those are the comments I want to offer.
I appreciate the comments, Supervisor, and I should remind the board too that even prior to this proposal being presented to you, we have in recent months, I guess, we have weekly meetings with all the different departments that might be affected or involved in dealing with encampments. To talk about particular encampments, what we can do. We all know about the language of the public health order, which has gone a long ways to preventing the spread of the disease within the homeless population. But there's still allowances in that order for situations where there's a clear-cut threat to infrastructure or a public hazard. So we've been dealing with that in a constructive way, always involving outreach as a fundamental step in what we do here before we do anything. But anyway, I appreciate your comments.
Well, and I want to follow up on that because I've seen some recent, there's some media coverage, and I received a few emails about a concern about as the public health order ends, is there going to be some kind of sweep, by law enforcement, and that is unequivocally not the case. And I was talking to a group yesterday about the county's approach to things, and every one of us here on this dais insist on an approach where law enforcement is the last step and hopefully is never even used, because and your initiative here will help us get more bites at the apple to try to build that trust and get people connected with the services that they need, so we can create a situation where they always will choose to go into a program or a shelter or a transitional housing environment. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce, I had a couple of questions,
Yes.
or a question. When you say sanctioned encampments, does that mean all the other encampments are not sanctioned? And how does that play into COVID and the Ninth Circuit Court? You just mentioned the Ninth Circuit Court decision, and then the other thing that's on my mind is, in the past, I've heard from policymakers in other jurisdictions that did have sanctioned encampments where they provided services, and it just got exponentially so big. They were getting on the phone and calling people saying, you got to come here, this is a great deal. And they had people coming from LA to Placerville to their camp. So is there a limit on the size, and how is it, are there parameters?
Yes.
Can you kind of touch on that?
Thank you for the question. So there's several pieces to your question there, Supervisor. I'll try to hit each one of them. Yes, what we have in mind, what we're budgeting for here, are 2 sites that could cover up to 100 people apiece, okay? We are looking primarily at the option of tents as the form of shelter there. We've looked at various options. There are cost and timing and construction considerations on other options. It would be run, we would have somebody actually providing case management, we'd have security. That's what we mean by a sanctioned encampment. I can't say that you wouldn't still have unsanctioned encampments out there. We're going to do our best. This will expand our capacity. As it relates to the Boise case, this will give us an option to refer people to, as opposed to being on the side of the street. So we have something to offer to them consistent with what the Boise case has in mind.
A place to send them away from where they are.
And then to your question about them getting unmanageable, we are also, as part of this effort, in contact with other jurisdictions that have done things like this. San Francisco, Modesto had a site, Fresno's had a site. So staff are in touch with different jurisdictions. We actually started out this effort by talking to different jurisdictions, San Diego and others, about what they've done, what they've learned from doing it. And we're building off of that, basically. So some have had problems, there's no question. But it's an approach that you're seeing more and more. And so we don't have to reinvent the wheel on all this. We can talk to others and really learn from what they've done.
And it's transitional, so they come in and the goal is to transition them to a permanent shelter.
Exactly.
And jobs or whatever. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just before I know you're going to have Ethan come in a moment. I guess I'm curious, Bruce, as you're looking at formulating this, that, as you said, you've looked at other jurisdictions, and one of the things certainly that I've read and noted in some of the articles about this is that you have the encampment, the sanctioned encampment, and the services that are provided there, but then you get this congregation or concentration
In the proximity.
outside the fence lines or outside the perimeter, and they don't want to come in because there is some structure, whatever those rules are, but they get, the benefit of kind of the setting there and the safety that comes with numbers and whatever else is there. How have you anticipated you're going to deal with that? You say, up to 170 tents. I guess we're providing the tents, or the jurisdiction provides the tents.
We have funding in here for the tents.
But if I show up and the inn is full, or I decide I want to be in the general locale because somebody I know is taking advantage, because that's kind of the off.
Absolutely.
The offsetting impacts potentially to neighborhoods or community areas where you're trying to cope with the issue, help folks cope with their issues and get them housed, but you've also then got this effect where more come than you can accommodate, and or they choose not to come inside.
So, Supervisor, I don't think we have all the answers to that yet, but I've seen those same concerns raised. That's one of the discussions we're having with other jurisdictions. What have you done about that? I mean, once you had that problem, what did you do? But I think our emphasis on outreach staff and navigation staff here will help that, because those folks who might be in the proximity will work with to try to get into other types of alternatives. But this has been always the issue when we've talked about safe ground or safe encampments. Mm-hmm. I mean, at what point do you have to stop and say we can't take anymore? And then what happens once you've done that to the folks who want to get? So those are management issues that we're going to have to look at. And I'm not here today with all the answers to that, but we know that's one of the things we have to tackle as we're going in this direction.
Okay.
And I'm glad you brought it up.
One other thing that comes to mind, again, you're still looking at how you're going to put this on the ground, but so you say you're leaning because of expense and timing to get the units in place, whether it be tents or otherwise. Right. But there's been a lot of discussion about tiny houses or smaller units that are self-contained, certainly or mobile, or on skids, can be moved and so forth, and that you then have the facilities a part of this a larger encampment.
Yes.
So are you pretty much fixed that it's going to be tents? Because tents may work parts of the year, but when it's really hot out, they're not the best, and when it's really cold out, they're not the best either. I guess you can either, so
a couple of observations on that, Supervisor. We have looked at some of these other alternatives, and they have been tried in other jurisdictions. Quite frankly, there are fiscal issues associated with some of these in terms of what these tiny cabins cost, how many people you can actually house once you've established them, the construction costs associated with them, and the timing that goes into establishing them. So yes, folks have looked at some of those other options. As to your point about the winter and things like that, some of the jurisdictions we've talked to, for example, have not used individual tents. They've used the bigger event-type tents, like and they actually put heaters in them. And in the summertime, air conditioning and things like that. So those are the options we're looking at here. I think we've costed out for our purposes the idea of individual tents. That's what we have the most information on, but we're not limited to that in our thinking. And one thing about this is that this budget you have in front of you assumes a full year. That's typically how we do these proposals. We're not going to have these sanctions up for the full year, so we think we'll have some flexibility in the budget if a better option comes along, that we can really give that some consideration or bring that back to you. Okay. Well, again, some people resist the congregate setting too, that if I have my individual,
I know. That becomes a barrier in and of itself. So, okay, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Excuse me, sorry to keep interrupting.
Okay.
I just want to...
Good comments.
Something. There's not a one-size-fits-all to this, certainly, and I would imagine, some shelters could be tents. We maybe team up with the city where, hey, there's a car camping location here, there's a tiny home location here, and depends on the population you're dealing with, depends on the situation, obviously. Something I hear a lot about. I have a very good relationship with a couple of the HARTs, the Homeless Assistance Resource Teams. There are 3 in my district, and the faith community gets heavily involved in helping the homeless in just their local neighborhoods. And several have approached me and said, is there a way we could mobilize some of the churches who might be willing to take 3 or 4, people who are unhoused, living on the streets, and maybe let them camp in their church property or something. It's at least worth, I think, discussing. I'm going to be having a conversation with Carmichael Hart and a local religious leader in Carmichael about this very thing. And they want to do more. They see the impact it's having in their community on the unhoused and on the businesses in the community. And they're like, hey, we're willing to help out without the government having to come in and set up a big shelter here. We can maybe take some relief and provide some help right now. So just something I want to put on your
We'd love to have
radar,
those discussions, Supervisor.
because I think we could try something.
Yeah,
right.
I will tell you this, that previously our winter sheltering effort involved the faith community,
Right.
where they would take a few every night. There was frankly a point in time where there was less interest in that, but we can resume those discussions, and we certainly are willing to do that and work together with the faith community as well as the different HARTs that are being established around the county. They are key players in this discussion, so we're more than willing, and we'll drop everything to have
I'll
those
follow
discussions.
up with you on that as well. Thank you.
I just want to add to that, Supervisor Desmond, in Folsom, they are actually funding privately to have someone on their school or church property through their HART. And I remember we were busing people from downtown
Yes.
River District into Citrus Heights and into the churches, and what ended up happening was it was overwhelming. It became unsustainable because it was just really a lot on the church. But the HARTs that are actually doing it for the homeless in their community, I think it's not quite as overwhelming. Maybe there's not as many. I don't know what the difference is, but do you concur with that? I think it was just a lot. It became a lot.
I concur with the experience we had, yes, and we can learn from it. I think, Supervisor, we did have those problems. There were transportation issues, logistical issues. But I still think there's room for discussions with the faith-based community, certainly, about new approaches that we might be able to take with them. And we're certainly receptive to their suggestions, absolutely.
And I also want to say I appreciate the idea of the bigger tent facility versus the small tents. I heard my staff actually went down to Stockton to visit the site that was underneath the freeway, and it became overwhelming with the individual tents. It became a public health. Actually, it's a big expense, those tents, but if one person's in there and it becomes, and you have, without being, inappropriate, bodily fluids and whatever, how do you clean them, and do you just have to replace them? And I don't know how you manage the tent situation without it becoming quite expensive as well, unless you do it with a metal tough shed, which some people have talked about that option too. But I wanted to throw that out because that was one of the concerns that came back from my staff who visited.
Thank you. Oops, sorry, Ethan. There it is. Whoops. So with your permission, Madam Chair, I'd like Ethan to spend a few minutes walking through this in more detail. We've covered a lot of this ground already, but just to summarize the specifics of the proposal for your information, and then I don't have the slide inviting questions, but we're happy to take any other further questions you might have.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ethan Dye, Acting Director, Department of Human Assistance. So I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about the growth request. Mr. Wagstaff, through and your guys' questions have answered a lot, but I'm going to go into a couple of spots to let you know really what more is going to be going on. So for outreach and housing navigation services, we're actually approaching this one a little different than how we see it today. So we're asking for 4 contract individuals who are going to do exactly what our outreach folks do today. They're on the ground, they're getting people in HMIS, they're the boots on the ground folks. Then we're also going to be looking to contract for 8 housing navigators. And this is a little bit different because we're going to be looking for organizations that have relationships with landlords, with apartment complexes who have already built those fundamental pieces of housing to work with folks. So their focus is really on getting the person housed, not necessarily so much the services the person needs. So, and it's really important, and I think we all know what today's housing market looks like and trying to find places to get people into. So that's what we're going to do with that approach for outreach. Sanction encampments, we are looking to do 2 sanction encampments that will include meals, water, sanitation services, security, and have on-site staff. And it'll be for about 70 tents, 100 people a night, and we're hoping to do, get 2 of them, so we'll have 200 people nightly to be able to go through this. Flexible assistant, or the flexible financial assistance supports. Right now, our providers, and even in our contracts, we have a very limited capacity to offer somebody a support to get them housed. So let's say somebody's at our shelter and we're talking to them, they're like, man, if I could just get $30 or $40, I don't know how much it is anymore, maybe $90 to do a rental application, that's all I need to start the process. Well, we have $90 or we have that application fee. We want to help you do that. Do they have a utility bill that wasn't paid and that's precluding them from being housed? So we want to be able to have a support system to help people actually get into housing. We're looking to expand our scattered site shelters, so 3 additional sites or 15 beds per night. And we're looking to use these 3 sites primarily for really engaging encampments. So if we go out to an encampment and we're talking to somebody and they are ready to go, they have what they need, or we can offer that support and we can get them in, we're going to get them in as soon as we possibly can. And that gives us more space and more ability to do that. Sanitation stations. We plan on continuing 25 of the sanitation stations for people living in the unincorporated county that are unsheltered and for the surrounding community. And that includes porta potties, the hand washing stations, and trash cans. And in the staffing part of this, we're asking for 16.075 FTEs. So 8 of the FTEs are for DHA, and that's going to work in the outreach side and in the encampment team. And then for the DHS side, that is the mental health, behavioral health folks who are going to be going out collectively to meet the encampment, figure out who needs what right then and there, and see what we can do and get folks moved into the process a little faster. What's to note in this one, and it's up in the sanction encampments, is that for the proposed June, we are looking at only asking for 1.7 million of the 3.2 million, and then coming back in September for the other 1.5. And as Mr. Wagstaff and the notes have been meant today, is to say, we also know there's a lot of other funding out there that we can possibly use once we get our hands wrapped around it.
Ethan, is the financial assistance only for coming back, or is it also for people who are on the edge of homelessness who are going to lose their home or is that a different category of money?
So thank you for your question. In this scenario, it would be only for those folks who are meeting in encampments or who are going to move from homelessness into stable housing or into a shelter. One of the things that we would do first is, if it's the other way and we're hearing about it, trying to get them wrapped into ERAP or the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Do they have arrearages that we can pay to keep them in a stable environment?
Thanks.
And what do we expect to... This is a very big proposal. It's something I don't think that we've ever brought to the board in this kind of context. So what do we really hope to get out of this proposal and being able to help our community? Absolutely an increased collaboration through a multidisciplinary approach, having social workers, mental health, behavioral health, peer specialists, all of them in a collective group, but talking to the same individual, addressing the same issues. streamlining and expediting transition from shelter into additional new shelter beds and dedicated efforts. We want to expand the diversity of shelter options. So this one, we're asking for a sanctioned encampment site. It's something we don't have today. Not everything that we offer folks are ready to accept, or folks are in the ability to accept at that time. So we want to have a diverse ability to shelter folks. We're going to continue the sanitation services. We know how important these are to the folks who are living unsheltered in our communities. Flexible funding to provide immediate resources to resolve homelessness, resulting in housing permanency for program participants, short shelter stays, and overall reduction of unsheltered homelessness. And I think we've had a conversation maybe a couple board meetings ago where we talked about our resources today are borrowed. DHA offers up a couple of staff, DHS offers up a couple of staff, and we come together and do this. This proposal brings a dedicated group of folks who are going to be permanent teams to address the individuals in the unsheltered, unincorporated area to increase our service capacity. And with that, we are here for any questions.
We'll begin with Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Ethan. Thank you for everything. Your folks are just wonderful, the work they do. It's really great. And I know that if there are more of them and they had more time, which they will with this, they'll be, I think, a lot more effective. One thing I'm wondering if you could address maybe is, and first I want to make sure, Supervisor Cerna brought this up, and for folks watching today, this is not, we are also still working with the City of Sacramento to provide assistance at their sites that they're creating. I know that our county exec has a great relationship with the city manager to, Bruce, as you mentioned, identify those roles and responsibility to make sure we're providing social worker assistance at those city shelters to get people connected with services as well. But could you talk a little bit about anything you're doing internally, maybe, and this is maybe a question, I guess, for you, Ann, in how the county internally approaches homelessness, because we have, a lot of different departments doing different things, and you've mentioned over the last few months that I've been here anyway that you're evaluating what we're doing internally and trying to make it better.
Yes, that evaluation is still underway because we do have homeless services provided in multiple departments. But I think what you heard today from both Bruce and Ethan is the collaboration between the departments is greater now than it ever has been. So until we come to a better solution, I do think that the collaboration efforts are definitely working. DHS and DHA particularly are really sort of in lockstep, I would say. Is that yes?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. I just want to make sure, we don't lose sight of making sure that large county apparatus always works more efficiently in how we're addressing the issue. And the other thing is, I think, Bruce, maybe you referenced it, or Supervisor Natoli may have. Can you talk about any efforts relating to trash cleanup or around the encampments? And is there anything specific to this proposal that addresses?
Well, there's already a contract. That contract is actually through Waste Management. They have a contract. I'm forgetting the name of the organization. I apologize. But they had a contract. They've renewed for this coming year. So we work with them, and they're part of our weekly discussions so that they're able to go out to sites and pick up the trash and garbage, and have done so and are willing to do so. That is going to continue. It's not something that we're specifying here because it is already in place.
And I think I guess my question is for you is, I see in the encampments, and certainly in my district, and also downtown, I think in the unincorporated areas, I know Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Kennedy can probably relate to it. It seems like the amount of trash and debris seems to be growing, dramatically. So I don't necessarily know what the cause of that is, but I want to make sure that we are appropriately funding those efforts at Waste Management, because that's a huge part of this situation, and how, frankly, how the public reacts to it too. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I would just echo that last comment that Supervisor Desmond made, that the amount of material that's accumulated, and some of those are possessions that are rightfully, belong to folks who are unhoused or homeless. But, the amount of accumulation becomes, I think, a real sticking point with a lot of folks that, live in neighborhoods and business districts, because and sometimes it magnifies very quickly, almost overnight in some cases. And I think that it's a big county, and there's a big spread, but I do think that, that needs to be beyond whatever contract. There needs to be, not just with the encampments, but that needs to be a continual focus for our teams, and whether it's in the Parkway or it's in a neighborhood adjacent, whether it's in a suburban area or closer to the metropolitan area, or even in the rural areas where we've got folks and they pitch their tent in the ditch or on a vacant lot, and stuff just shows up. And then if they leave, it's still there, and we're trying to cope with that. In a lot of cases, they're not leaving, and so that needs to be a focus beyond helping the human situation. That, to me, is a sanitation issue. It's not just an aesthetic issue by any means, and I just think that needs to be dealt with. I wanted to ask, though, and maybe it's along the same veins, and so in these encampments, one of the barriers, and we've heard this before this board on a number of occasions, is that folks don't want to leave their partner, their possessions, or their pets. So how is it that
the plan is to address those things? For example, to have storage capacity at the encampments for things. Now, some folks have a lot of stuff, and I'm sure we'll have to look at that, but at the end, it is the intent to have storage capacity at these encampments and provisions for pets, yes. We're going to have discussions about how we do that, but we know that is an issue we're going to have to address if this is going to be successful. That is frequently the issue that gets in the way of housing. And that's one reason why our scattered sites have been useful too. People have pets. People have multiple pets. That has been a key issue. And we know that if we're going to have success here, we have to speak to that and address that.
And then one related note, I know that as we've done the cleanups along the Parkway and so forth, as a part of pre-COVID, when we were, with the proper notification, removing camps, we had to retain possessions and certain items. Whose budget pays for storing that material? Because we had to hold on to it for prescribed periods of time. And my understanding was that we have significant rental storage space with folks' stuff, and who inventories that?
I'd have to explore that. Frankly, Supervisor, I'd have to explore that for you. But I can tell you that for this proposal, we're assuming that these encampments, we're going to have storage space. But to that larger question that you're asking, I'd have to check and get back to you on that.
Okay, because I don't know if it's parks, if it's DHA, if it's solid waste, and maybe Lisa,
Yeah, I don't know for sure, and we'll obviously get you the exact answer, but my understanding is that it depends on what agency is, or what part of the county is removing the encampment. So I know that the sheriff's hot team has in the past had storage, and I believe parks as well. So I believe it comes from those two areas. But we can get.
And do we rent that on the open market, or do we use county facilities with space for keeping stuff?
The sheriff has a one of those a big box.
Right.
What do you call that?
Cargo box.
Container.
Yeah.
They have it at the central sheriff next to registrar of voters. Yeah. They have a huge storage there. I know.
Yeah.
But I'll confirm that for you, Supervisor.
I know Liz is going to be here later.
Get back to you on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. Very good. Thanks.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I was going to bring up what Supervisor Tully just mentioned in terms of those three challenging aspects of why we have so many service-resistant individuals when it comes to the things that are important to them, including their pets, partners, and possessions. But there's also another factor, though, that, at least in my experience, and I know Ann knows this as well as you, Bruce, is that how are we going to handle people that insist that they need to continue using substances, including alcohol? That in itself has been a barrier. If people can't continue to access whatever it is that they are addicted to, that oftentimes can be, the factor that keeps them from leaving their encampment.
It's a huge issue, and it's a very difficult issue. But a couple of things, Supervisor, at our proposed encampments, I would hope that we would have access to alcohol and drug services for the clients who are there. For those who don't want to come into the encampments for those reasons, I'm hopeful that our outreach and our additional outreach and navigation staff can make better connections with our alcohol and drug services potentially. There's not a perfect answer here. You know, you're dealing with a different situation, it seems like, with each person that you run into with that. But I hope the collective result of what we're talking about here allows us to do more with that.
I hope so too. But I think we got to do more than hope. I think, you know, we have to think here very carefully about what are going to be the rules about substance use, and are there certain substances that are going to be, you know, more are treated differently than others in terms of the ability for people to continue using or not? And how fair is it to someone that wants to pursue their sobriety that might be in one of these encampments and they're being forced to be in close proximity to someone that is continuing to use? I mean, you're right, it is a very complicated subject, but I think we need to go into this with eyes wide open, not fool ourselves that we're going to run into a lot of folks that they want to continue to kind of self-medicate, and we need to have some kind of response to that.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. One of the things, and we didn't talk about it, was that before we even open a sanctioned encampment, the board is going to have to adopt building standards. And so, and it's drafting I believe it was a shelter crisis, or saying that there's a shelter crisis. So in that declaration, or in those documents that would be brought to the board, there would be rules of, you know, what are we going to allow? Are we going to allow alcohol? If, you know, and so that really is going to be a huge play outside of, it's going to be a very big policy decision that we will definitely have to come back to the board, have that discussion. What are we all comfortable with? You know, what does our society need? What do our folks need? How do we meet them in the middle? But we will have to bring something back, and the board will have to take an action before we can open a sanctioned encampment.
And I suspect it's not going to just be alcohol in a state where recreational marijuana is also permitted. Seems to me that's going to be another key decision for this board.
Yes, sir.
I agree. And also, are they going to be able to come and go? And will we have records? Will we be keeping records now that we have Laura's Law? One of the potential criteria for qualifying for assisted outpatient treatment would be that they've turned down treatment within the last 10 days. So for someone who's really struggling, will there be records, record keeping? I don't know. It's just a question. You don't have to answer it now. It's just something I think we should be cognizant of.
Absolutely. One of the things that when we do an encampment, we are going to have, it's going to be by invitation only. And then part of the shelter standards would also address good neighbor policies, and the other items that were talked about. Our folks are going to be able to sit outside the fence. And so looking at how the policy is written, with our case management being invitation only, we would absolutely know, and then having services provided, whether it's by human assistance or by DHS, we will know who's accepting services. We will have records of all of the folks who are going to be in our encampments. So that's absolutely something that we should be able to wrap our hands around, so we know what we're doing for everybody.
And I keep thinking back on that Haven of Hope, or whatever, that wonderful idea that we never were able to bring to fruition. But even if you couldn't have it all in the same place, maybe there could be a graduated step up to different levels as you work your way through these encampments on your way out, crossing out of homelessness. Supervisor Natoli has a question.
Yeah, we talked a lot about county staff and the resources and you know, how we're going to craft this encampment approach, sanctioned encampment approach. Where do our nonprofit partners, some of them who provide shelters, have some capacity, have limited capacity, may have ability to expand capacity through the continuum of, you know, one, we're talking about here is, you know, getting folks from the sidewalk to a camp, or from the creek side to the camp. where do they fit in this spectrum? And I know we have partners, and it's been alluded to here by some of my colleagues, and some of the folks who do work in the community in different segments geographically of this county, but they've got to be key to this. And I know Sacramento Self-Help Housing, obviously, with our scattered sites, but could you just expand on that? Because again, I don't see that here. I hear about the county side of it, and county staff and qualified professionals and such, but where do they fit in the spectrum? And how are we going to support them and supporting ourselves to help us hopefully work our way out of some of the issues here?
That is a great question, and I'm glad you asked it. Our community partners are by far the most important part of making any of our programs work. So as we start moving through this, there are a lot of pieces where we expect to bring our county partners in or our nonprofit partners in and look at our capacity. What can we expand? What can we look at? Who, where, or what are we going to contract for in all of these pieces, and who can do it the best? Who can do it? Is there something new that they have that we haven't seen before? So we absolutely will be engaging our community partners and having that discussion, because this is not a DHA proposal. This is not a county. It's a county proposal, but this is for our community, and we have to have the input of our community members in order to make this successful. So that we will be doing outreach for those parts, and really have that discussion. Listen to the advocates. What do you see in all of this? So absolutely, they're going to be a huge part and huge play in how we move forward with this.
And I would just note, and I know when Britt was giving his presentation earlier today, talked about Mather Community Campus and some of the facility needs and maintenance there. But I will say again, once for the record, I think that there's potential there to realize some improvements that will give us some capacity, still stay within the parameters of what we committed to the community more than 20 years ago as it related to just numbers, and to have where we have core services available, and you've got community partners, you have a career center, you have Volunteers of America, you have veteran services, you have Veterans Hospital, you have public transit. Again, but it's it's a step up. It's not the tent encampment, but it's if we're looking for helping people move through the system and having transitional and even permanently supportive housing, which we do have out there, in the veterans component, there's a real opportunity. And I would, again, and we control the real estate. We're within the city of Rancho Cordova, and certainly have been good partners with them on other projects that revolve around that property. But there is unrealized capacity, and yet I think we can do some things where you've already got elements in place that would allow us, again, working with partners. We have contracted partners out there operating. The program is there, but there's more opportunity, and we're limited by some of the physical facilities more so than anything else, I think. So I offer that because, again, I know as people are seeking solutions and there's not unlimited dollars to go around, but as we're looking at some of the monies that have been mentioned here today and so forth, that beyond what would be any needs for building maintenance and upgrades and, life safety types of things, I think there's some opportunity to enhance the capacity and put it in a place where you already have core services. And I think it makes a big difference when you're looking to try to find different parts of the system. So I would just encourage us, and I know there's familiarity amongst you and others in the room, but I offer that, with real thought towards where we're going with trying to help our community, get healthier and better here with our homeless population.
I think you raise a good point, Supervisor. We'll work with you in your office on this. We got to do those improvements out there, as you mentioned, and as we're starting the budget for to address.
Right.
But I agree. There's potential to do more, and we can work together on that. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thanks.
I just have one more couple comments. Number one, jurisdictions. In the past, there's been issues of, transporting someone to another jurisdiction and then releasing them in that jurisdiction, or one jurisdiction makes a rule that you can't lay on the chair at the parks, and so they get kicked out of that city and cross over the line to the other city. And so when you're talking about two sanctioned tent cities, I think the local citizens might be sensitive to where are you going to, where do they go when they go out, And are you going to give them the support they need to be successful wherever they go? And then the other thing that is on my mind is relating to some of the very successful reentry programs and shelter programs that we have. We have nonprofits that are actually partnered with the sheriff right now that are they're releasing people from jail into these, like Grace House in Carmichael is in my district, and they're having so much success that they're trying to convert like a firehouse into a residential. So there's permitting considerations, and you know how expensive it is to do these things and how hard it can be. And if there's a way to, and I know, Ann, we've already had this conversation, and I think someone's working on it. I don't know what the status of it is, but I want to bring it up because that's just one more shelter that someone else is running. It's not taxpayer dollars, it's private dollars, and people are investing, you know, hundreds of thousands to buy these houses and create a model to solve a problem that is one less that we have to do through the public side. And so if there was a way, I know we can't create discounts for every nonprofit, but if there was a way to create a grant program that could help a nonprofit that needs help with that $30,000 in permitting to just get it, to give them a leg up, it sure would be a way. I've got someone right now that could benefit by that. So I'm hoping someone's going to can help me with that, because they're ready to go and they're really excited. So
we'd be happy to have that discussion. A couple of things to what you raised there, Supervisor. One is we would absolutely work with the surrounding communities on potential encampment sites. That's why I was saying at the beginning, we're very sensitive. We know the kinds of discussions you have to have here and what the concerns will be. And I'll tell you, when we look at these sites, for those reasons and others, there are no slam dunks on a really good location that just jumps right out at you when you look at these sites. Any site that we pick, and by the way, we would invite suggestions from the board too on other locations that we might look at. There's going to be issues that we're going to have to work through if they're going to be successful. And so we certainly appreciate that. On what you raised about the services for reentry and what the CBOs are doing, one thing that we will look at, and we intend to provide more information to the board on this, the state's what we call the CalAIM proposal that is being proposed in the state budget provides funding, Medi-Cal reimbursement for reentry efforts and things like that. We're looking at what that is. Our Department of Health Services is looking very carefully at that. There might be some potential there, but we'd love to have the discussion with you about it.
yeah, and I think it's really good that you didn't call it Tent City. You called it a sanctioned community or something. You called it something different, which is good because, well, you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask, do we have any idea of how many folks are continuing to wait on the line?
We have, for the budget, we have about 13 people.
Okay, just something to keep in mind.
Please, yes, thank you, Phil. Okay, and we do have our next item. We'll move on to our next item. We have two more items, and possibly, I don't know if Parks is going to be here today, or I think Supervisor Cerna had requested Parks, so we have at least three more items. So, and I'll ask if we can read the next item into the record. No.
We're still on the budget, and so now this will be the pavement funding request.
Hi, good afternoon. Ron Vicari, Director of Transportation. I do want to start off by going through the kind of the status of where the pavement network is today. A lot of you have seen these slides in 2019, But I do want to start off by saying that our roadway network is made up of about 5,000 lane miles. It includes arterials, collectors, residential streets. About 24% of the roadways are arterials, approximately 15% are collectors, and approximately 61% are residential streets. The total the total asset value is at $5.5 billion.
Ron, where do rural roads, what category do they fall in?
Well, it depends on the classification. So you have arterials, residential roads, and collectors that are all rural also.
So most of your rural roads are residential?
Correct, and most of the pavements throughout the county, 61%.
Yeah, I saw your number. I just wanted to be sure that
Yes.
because it doesn't
They are
get called out there.
Yeah, they're definitely an important part of the overall network and included in those. As a reminder, pavements are measured, their condition is measured on what's called a pavement condition index, basically ranging from 0 to 100. 0 to 24 is very poor. 25 to 49 is considered poor. It's highlighted in red, unfortunately, because that is where the average pavement in Sacramento, in the unincorporated county, falls. Fair pavements are between 50 and 69. And between 70 and 100 is good to excellent pavements. This is a picture of a roadway that has a PCI of 46. I picked this particular picture because this is where they are projected to be today, somewhere between a 46 and a 49, our average pavement throughout the county. The 34, if you remember, and I'll show the slide in just a minute, where it shows that where we project over the years with the current funding that we have, which is approximately $30 million. That consists of the SB1 money that we have, as well as money that we invest in pavements through our CIP projects. It was projected when we came to the board in 2019 that by 2038, the roadway PCI at a $30 million investment would fall to a 34. A 34 is shown in the picture. Also picked a 25 PCI because I will be talking about the importance of a roadway in this state, in this condition. It's extremely important to address roadways as they start to get to this condition as a roadway that slips from what's called an overlay, which is placing most common is a 2-inch thickness of asphalt over an existing structure. If that roadway deteriorates to where the existing structural section is not sufficient to support an overlay, it slips to what's called reconstruction at 4 times the cost. So it's very important to catch pavements when they are still in an overlay condition and to prevent them from slipping to a cost of 4 times by moving to reconstruction.
If I might be so bold, you're missing the slide, picture after that shows the 10 and 12 PCI. I could take you to any locations. I'm sure some of my colleagues too.
So could I. Yeah.
I could have brought pictures in. I'm not as good a photographer by any means as Mr. Cerna, but I could have brought you pictures in that would have made your case.
Yes, and I definitely understand your point. The 46 PCI being our average, I know that every supervisor is looking at me saying I know a lot of pavements that I would be very thankful to have that 46.
I'd take that in some cases.
Yeah,
because it's got a good solid base under it, nothing else.
I do realize that. We presented this slide in 2019, which was kind of our PCI was at 50, and it kind of shows different jurisdictions. Elk Grove at the top at 77. I think we also talked about, I probably looked for a long time to find somebody beneath the unincorporated county. Santa Cruz was lower than us at 2019, Mendocino County and Lake County. You can see the cities of West Sacramento and the city of Sacramento are at 60. That are kind of towards the lower middle. I've included the 2019 numbers that everybody reported for the jurisdictions within the county. That should say the unincorporated county there in red. We were at 50, Citrus Heights being at 53, City of Sacramento at 60, Rancho Cordova at 69, City of Folsom at 74, and City of Elk Grove at 77. This was the chart that was presented. Again, the arrow shows that we're projecting that they're around 46 to somewhere between 46 and 49, but this shows that in 2038, with a $30 million per year investment, we are projecting that the PCI will slip to a 34. We talked about it requiring $50.5 million to maintain the status quo PCI. We also talked about to improve the pavement, sort of the standard we're hoping to achieve, to a PCI of 70. It would require $87.9 million a year for 15 years, and then the subsequent 5 years would require $61.2 million. This is the pavement deterioration curve. I just wanted to quickly point out that as pavements deteriorate, along the y-axis you have the PCI conditions that we just spoke of. As the pavements deteriorate, you can see that it becomes steeper throughout a pavement's useful life. And the most important thing to notice is that 25 PCI range, somewhere in there between 30 and 20, you're starting to go from an overlay to reconstruction, which is what I mentioned before, 4 times the cost. If you don't address the pavement when it can be built with an overlay. I'm going to skip this and go to the conclusions. I'll come back to the slide that I just skipped. The conclusions of what I've talked about are that the county's road network is $5.5 billion. The roads are in the upper end of the poor condition category, PCI of 46 to 49. SB1 has had a significant impact, but the existing budget of $30 million a year is still insufficient without added funding. Without added funding, the PCI will decrease to 34 in 20 years. Deferred maintenance will increase to $1.8 billion, and more than half the roads will be in poor condition.
Excuse me, Ron.
Yes.
Supervisor Desmond has a question.
Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ron. And I appreciate the time you and I have spent together on a few tours of District 3, where this has a dramatic impact on 285,000 people or so in the unincorporated area. And as I look at, before you get to your proposal today, and it's mind-boggling to me how Sacramento County is so bad in relation to so many other counties. Why is that? Why are we so much worse off?
There's a lot of reasons. I think some of them are simple. When you compare to such as the 2 jurisdictions with the highest PCI, I believe, I could go back, but it's somewhere around 70 and 77 for Elk Grove and City of Folsom. A lot newer roadways, right? They were built, they have a lot of new neighborhoods with brand new pavements. All that goes into their average condition. Also, some jurisdictions have local measures. There's other ways of them, ways that they're addressing their pavements. For Sacramento County, then Incorporated County, we have struggled with being able to put towards the pavement the investment necessary to actually, and we'll kind of go through that with this proposal, but to actually make sure that our pavements are getting better every year. And so what we find is our pavements have deteriorated over the last couple decades substantially.
Have other jurisdictions, because I know the SB1 funding is a formulaic funding, right, for each jurisdiction. And then other money is obviously controlled by regional transportation agencies. Have other jurisdictions also just done a better job of leveraging some of those funds from other transportation agencies, other state and federal funding sources?
No, and I think I would put, I think the easiest comparison is the city of Sacramento. I think they're probably at a 57 PCI. They seem to follow the same trend. So if you look at where their PCI is over time, it's deteriorated along the same rate as we have. They're just a couple years ahead of us, whether it's they have more newer neighborhoods, having some of the, I could pick some newer neighborhoods that they have, but whether they have newer neighborhoods in the mix, but they also are struggling, as you mentioned before, about this effort to try to make sure that we sort of get federal funding and focus it on Fix It First, because there's so many jurisdictions that are struggling just like we are. I think most of the jurisdictions, certainly the ones with the lower PCIs in our area and all over, were fighting for the same thing, and we're part of the same effort that we were making. And we continue to, and so does the city of Sacramento, to try to get as much money as we can towards Fix It First. And I think we were successful this year in some of the efforts through SACOG. Certainly this proposal I'm in front of you with today is another effort to try to get as much money as we can towards the pavement to try to help this.
Okay, thank you. And it wasn't lost on me that probably photos of some of these roadways are roadways that you and I rode our bikes growing up in Carmichael. And but this is what is most maddening to my constituents throughout my district. Right, there's homelessness concerns, and then the roadways, is a close second. But
yes,
thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Natoli.
Don't get off that easy.
I wasn't.
Well, and I've said this before, and it's not just an observation, but, and because you travel around the region, you can tell when you go into our adjoining counties, and you can go to our Delta counties, we have levee roads. You can go San Joaquin County that has a large rural area like we do, go into Amador County, counties that have a lot less tax base, but in many cases, I won't say in all, their roads are far superior in condition to what we have. And it's not because, again, we haven't done some work as we connect to those counties, because I know that in recent years, a couple of roads that lead into San Joaquin and Amador County, there's been some, improvements at least in the roads that lead in. But I guess the point I want to make, Ron, is that I spoke with Supervisor Desmond about this on a couple of occasions too, that if we don't, and I know what the recommendation is here, and you're going through that, but it looks like the county doesn't care. When you see sidewalks that have asphalt patches that stay for years, and then we say, well, that's a homeowner's responsibility in some other jurisdictions, but that's not how the county of Sacramento grew up, and we have that responsibility, and we've done some catch up in recent years. But you look at those pavement conditions, in the pictures in those suburban areas, and I've got some of those as well as other colleagues on this board, but the rural areas, and I'm not the only one who has some rural areas, we got north area too. I mean, those roads are just abominable. And I know that you're bringing to us, a recommendation here, but you're far beyond going in and doing even almost overlay anymore. You're going to have to, it didn't start out with a good base to begin with, and now you're going to have to do base repair if you're going to get the utility and the life out of that. And then I think the one thing that's very maddening to folks, and I heard about this last week at a big community meeting on groundwater. People got that, talking about water, then they want to talk about roads, is that we pave these sections. We do base repair, and we do 100 or 200, 300 feet, a couple hundred yards. And then the other section was okay at the time. It's now deteriorated, so we got this hopscotch, not just potholes, but we never really finished the road. And so it's always in this constant state of, well, it got paved in 2015, that one section, and then in 2018 did a little more. Now this other part's falling apart. It's very maddening, and people have taken notice certainly of the work we've done and have been complimentary, but they convey through their supervisor, and I'm saying this to all of you here today, that that doesn't work anymore. I mean, I guess it's the best we've been able to do, but it's maddening. It doesn't provide for a very rideable surface, but certainly even a safe, because you get this transition and you get pavement stopping and starting and potholes and deteriorated conditions. And so whatever we put into this, let's get sections of road done that gives you length and breadth, and also the lifetime, because when I see 40 years here, you got roads out there that have been paved in 50 years. I could take you and show you some that may got restriped on it, but it's just, and again, it's not just rural areas, it's the suburban areas, it's urban areas, it's older, business districts, and it's really maddening. And I know you're force account, going to get out there and we pick roads, you go through the list with me, but we are so far behind, and it's sad because I get the comparisons, maybe my colleagues do, to other counties. People drive to Lodi, or they drive to Ione, or they drive to Rio Vista, and they say, well, how come you can tell when you enter and leave Sacramento County? Because it's the bad pavement, and it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to all of us. But beyond that, it's not a good place to be. With a county our size, even with diverse land uses and geography, we ought to be able to do better. So,
yeah, and I definitely agree. We, as you know, we were able to put about $8 million to pavements up until, a few years back, where we have significantly made more investment into our roadways. It's around $30 million. In some years, it's better than that. So there's a lot more roads being overlaid than we had in the past decades. But yeah, I agree with it being $50 million to maintain status quo. Putting $30 million now is still not sufficient. And so we are continuing to make efforts, and we have made some success in bringing more money into the system above the 30. So with that, we get to the kind of what the proposal is today. My last slide, and I will say that we are all one county team, but with all due respect, Mr. Ferguson's recollection of my proposal is a little different than my recollection of my proposal. So I will just leave it at that. So with an added $20 million investment, we are able to exceed the $50 million it takes to maintain status quo. So for the first time that I know of, and I've been here 18 years, so I don't know how far back it goes, but for the first time I know of, our pavement system will slightly improve. It would be the first time we could say that our pavements are actually better at the end of the year than when we started. And the savings that could be realized by investing $20 million, it could be between $15 and $24 million by avoiding that exact thing that I talked about, slipping from an overlay to reconstruction. And also a significant thing to keep in mind that it will help buy us time for an additional funding stream that's we all know the things that are being talked about. So it will help us buy us time so that we can look for more funding to come towards this network. So with that, I have any additional questions?
Yes, you're like the homeless people. You open that can of worms and this is what you get.
I didn't know where that was going, but
we all have a lot to say about this and homelessness, I think.
Yes.
Supervisor Natoli.
So, simple question for you. If you had $30 million additional versus the $20 million, I know there's the issue about the loan, and we can talk about that, as we get to budget deliberations. If you had $30 million, would you be able to pave and use all that money in this fiscal year?
Yeah, our goal is that we will be able to spend every dollar we have. This is, and transportation is very involved in the homeless thing, but this is up in the top two, I would say, major things that we are trying to address and our biggest issues within the Department of Transportation. We will be all hands on deck to try to make sure that
So if you had a bigger general fund contribution, again, I throw out that number, and I could also extrapolate on your points up there that if we invested $30 million, we could have between $22.5 to $36 million in potential avoided future expenses. Is that
Yes, that is true. This is actually what we believe to be a reasonable estimate of 25%, catching 25% of those pavements before they go to reconstruction, so you could see the same proportional cost savings by any additional money. Yes.
So if you had 30 coupled with what you got SB1, and that would be about a $60 million paving program?
Yes.
In a single year, and that would help you catch how much of the pavement that's deteriorated? You said 25% with what's being recommended. If we added
sorry, the 25% was what we think will be on the verge of slipping to reconstruction. With those same proportionalities, you're right, we would be able to spend $60 million, actually in excess of $60 million, because we actually received more than we have in the past from the SACOG funding rounds. So you would be looking at in excess of a $60 million project.
And last question, then, are you contemplating all those roads that have to be reconstructed? Some of them, which I described to you, that have slipped past, they're now below 25, they're below 20, they're in the teens or in some cases single digits. Are they captured in this pool?
So again, only a portion of them would be.
Yeah,
Our
no,
backlog,
but they're in your matrix. They're in your matrix.
Our backlog is $800 million. At least in 2019, it was $800 million has probably increased. So this by no means is going to address all of the roadways. We will take all of the roadways that are on the lower end of the spectrum, basically 30 and under, and we will evaluate them to see the best cost savings, and we will do what we do each time, which is approach each supervisor, showing them our recommendations for what roadways would fall under any level that's ends up being our budget.
So your strategy isn't just to salvage and to catch it before it goes way bad, is to go where it's already gone way bad and get some of those as well.
Correct, absolutely. And so, and I kind of skip over things, but I will say reconstruction. I don't want to act like we're not interested in the reconstruction road. We absolutely are concerned with the reconstruction roads. The one reason why I've kind of been concentrating on the overlay roads, as long as no safety hazards develop, which is extremely important to us. Reconstruction road, if we don't address it, is obviously going to be reconstruction again next year. So we don't lose any value of money by making that decision. So it's a balance, but there's roadways that absolutely have to be the top priority that are reconstruction roadways, and unfortunately are beyond the point of being able to be overlaid.
Okay. Could I just ask, maybe Ann, for you or Britt, is there any sense that the monies will be coming down through the Rescue and Relief Act, that some of that, I mean, there's a separate infrastructure bill, I get that's been talked about, but is there any sense that monies would be available for this particular effort? Again, that kind of drives some of my thinking, so I'm kind of curious, and we don't have enough specifics, as Britt said earlier, but I'm trying to get some sense about that.
Well, we did learn this week that you cannot use the Rescue Act money, our $300 million Rescue Act money, for roads. Correct?
So it's partly correct. So the difference, is this on? Yes. The difference is none of the more categorical pots of money out of the state and local fiscal recovery funds, the $300 million, can be used for roads. So none of the money in related to economic recovery or health or infrastructure, because infrastructure is specifically water, sewer, and broadband. But to the extent that we use the money to offset revenue loss, to the extent we can justify revenue loss and use it to offset that revenue loss, that money can be spent pretty broadly, including on roads and other types of infrastructure.
Okay, but it still does require the same kind of mechanical move that we're doing here, where again, historically we haven't had the general fund to any great extent making any contribution, even by way of a loan. So will we still have to come back through this process in order to do that? Because it's not categorical, it's not siloed. So I trust it's going to require us to do something similar to what we're doing here today, or considering anyway.
So, sorry, I was taking my Mac. Can you just repeat your question?
I was just going to say, because the way those monies are freed up, and because this hasn't been a general fund cost center for many, many years, has received a bit of money.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, the way that under the Act, as we understand it, the way that revenue loss is calculated, it's a fairly complex formula, but and it's not clear we would have any. We'd have to do that analysis. But the way it's calculated, it's across the organization as a whole. It doesn't look at a particular revenue source. It doesn't look at the general fund versus non-general fund. It looks at the organization as a whole. It looks at what our revenue was in certain categories, and it defines what those categories are in fiscal year 18-19. Then it allows us to calculate what those would have been under two different potential assumptions of growth, which you'll hear from the consultants about, or we can give you a brief overview later on today or tomorrow about, and then look at that difference. And to the extent there's a difference where what that formula would show we would get versus what we got, that money then is available. It's essentially discretionary with some limitations, like you can't put it in reserves, things like that. But beyond that, it's essentially, for all intents and purposes, discretionary. So you could spend it on infrastructure, you could spend it on homelessness, you could spend it on virtually pretty much anything we do.
So if there was a decline in the gas tax revenue, for example, no?
Well, you would look at that.
Yeah,
gas tax revenue
that,
would be part of it, but you'd look at the bottom line. So we could have some things go up, some things go down, and it would look at the net bottom line, whether there was a reduction in revenue.
Okay. That's helpful.
Doesn't seem like we have very much, we anticipated we'd have more losses than we had with taxes and the economy, and so, So I don't think we're going to have a lot of.
So we're not sure we will, but so if it was just looking at what we got in 1819 and then what we got like in the 1920 and 2021, what you're saying might be close to true. But because of this formula, what the formula allows us to do, as we understand it, and we'll hear this from the consultants, is either look at that same revenue issue and go back the last 3 years and see what the rate of growth was and project that forward, or alternatively use 4%, whichever is greater. And so that's the calculation that we do, and so we may or may not, but there is some potential for some. I wouldn't hold out hope for like huge amounts, but there is potential for some.
Okay, just lastly, Madam Chair, so and I appreciate the answer, because as I'm thinking about what's before us today, and certainly not, and the elements that are going to come out of, board member comments and so forth, but recognizing some of the one-time monies that may come categorically, and having some understanding about how that might, parse itself out to transportation, particularly in road restoration, is important, because again, we're going to have this shot at it. We're going to be back here in September. We're going to know more. But, there's an opportunity this season and obviously this fiscal year to do a whole lot. And we got, some of that's on the table today. I'm just trying to calculate in my own mind as to what that may mean for, other budget elements and certainly how it impacts. But, okay, that helps. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thanks. And I just want to echo Supervisor Natoli's thoughts about, certainly increasing this amount, and I know we'll have a discussion about it. And is there any concern about that supplantation issue we discussed this morning? So in other words, if we make a decision about this, and then we decide on those ARP funds and realize, well, the county already took efforts to backfill for this lost revenue, we'd lose an opportunity. Is that something we should be concerned about?
So there is a concern about supplantation. We've been talking to our consultants about that, and it's not entirely clear in every case. The rules might be different for example, the revenue backfill loss versus some of the other categorical funding streams that would be used. For example, was mentioned with regard to the alternative to
law enforcement,
police response. So that's always a risk. And so, I think the way to look at it is the least, right now, given what we know, we know the least risky thing to do is to, if you're really concerned about wanting to substitute as opposed to augment in the future. If you want to augment, you can always augment. But if you want to substitute, the least risky thing to do is to not put it in the budget now, put the money in reserve or whatever in case you don't do that, and wait. And then there's going to be varying levels of risk, and we don't know what those are yet. But so I think that's the sort of calculation you sort of need to enter into. On the other hand, if what you're thinking about is sort of augmenting what we're doing, like you're putting the $20 million in now, but if you get more money, you want to put $10 million in later, then there's no supplantation issue there. So that's the sort of thing you're going to want to think about.
How does that analysis change at all, Britt, in terms of, because this is a loan we're contemplating?
Yes.
This would be a loan.
It's a loan.
Does that change the dynamic or the analysis with respect to that?
I don't know. We'd have to look at that. But what we're proposing is a loan, so that is a little different. But I think we were working on the assumption right now that given that it was a high priority, that you wanted to get something going, as Mr. Vicari said, and as Supervisor Cerner indicated earlier, there's like a construction season, that you wanted to get this stuff going, that we were under the assumption that you would want to do this, the loan, and then if later, we find a way to get more money, to use this to offset revenue loss as opposed to other things and put that into additional investment in roads, that would supplement, as sort of you're talking about, Supervisor Natoli, rather than supplant. So, yeah.
That helps.
Okay, thank you.
Can we forgive it later if we have a windfall of transportation dollars?
So,
you're saying it's a loan.
So yes, so you would always have the ability to forgive a loan. Yes, that would always be something.
Quite the optimist.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we're never going to get. We're never going to have enough transportation dollars. So to give a loan to transportation, it's like we never can get enough. So.
And the problem is, of course, that we don't have enough transportation dollars. We don't have enough dollars in the general fund for the programs that are primarily the responsibility of the general fund. And so it was that balance that we were trying to achieve. Yeah. So, it would be painful to forgive the loan from my standpoint, but you do have always the ability to forgive the loan. Yes.
I just thought I'd ask.
Well, it's painful. We took a ride on those roads for very long, too. Your back got hurt.
No questions, no more questions at this time, Ron. Thank you.
Thanks, Ron.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay. The next item is new property tax system with Ben Lamera. Good afternoon, Ben.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Ben Lamera, Director of Finance. I also have Rami Zachariah, Chief Information Officer for the county. And if there are questions later on, I also have our Senior Accounting Manager over the Tax Accounting Bureau, Jeff Emsley, that can help assist with some of the questions. So today we're discussing the growth request and the need for the replacement of a property tax system. As you're aware, property taxes, they're an important part or important source of revenue for the county, school districts, cities, and special districts. Sorry, let's move this on. As shown in the table, we're generating over 500,000 property tax bills and collecting and distributing over $2.5 billion in property taxes annually. Collections and distributions for fiscal 2021, they include $900 million for school districts, $310 million for special districts, $300 million for the county general fund, $200 million for incorporated cities, and $125 million for former redevelopment agencies. And that's the 1% ad valorem property tax. We also include in our property tax bills special assessment districts, and that equals $300 million, and general obligation bond debt service of $275 million. What's not included in the side is approximately $200 million in property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, and that is collected by the state and then remitted to the county. This slide gives you an idea. It's just a picture of the 1% allocations, and as you see, schools and ERAF, they make up about 50% of the 1% allocation. County general is about 16.5%, and then the cities are just under 11%. For the special districts, we have fire that receives 10%, community services district 2.5%, and then recreation park districts 1.7%. Other special districts included in the $310 million are cemetery, library, mosquito vector, districts. So some of the functions of our property tax system, I mean, they're really driven and made up by several mainframe systems and programs, Access databases, Excel spreadsheets, and eProp tax web portal that are operationally managed by tax accounting, tax collector, and supportive DTEC staff. In addition, the assessor's office has an assessment system that interfaces with the mainframe property tax system. Other interfaces we have are with special districts for the special assessments, the state for the state assessed utilities, and then for collections, we have what we call a Cortac interface, and that is related to the mortgage payments, and we receive those in bulk. And we also have an interface related to the cashiering system. We generate secured and unsecured tax bills, supplemental bills, redemption bills, and we receive and process all the collections and apply those to the bills. We calculate delinquency fees, charges through the system. In addition, we calculate refunds, maintain redemption records, and tax sale information. We also have payment plans for those that are in property taxes that are, or properties that are in default. And we provide online access to payment and billing history through eProp tax, and we provide data for reporting for the calculation of apportionments. So that's a high level of the functionality that we have within the property tax system. And I'm going to turn it over to Rami, and he's going to talk a little bit more about the system itself.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Rami Zachariah, Chief Information Officer. We wanted to give you a little bit of a history on the property tax system. It was developed starting in the 1980, and it went live in 1985. That's the secured portion of it. The redemption was around the same time, and the major modification was made in 1990 for the teeter purposes. In early 2000, recognizing there is no other solutions out there, we duplicated the secured to manage the unsecured property taxes. The current system is on the mainframe, which is aging and increasingly difficult to support. And as Ben mentioned, we have numerous systems that reside outside the mainframe, so it's not really one holistic system that manages the process. I wanted to share with you some of the screens that we have in the system. The system is text-based, so there are no graphics, there are no interfaces. And the computers in 1980, when we developed this system, looked a lot like this. It was before any personal computers were used, or cell phones, or anything else. So it's truly, truly dated. Also, one of the real facts about the system, it's exceedingly big and exceedingly complicated. It's made out of about 9,800 COBOL and natural programs. And maintaining those is just, it's really difficult. Now, about the county mainframe, the mainframes in the 80s and the 90s in Sacramento County was really the dominant platform for computing. There were no servers out there. There was very few, if any systems that were outside the mainframe. So we had the human resources and financial systems on the mainframes. Those were replaced in 1998 and 99 with the new SAP Compass system. The county email system was once on the mainframe, and you could imagine what your email would look like if it was text-based, like the one I just showed you. An earlier iteration of the budget system was on the mainframe. The consolidated utility billing, human assistance case welfare management system was on the mainframe and migrated in 2004. The county clerk recorder cashiering system, and many, many more. Today, as we stand, we have the remaining parts of the criminal justice information systems on the mainframe. The district attorney, probation, and public defender have already migrated to newer systems that meet their business requirement. Municipal court citation system has moved. The California law enforcement telecommunications system has moved as well. What's remained today from the criminal justice information system are the jail inmate management system, and the court's adult criminal processing system. And both of those systems are in the process of migrating off the mainframe. In the next couple of years, there is a very real possibility that the property tax system will be the only system that is left on the mainframe. Some of the challenges that we are dealing with, as I mentioned, the mainframe or the property tax system is written using COBOL and Natural. They're over 60 years old as development tools. When we put requisitions out there to hire staff, we're lucky if we get 1 out of 100 that have used those programming languages. Also, these programming languages are so dated and old that people are not really interested in learning those. The skills that you develop using these tools are not transferable to other systems.
They're vintage. They're vintage.
Yes. Again, staffing limitation is significant there. The integration and interfaces are just exceedingly difficult. The mainframe was built as a closed platform. So anytime we want to do integration, we download data or we have to implement new tools to do that. Limited validation rules. So I showed you the screens. In newer systems, you're able to implement validation rules on field levels. With the mainframe, that's just not there. Legislation or required changes are very difficult. The challenges that we had with Y2K are still the same challenges that we have today with the property tax system. It's just really dated. So what we're hoping for in a new system, we would have one integrated system that will do secured, unsecured, and redemption, that apportionment will be calculated through the system, that it would meet today ever-changing security standards, that we would have a lot of improvement on billing. We would hope that our portal today would be improved, would allow people to sign up for receiving their electronic bills online. And most of all, we want a system that's on supported technology. With the changes in today technology, with cybersecurity constraint and so on, it's essential that we get there. In conclusion, the property tax system is truly the only method for us to produce and manage the property tax bill. The mainframe system is vulnerable due to limited support, particularly on the operating system side. The project to replace this system will be a multi-year project. Experience in other counties shows that it's a minimum 2 to 3 year project. We're encouraged right now that there are successful implementation in California, so we feel like that there are viable vendors out there that we could use for this project. And again, as Ben mentioned, the system is really big and it's depended on by many, many entities out there. The budget that we propose for this system, or that we estimate for this system, is $30 million over 3 years. We expect the annual support on the system to be about $2 million. We are respectfully requesting $15 million for the first 2 fiscal years, starting next fiscal year, and then an additional $15 million in 2023-24. That concludes my presentation, and Ben and I are happy to answer any questions that you guys may have.
Thank you. I see Supervisor Natoli.
Yep. Well, clearly there's a need, and this is not a new item. I know that obviously the flag's been raised on this one for several years, and I certainly appreciate the work that Rami and Ben and respective staff have put into keeping the system operating and functioning. I wanted to ask though about, I don't think there's any question about obviously what the cost is. I'm surprised it's remained constant over this $30 million figure has been put out there for several years. I assume you continue to update that and you can bring it in for that amount. I know conversions at times come in at one number, the state's pretty good at this, and then it ends up exceeds it by multiples in some cases. But the question I have, and maybe this is not so much for you, Rami, is there the ability to finance this over time? We're doing this over 3 years, but for example, and I don't know if our fixed asset financing program would allow us to do it over a 5-year period. There are some carrying costs, I get it, but it's going to take a while to put this in place. Certainly not to hold this up, but again, in light of what we heard elsewhere today and in the budget presentations and just what's being recommended here, Was that considered, and if so, why that was ruled out? Obviously, this is a priority, so I'm not discounting that. So I don't know if you want to field out, Rami or Britt or Ann or Ben, what other options were looked at. This is what's being recommended, but it takes capacity out of the general fund flexibility that we may want to consider for other things. And so I want to know, if we supported this but wanted to extend it another year or two or finance it in a different method, but certainly make sure the money was there to do the work.
So I will say that our preliminary analysis is that that would be a difficult thing to do. We could continue to look at that, but we believe that that the sort of thing we're talking about here is basically a software system, not a capital item, and it might be possible to do it over time. It would be a relatively short time if it was. And maybe not save all that much, and then you'd have to pay interest on that, of course, so you'd be paying more than we're proposing here to pay to do it this way. So we think this is the better way to do. We could look at that. We have looked at it somewhat and don't think it's the best approach to take, but if the board wanted us to go back and look at it more, we could.
Well, and the reason I asked that is that we want a $50 million general fund down payment, the first half of what's estimated here this year, this budget. So that's capacity that, as we get into discussions, and again, I'm prepared to support going forward with replacing the system. It's been on the, priority list for any number of years. But, looking at it, it goes to your point about, you made earlier, Britt, that, we're going to pay off our internal loan next year. So there would be some capacity. Again, things fluctuate, and who can predict what's going to happen in 23-24, but I guess I'm just asking that because, again, as we're looking at trying to play some catch-up, the last item we heard about, other items we heard about, and we'll talk about in the hours to come, to me, I'm curious to know, and maybe that's for tomorrow, again, what those relative costs look like. Again, I'm not putting a red flag that says don't do this, at least in my view. I think we need to do it, but I'd like to have a little more capacity as we're talking about particularly one-time costs, as this would be. It has ongoing costs of $2 million. And maybe, I guess, the road fund will be repaying the $2 million so you can cover the costs in NIT over the ensuing years. But so if you could have that for maybe tomorrow.
We'll provide a little more information on that. But again, it is, it's a one-time cost. It's a 3-year one-time cost, basically. And so it made sense to use when we have a lot of one-time money too, to use it for that rather than for ongoing things. But there were other issues too in terms of the feasibility of financing this over time. But we will provide a report to you tomorrow on this.
Okay. Well, and again, if you do it over 4 years, four-year one-time costs, would mean less this year, but you're still going to pay it back over this year and the next 3 years. So again, I'd just like to know that as we talk. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I understand correctly what the recommended budget is from for this. Is this a multi-year recommended budget in our single annual budget? Is that what this is?
What we're hoping to get is $15 million allocation for next fiscal year. We would use whatever we use out of it, and then we would work with the CEO's office to roll the remaining fund to the following fiscal year. But we expect that there would be a bigger payment in 2023-24 to hopefully finish the project and put it into use.
So I'm hearing yes, it is, and I'm seeing others saying no, it isn't. So I'm a little confused. It sounds like the total cost is $30 million, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're the way you're presenting it to the board, the way I hear you saying it, is that it would be $15 million this year for 21-22, correct?
For next fiscal year, right?
When you say yes, for 21-22.
Yes.
With the assumption that it's going to be the same in 22-23? Another 15 in 22-23?
So maybe I could help because I understand the confusion. So we think the cost is about $30 million over 3 years. We don't know exactly how much we're going to spend or need to spend in each of those years. So what we proposed was $15 million in this year's budget, with the understanding that If we spend all 15 million, then, and do it, maybe we do it in 2 years rather than 3, then it's 15 million next year and we get the project done. If, on the other hand, we turn out, say we only spend $8 million this year, we carry over the remaining amount as an encumbrance carryover. We augment that, so next year we bring it up to whatever that, maybe another 15 million, and then whatever remaining amount we do in the following year. So,
okay. So it is a budget request based on assumption of multi-year funding. Is what it is.
Over the 3 years, we think we're going to need, over the 2 to 3 years, we think we're going to need $30 million. We don't know, it could be $15 million this year. We just don't know exactly.
Yeah.
So we wanted to have the flexibility to get it going, spend what we need to spend, carry over what we don't, and then augment it so that we get it done in a timely way.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
But you could just as well have done 10, 10, and 10 in your calculation.
We could have put 10, 10, and 10, but it would be possible then that we, it could end up delaying things in a way that we don't need to if we have the money to do the rest of it.
But internally, there are ways of dealing with that too. You can come back again. $10 million is a pretty good shot in the arm. Just right out of the gate. So.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I do not see anyone else in the queue to have questions, so thank you both very much. I'm excited that we're going to update, hopefully approve the update of our tax collection system. So thank you for bringing it, for all your work.
Thank you.
And at this time, we do have some answers from some of the questions this morning, and I see Liz Bellis, our Director of Sacramento County Park System, and so I'll invite Liz down to the podium, and then after that, we're going to go to public comment. I want to thank everyone for your patience all day, and then we are anticipating that we will continue deliberations in the morning after public comment. And we have about 13 people on the line, and I believe around 5 or so people in chambers or in the lobby, just to give everyone the landscape. Hi, Liz.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Liz Bellis, Director of Regional Parks. I understand you had a few questions for me today. I'll just start from the one you had asked about our storage facilities for encampments, and we have a CubeSmart. We have a contract with CubeSmart, and that's where we store materials. That is off of North 16th Street. And then I believe your other questions were related to what projects I had in mind if the capital monies were approved. And so what I did is I looked at our $75 million unfunded capital improvement list, and I looked at the facility assessment reports that were done in 2016 and then updated again in 2019, as well as the ADA reports. And I put together a kind of a wish list of what I would recommend. Most of these are restroom projects within our park system. So we have 6 restrooms at Discovery Park, 1 at William B. Pond, Watt Avenue has a couple, Sacramento Bar, Elkhorn boat launch would be the restroom and the dock. Sherman Island would have a boat dock repair as well as restroom repair. There's 3 restrooms at Sherman Island. Dry Creek Ranch House restroom, and then also Gene Harvey Community Center. That would be for the first $2.4 million. And then for the remainder, if that were to happen in September, I'd be looking at restroom repairs at Sailor Bar, Ansel Hoffman, Cherry Island Soccer Complex, Gibson Ranch, and then also some monies perhaps for some of our smaller parks in the county service areas. And again, that will be kind of subject to change based on what our current costs will be for all of our projects. As you are aware, costs are increasing, with materials being the main driver of those costs. I believe you also had a question, Supervisor Cerna, on the Discovery Park picnic shelters. Those are in our CIP. We do have some grant funding. We had identified $1.3 million as the cost for 3 picnic shelters, and we recently found out that the total cost for that would be closer to $1.9 million. So we are faced with the idea of either only completing 2 or looking at other funding options for the third.
When you say you're looking at grant funding, obviously I and my constituents have been waiting for this particular improvement now for years. I mean, we've gone through several budget cycles where I feel like it's been explained to death why the project hasn't been started and finished. So I'm tired of waiting. I know my constituents are tired of waiting. When I hear you say grant funding, that kind of leads me to believe that we're waiting on chance. And if we have kind of exhausted the prospect of using grant funding to complete this important project, now is the time that I think it needs to be fully funded, the project needs to be started, and we need to use whatever funding we currently have under our control, whether it's in the CIP or general fund, wherever it is. This is a project that has waited way too long. So
if I may clarify, we have grant funding approved, authorized, and that project is funded. It's just that the grant monies that we had identified was 1.3 million.
I understand.
Yeah.
You got a delta of $600,000. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm not interested in waiting another 3-4 years for a $600,000 grant. I'm interested in let's find the funding this budget cycle for that balance, because quite frankly, we've waited so long now. We are encountering the elevated labor and material costs that are affecting all capital projects in the region. So I'm interested, again, kind of regardless where that cost has gone. Unfortunately, it's gone the wrong direction, but let's get it started.
Absolutely, and we are working on at least 2 of them right now. We have CMID staff working on that project for us, and so we're hopeful to get those done by August.
Okay. And then I had, Madam Chair, I had another, I know Supervisor Tully's in the queue as well, but I had another question for Liz. I caught you before or right at lunch, and I asked you to give me a ballpark on what the FTE unit cost is for a park ranger.
Correct.
And what is that?
For the position itself, it's roughly $128,000. If you're looking at adding a position, there are other ancillary costs that would be required, such as equipment and vehicle. You had mentioned 4 total. So if you were to do 4 positions and 2 vehicles, it is $699,000 roughly.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be just give everyone a preview of coming attractions here. Our parkway continues to burn to the ground every single summer. And that's about 4,500 acres. The 23 miles of the parkway is about 4,500 acres in a portfolio of parkland assets, which I think is in the neighborhood of 15,000 acres.
Correct.
So think about that for a sec. We've got 33?
35 total rangers. That includes a chief and a commander, so 33 staff on the ground.
So we've got 33 rangers. Now, that reflects almost a 3-fold increase of the number of ranger personnel since I came on the board right after or right at the tail end of the Great Recession in 2010, when we had 12 rangers. That was the full ranger staff for the county of Sacramento for 15,000 acres. Now we're up to a whopping 33. That's woefully inadequate given what we ask of them. It's woefully inadequate in terms of the acreage, the fact that they have these very unique dual responsibilities of being sworn personnel, but also, and equally important, being kind of the stewards of the ecosystem of the parkway to make sure that not only human beings can enjoy and recreate on this incredible asset that not many communities have in their region, but the animals and the flora and the fauna can have a chance to thrive. But I get very frustrated, as I know other members of the board do, every Friday or Saturday or Sunday in consecutive order, we see massive plumes of smoke in the air, and we know right away what it is. Parkway's on fire again. That's what we encountered this past weekend. So I'm going to be making an ask of my colleagues to look at the prospect of hiring at least 4 additional park rangers with the equipment that's necessary to come with those rangers to do their jobs in this budget, because I think now's the time definitely not let up off the throttle of giving our Parks Department the resources, especially our Ranger Force, the resources they need to protect the parkway. It's not about more sweeps. It's not about trying to get the homeless out. It's about making sure that we have adequate personnel to do the job we ask of them for a massive asset that we claim to respect and protect and be good stewards of. Thank you.
Well stated. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, a couple of items. One relates to the picnic shelters and the replacement, and one of those was damaged, the large one, if I'm not mistaken, if not all of them, but in the 2017 floods. Is that right?
They had been aged, and so we did need to tear them down because they were a danger.
But the 2017...
That definitely contributed quite a bit to that, yes.
And the point, I think I even made it in previous budget discussions or when we talked about that, is we self-insure ourselves for $2 million. And so if that was a building and it had burned down or had gotten to a point of falling down, likely, again, if it had utility, we'd replace it. But we don't carry insurance policy, we self-insure. And so we get something that, one, through maybe some deferred maintenance, but certainly because of, I think in large part, again, I just want to be accurate about that. If I'm not, that it was in 2017 when we sustained the heaviest damage. It may have been over time because it gets inundated down there. So, but we self-insure, but we don't replace. We make a conscious or not even a conscious decision that, it's too costly. It's now a general fund cost and so forth. And I think that presents a particular issue for the county when it comes to park elements that, particularly those that are subject to flooding, which this is, seasonal and can be standing underwater. And at the time, I felt that, we should have, and I think we did try to FEMA claim it. I don't know whether that ever paid any dividends, but it kind of goes to the point, well, what's good in insurance, self-insuring, if we don't replace structures that have utility and certainly usefulness and are a part of the complement. And I know some of their bathrooms are built so they can sustain flooding as well, and maybe they don't get the same type of damage that you dry them out, clean them up, and they're ready to go. But that's been a sticking point with me, that, particularly when it relates to the shelters down in Discovery, that somehow then we had to go out and get grant money from the American River Conservancy, Wildlife Conservation Board, and then we lose to inflation and to the frustration that, Supervisor Stearns expressed. If it had been some other building or some other facility, in all likelihood, we would have, either, got the insurance to pay for it or covered the premium and done it. Well, we didn't. Now we're 4 years going into a fifth year before they'll be actually reconstructed. And so, I'm certainly supportive of trying to find the wherewithal to actually rebuild what was lost, at least in part because of some of the flood damage of a few years ago. I also wanted to ask about the list that you've kind of outlined there, and maybe we could have the longer list. If, in addition, we wanted to either supplement, put the $4 million up front, or if there was some other considerations. Supervisor Stearns talked about staffing as well. And so, again, Liz, if that's something, again, you've kind of toyed with, if you could kind of give us the general idea, you've put it out on the record, but maybe for our consideration tomorrow. And I also wanted to ask, because it's embedded in the budget, and I think it's a positive that it's being recommended that we actually have $200,000 annually allocated for grazing leases, not just for the Parkway, but I assume for Mather, maybe, I don't know if they do it at Deer Creek Hills or whatever else you use them out in the Dry Creek Parkway. But if that would help us, in addition to obviously the presence of rangers and some of the other things we've talked about today that hopefully would find suitable locations for folks to relocate to, as relates to sanctioned encampments or additional housing opportunities. But it seems to me that one of the fires over the weekend, when it's in that Bushy Lake area, and I don't know if that's appropriate to graze that area or not, but we have a wildlife restoration area there with the folks that are working with the turtles and so forth.
Sac State.
Yeah, Sac State, and that part of that got burned out.
Correct.
Now, and I guess my question to you is, if we'd have had additional funding, were there opportunities to actually have that area grazed, or is it not an area where you would graze normally anyway?
We would be grazing in that area, yes.
And again, there are unlimited folks that provide grazing opportunity. But it seems to me that needs to be, and so I don't know if you had doubled that budget, if you had $400,000 a year, if you could actually find contractors that could bring in the, whether they used, sheep or goats or, or other livestock. But it seemed to me that would help us if we got an earlier start out when the vegetation is green and you could spread it out to the parkway. It would be complementary. And again, I know it was 2 years ago, I think you came, or maybe 3 years ago, that we, $100,000 expenditure that summer, and we try, set some additional grazing contracts in place. But in my view, it's a very environmentally friendly way, but it also, I think, would help cut down at least the severity. I mean, you can still set things on fire, but you're not going to have the undergrowth. And a lot of livestock, if it's not sensitive areas, can graze in areas where you've got the tree cover that then, once that gets ignited, you've got all kinds of problems down there. And so I would be interested as a part of the conversation about the parkway, trusting this might be tomorrow, but talking about what you might be able to do from a grazing standpoint. Now, maybe $200,000 is all you can graze in a year, Liz, I don't know. But if you had additional funding, would it help us get to areas like Bushy Lake and other areas along the parkway quicker so that we could maybe forestall some of the, at least the severity of the fires that are occurring down there?
I would definitely discuss that with my staff. We prioritize the areas that we feel are the most in need of grazing, and also the areas that are difficult to get to with hand crews. So some of those areas that are more steep with cliffs. Yeah. That's what we use the grazing for. So I would consult with staff on additional areas that could be grazed.
So let me just finish with this. So the area at Bushy Lake, would that have been an area that would have been grazed? I mean, when it gets too dry, a lot of times that vegetation is not great for forage. But
so we would be grazing that area. Of course, we're going to have to relook at that because some of it is no longer available for grazing, and we bring in goats in those areas, and then also we try to do sheep in some of the lower areas because of elderberry. Right. So it's a mix of the two.
But again, so if we need to, if they're at a premium because everybody wants them for levee maintenance and so forth, maybe we need to be more competitive in the marketplace. But I would be very interested, as I just said a moment ago, to see if we could amp up our grazing regime as well. Thanks.
We'll work on that information for you.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Liz. I think this really just illustrates the need for a bigger investment and more attention to all of our parks, but certainly the American River Parkway, which is such a gem in Sacramento County, and too often I think it's an afterthought in terms of the planning and investment that we don't make in the parkway. And just seeing these fires, and here we are in the beginning of June. I mean, that is extremely alarming to me, and I just want to I applaud Supervisor Cerna for his passion about the rangers, and I absolutely agree with him that we need more of them to protect this valuable resource and protect those who are camping there and those who are using it as a recreational asset. So just wanted to express that to Supervisor Cerna, and thank you, and I'll be looking forward to the conversation about this more tomorrow.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Liz, I wanted to ask you, I know you're helping the community of Rancho Murrieta with their fire prevention and evacuation plan, but aren't you doing a comprehensive plan for the county? Isn't there an ongoing effort, and are the parks included in that?
I am not working on a comprehensive fire plan, no. The comprehensive plan that I'm working on is a natural resources management plan for the American River Parkway.
Okay, so that doesn't impact helping with the situation with the fires? Okay,
it does not.
Fire management. We've always done fire management, like go in, and you're still doing that though.
Annually, we do fire fuel reduction work along all of our parkways, yes, with a mixture of grazing, mowing, disking, herbicide use, hand crews as needed.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming down to answer our questions, and I just want to go on record to say that I think you do a great job with parks and really appreciate your work. And I think when you have what we have described as a gem, I I can completely understand where Supervisor Cerna is coming from. If people aren't comfortable to, if you have a parkway that people can't always be comfortable to be there, then what good is it? So we need to make sure that we have the resources to not only prevent fires, but to keep it safe for people. So thanks for being here. I know we're going to continue these conversations over the next day. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thanks, Liz.
You're welcome. Okay, at this time, I want to move forward with it, unless the board has any comments. I think we're going to move forward with public comment, and then we'll deliberate. We'll come back tomorrow for continued board deliberations. I want to thank those who've been here for a long time for your patience. And so I'm going to call 3 at a time. I don't think everyone's still here, but if you are here, you can come forward, and I'll come forward 3 at a time and just kind of wait so that we can kind of expedite the public comments, and then we'll move to the phones. You'll have 2 minutes, and I'll give you a reminder at 15 seconds. And so I'm going to start with Liz Blum, Paul Andrews, and Courtney Hansen.
Hi.
Hi, Liz.
It's so surreal to be back here with you all. I'm just so grateful. Thank you. So good afternoon, or almost evening now. My name's Liz Blum. I'm with Decarcerate Sacramento. Again, so grateful to be in chambers with you all again. A few weeks ago, when you all were creating your new youth board, I heard you all say how important it was for you to have individuals who are most impacted at the center of decision making. And today, I unfortunately don't see that value reflected in the proposal to create a new public safety and justice agency in the CEO's office. I can't tell you how excited I am to see this commitment being made in writing after your board courageously listened to community and stopped the plan to build a new main jail annex in March. Thank you. It's really refreshing to see county staff reports finally acknowledge that a more aggressive, systemic, and strategic approach is needed to substantially reduce the jail population. So while the intentions behind this proposal are really good, the blind spot that the county appears to be failing to see here is that the new agency, as it's proposed now, would be reinforcing strategies that have not proven successful in the past and that don't really align with the board's own stated direction. The new agency would be coordinating the same criminal justice partners that have been failing to decrease the jail population sustainably. Thinking thinking that the probation's pretrial program should continue, I also see as a huge problem. We really need to be thinking of how we measure success of our programs. And when we asked probation, we were told that they measure success by simply the number of people in their program. They also told us that no racial data was being collected, even after promising to publish data on race in October of 2019. And the probation department's currently failing to implement AB 1950, which reduces probation terms statewide. So meanwhile, the public defender's pretrial support program has a stated goal to eliminate structural, institutional, and systemic racial inequality, which is, of course, a direct response to your declaration of racism as a public health crisis. So in summary, all evidence-based practices need to include racial and health equity. Again,
you have 10 seconds.
Thank you. Again, how we're defining success of our work needs to involve those most impacted. So today we're just asking you to please not pass this agency today and really slow down and work with us. And we really look forward to working with you all on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Before we get to the patient members of the public that are on the phone, I'm going to have something to say about some of the folks that I know have been waiting patiently in terms of their interest in presenting to the board. So
Not a problem.
Okay, great.
Not
thank
a problem. I'll just, after the in-person,
Yeah.
I'll pause.
Perfect, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Paul Andrews.
Hi, Paul, he, him, District 1.
I would ask that you revise the budget in the following ways. Restore the human assistant aid payments to the tune of $34 million you're proposing be removed. Decrease the sheriff's budget by a minimum of the increase being requested, $16.2 million. I understand you said that the $34 million was CRF money, but the reality is people are going to be evicted no matter what. People are still suffering. Now is not the time to remove the money that will be needed. The sheriff budget needs to have a planned reduction as alternatives to 911 ramps up. It makes no sense to take tasks that are responsible from them and then not reduce their budget by a commensurate amount. If I have a gardener who takes care of my front lawn and my back lawn and my hedges, and I pay them $50 a week, and then I replace the backyard with a pool, I do not increase the amount that I am paying him to $60. That's irrational. I would reduce it by a commensurate amount because now I have to pay for a pool guy. If I give the pool guy too little, my pool ends up green. If I pay the lawn guy too much, he's not doing anything more for the additional money. Alternatives to 911 is the pool. We need it tended to. I need you to understand this because it's basic math and it seems to be skipping right past lots of people's heads. I would also ask that you fund the Public Defender's Pretrial Support Project, which supports the county's goals of reducing the jail population, promoting public safety, and addressing racial inequity within the criminal justice system. People of color are disproportionately incarcerated in the county jail. 38% black and 70% are minorities. I'm sure I don't have to tell you that that is not the representation in the county. And I also shouldn't have to tell you that people of color and black folks are not predisposed to being criminals. It's not genetic, as some may think. Probation's pretrial services cost $1 for every 6 cents for the Public Defender's Pretrial Support Program. We need this investment to save money. As far as the new department centered on decreasing the jail population, it needs an equity lens, not just compliance with Mays. We need more funding for the public defender to ensure this is a consistent and continuous trend. We need public involvement and community input.
15 seconds.
We need public involvement and community input to ensure that if those affected by Mays violations are in the room to help shape the future of incarceration. Sorry. And lastly, I would like to ask that you set aside $12 million for alternative emergency responses, alternatives to 911. That is the amount we need for a program which will meet the needs that have been estimated to be there 24/7, 365. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackenzie Wilson, Raquel Sealer, and Angela Sordo.
You're welcome. Hey, y'all. It's been a while.
Mackenzie's back.
Yeah. Just a couple of points today. The Public Safety and Justice Agency does not include community input or a health or racial equity lens. The work Decarcerate does is to work with y'all on sustainable solutions and the proposal to create a decision-making body with a balanced representation of county employees and community members to decarcerate Sacramento and improve jail conditions is something we want to do. So do not, the current budget does not reflect the goals. Oh, I just saw that my time was, okay, cool, that's okay. So the work does, that it does. So I'm hoping that today we can stop with this agency again, slow down, take some time to really understand that we can put marginalized and impacted folks first in an effort to really craft something that makes the differences and the changes that we want. Moving on, the current budget does not reflect the goals of exactly what I think what we're trying to do today, of decarcerating our population and investing in real safe communities. I want to redefine safety and safe. Safety is secure housing, access to food, education, parks and libraries. The current budget does not reflect those values and continuing to keep our folks and does not currently keep our folks off the streets and in jail cells. Sheriff and probation in the DA's office, they got $17 million, but the public defender's office asked for 1.6 and we're told no. To me, this screams at me, prosecute, arrest, jail me even in my home, not safety or community well-being. Give the public defender's office their $1.6 million and invest $33 million into community-based services. COVID's not over and it's going to get bad soon. We're talking about probation. It is not a solution to pretrial services. We have emails dating back to pre-COVID asking for data that we still have never gotten. I heard 2 people a day for a year. I don't need to be reminded about my 15 seconds. Benefited from this program, but what I remember from some digging, people were given conditions of formal probation at rates higher than that of just a phone call. That is what they were doing. 2 people a day were getting out. That doesn't make sense. So when CO told it that they would get phone calls, we still don't have any data, so I do want to know where it is. Reject this funding and use it to build community programs. Decarcerate Sacramento can connect you with some of the folks in cities like SF who are doing it. Last final thing, the 998 crisis. I read that slide about law enforcement partners. No, thank you. Just take that funding and give it to the local orgs like MH First, because PS, that presentation kind of looks like a rip-off of the MH First model. It was good to see y'all, and I can't wait to keep coming in and doing this with you more. Have a good one.
Thank you. Okay, that's our last public comment in board chambers, and so Supervisor Cerna, I know you had some comments.
Thank you, Chair. I think as this board knows, we've had the benefit over the last several months, actually I think since the end of last year, of hearing from the people's representatives from the people's budget with some frequency in terms of what they see as important priorities that need to be reflected in Sacramento County's budget, and they've, I think, been very flexible and willing to present to this board in a fairly deliberate way that makes a lot of sense. I know that there are some members of the people's budget that are on the phone, and I know that they've asked the chair's office whether they could present, and I know that is typically reserved for the chair to make that call, but I also know too that on this board we do have a history of showing some courtesy to the balance of the board should other members want to hear something more than 2 minutes from a particular organization. So I would respectfully ask, Madam Chair, that we do give representatives from the people's budget that have been waiting patiently 15 minutes to present their slide deck, and let them share with us what they will.
Okay, and I just want to clarify that the reason that I did not accommodate people's budget was because I had more than one request, and I wasn't sure how I could make that fair for everyone, and I wasn't sure.
You can blame me.
What the timing was, but I'm happy to make that accommodation if it's okay with the rest of the board. The board seems to be shaking their heads.
Oh, okay.
So,
thank you for that.
Are you asking to do this tomorrow morning or right now?
No, I think I believe they've been waiting. That's my understanding.
Are they on the phone?
I believe they are.
Okay.
I'm not sure if our clerk has the ability to hand pick who's on the phone.
I don't have the ability to hand pick who's on the phone, but maybe.
I think it's Ms. Koenig that was going to at least start the presentation.
Yeah. So can you give me a minute? Let me see if I can email her.
Either that, or we just go through the queue, and when we get to that person, they can kick it off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I'm finding the slide deck now because it got bundled in with all the public comments. So let me get that queued up and get ready so that we can just.
Or if you want, you could have one of your assistants.
I'm going to have them pull it up on Metro.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, do you want to just go ahead and start making your way through public comment, and then when they come?
Absolutely. Can you please transfer the first caller? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Oh.
Can you mute the meeting in the background, please, and then start with your comments? You have 2 minutes.
Sure. Well, that actually worked out perfectly. My name is Kula Koenig, and I've been on hold for 7 hours, 19 minutes, and 55 seconds. So I'm ready to share the people's budget, our priorities. If that's
Kula,
okay.
can you give me a second, dear? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Can you give me a second? I just shot that over to Metro Cable, so I want to make sure they have it, and they need a second to pull it up.
Sure, no problem. I appreciate the accommodation.
and then let me know when you want me to move the slides over. I'll move those, just say next slide, and just know it's in real time, so you don't have to worry, just keep talking. I'll move the slides
Are
over.
they in the same place? Are they all going to then, are they all together, Phil?
I think Kula's just going to give the presentation.
Oh, okay, okay. Got
Supervisor
it.
Frost, it's me and Magali Kincaid, and so we're both on a conference line, so we're
Okay,
ready to rock
good.
and roll.
Okay, I'm gonna queue you up for 15 minutes so that we at least have an idea of where we're at. And thank you for your patience in waiting all day. That's a hard one.
Okay,
worth
Kula, the presentation is up and you can start.
Great. All right. Well, good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kula Koenig, and I am a member of the People's Budget Sacramento. Here with me is also my colleague, Magali Kincaid, who's also representing the People's Budget Sacramento. Today, we're going to be sharing with you our feedback on the current county budget propositions, including the Community Engagement Plan by Account Executive Edwards. Next slide, please. I'm watching the TV so I can know when to go. There we go.
Oh, you know what, Kula, just keep going. Can we stop the clock?
The slides are moving with you.
Yeah, they're moving in real time. They're moving in real time, dear. So why don't you just flip your own slides and just keep talking, and I'm with you, even though there's a little delay. Just trust me, I'm moving them with you. Okay, all right.
All right, no problem. And so the main points that we want to talk about today, the ARPA funding, I know that that's not going to be discussed until later in September, but we still wanted to at least get ahead of that. Also talk about participatory budgeting and then the actual county budget. And on your right, you'll see some of the logos from some of the organizations that are comprised of the People's Budget Sacramento. Next slide. And Magali, would you like to take it from here?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So my name is Magali Kincaid, and I'm a constituent of Rich Desmond, but I also am here representing the People's Budget. If you could go to the next slide.
Oh, wait, I want to make sure. Sorry, we're getting our wires crossed. The slide that you have before you is the slide beforehand was just a representation of the people's budget in terms of sorry, if you can go back. And Magali, I apologize. I think Magali and I got our wires crossed. So I'll if you can go back one more. Sorry to the charts, sir. Thank you. The People's Budget survey results versus the county budget. So we've had about 5,000 people take the People's Budget, and what they're looking for are investment in human needs and a reimagined community safety, and not as much in law enforcement and the carceral system. And as we can see, the way that the county budget is really reflected now is that we do see a huge investment in law enforcement and the carceral system, and not as much in human needs. And to really get at some of the core things that you all have talked about today, including those who are unhoused and those who are experiencing a mental health crisis, it's really important that we invest in these human needs, because when we do so, then we can start to really get at the root causes of some of the things that you all were talking about today. Next slide. And so regarding ARPA funding, and Magali, jump in when you're ready. Regarding ARPA funding, we know that the county is set to receive up to $301 million in 2 payments. And so we want to make sure that, again, the community, the residents are being engaged in how this funding is spent. We know that last year it wasn't a pretty sight. And so we definitely want to make sure that transparency and that the communication with the larger community is also there. And I know that there's going to be certain categories that are eligible. And so we want to make sure that those, in those eligible categories, that we're focusing on the needs of those who are low income, Black, Indigenous, people of color, the working poor, and really trying to look at an equitable distribution of these relief funds from the federal government. Next slide. So, for ARPA funding, again, really need to invest in health infrastructures, not law enforcement. We want help for low-income renters facing eviction, right? The rent is very high here. I actually learned the other day that someone moved to San Francisco because their rent there was cheaper than in Sacramento, and that blew my mind, right? So people in this crisis really need some relief. Hotel rooms for those who need them. Really facilitating the access to resources that are needed, decentralizing mental health, right? So that people have access in various ways that works for them, and alternatives to 911, which you've already started to talk about and invested $12 million in, which I do appreciate that. And again, we need to invest in economic recovery. Again, Supervisor Sue Frost, I think you'll like this part, really investing in small business support, that's really important. Also, labor training and education for those who may need to change jobs because of this pandemic. And an equitable relief to locally owned business. Again, when we say equity, we mean those communities who have been historically underinvested in and who could use this additional support to bring about a more equitable outcome. Of course, our youth services. It's really important. We know that our youth have been, so much affected by this pandemic. So we want to make sure that we're investing in them as well. Participatory budgeting, Magali, take it away.
Thank you, Kula. And if you can skip a slide ahead, at least on my end, it looks like it's still on the ARPA funding. So if you can just skip the slide up, that'd be great. But I'm here, I'll wait because it's not changing, but here to talk about participatory budgeting. And we really think that this falls in line with what the supervisors have been talking about to try and get more engagement, to try and get more community to participate in deciding what the priorities are. And we have one more slide after the business slide. Thank you. So these recommendations that we're making around participatory budgeting, thank you, really prioritize access, education, and open communication, which I think we think the supervisors would all agree with, and the recommendations that we're making are great first steps in opening the dialogue and creating transparency with your constituents and with the community and really trying to get that engagement. So next slide. So we're making 4 recommendations with this, with the participatory budgeting. And we're really asking first that you simplify the process. Although in-person meetings are probably going to be happening sooner rather than later now that COVID and the pandemic is lightening up, not that it's gone, but it's lightening up. We ask that you continue to include virtual meetings as you have been, in addition to in-person meetings to allow for maximum participation. Having meetings virtually has allowed people with mobility issues or other issues to participate in a process that they've been left out of. We also ask that you include in your budgeting information names and contact information for the folks that are making decisions and are also making recommendations, because we in the community want to be able to talk to those folks and be able to understand why some of the decisions are getting made so that we can really craft recommendations, public comments to the board. And we really encourage the use of social media. We have, everyone's carrying a computer pretty much in their pockets most of the time. And we think that we could really, it's really underutilized, and we encourage the more use of social media. And we can also craft messages on social media in different languages so that we're being more inclusive and really trying to engage community. And the plan that was drafted by the staff around community engagement, we definitely see a lack of the use of social media, and so we encourage more of it. Next slide. I thank the staff for creating the community engagement plan, and it did include a website that would have specific information in it, but we would like to ask for more. We want to make sure that that website has special features in it, that it's going to be ADA accessible, that it has search functions to make it easier for community to have access to the information. We also ask that there be like subscriber options to alert the community members when particular topics will be discussed, workshops on those topics, because again, maybe there are folks out there that might not be interested in hearing, I don't know, on a particular topic, whether it's health and human services or housing, but maybe they are interested in the law enforcement. So we want to be able to allow community to pick the topics that they're interested in hearing about and being involved in. And so we would encourage that kind of search function, but also subscriber functions. So next slide. And really, you know, at the People's Budget, we also want to make this fun, right? We want fun and interactive workshops. We want an exchange of ideas, exchange of dialogue. You know, we want those. We want to build relationships with the supervisors and staff who are making a lot of these decisions with the community. So we want to make sure that that you are making yourselves available through workshops, through trainings, both online and in person when it's safe to do so. And when we are doing those fun and engaging workshops, we think about things like, you know, of course, having Q&A, having live polling, having someone that can really interact and be dynamic with the public, as well as sharing and the information that we seek. So trend data, budget equity analyses, and again, having it be accessible in different languages, having the ability to answer live questions. So all of those things make a budget workshop, which could be dry, but more fun and engaging for the community to participate and be able to give you what you would like to see, right? And more feedback, more suggestions, and also provide information to the community. Next slide. We also are encouraging the use of more targeted workshops. So targeted workshops by topic. Again, I mentioned earlier subscriber options with, you know, a particular issue or topic area. Well, we'd like to see targeted workshops around the same issues, topic issues. So maybe there's folks that would attend a workshop around the health and human services or housing or parks and rec or other community resources, law enforcement. So we want to encourage you to, again, this is around accessibility and transparency, but making sure that these workshops share the information in the specific topics that people are interested in hearing about. And I think that you have different departments and staff who are responsible for some of those areas that are really experts in those areas. And we would love to hear from those folks, talk to those folks, and again, build those relationships. And that's how we believe that by building those relationships, engagement and open communication and access will become easier. And before I hand it off to Kula to do the next slide, I really want to encourage the community engagement plan. I think it's a great start, but we really should be also thinking about how are these short-term items going to lead to long-term change. So if we are not collecting or keeping goals or visions or looking back to see, well, how many people did attend that workshop? How many people do we want to have attend that workshop? What is our goals? Like, if we're not keeping an actual plan of how we're going to make this a long-term change in the county, I'm afraid that those to-do, like that list of to-dos and the recommendations and changes will only be just that, just a short term. And so I encourage continued conversation, and I thank all of the staff and the supervisors for all the work and the time. So Kula, next slide is yours.
All right. Actually, in the next slide already, you know, we're happy that we're able to do this presentation now. Obviously, we hope that in future we can do more presentations. And, also hearing from folks who are, again, experts on the matter around housing. These are all folks that are part of the People's Budget Sacramento to be able to provide feedback on various topics. And also regarding the community engagement plan, I did send some follow-up to all the supervisors this morning, just around the looking at the plan. I know one of the first steps is to reach out to the boards and commissions. And while, again, that's a good first step, but I also think it's important that, if you think about who's on the boards and commissions, it's sometimes the folks who already have access already know about this. And so we definitely have to go a step further and be more proactive in bringing people in who don't already know about boards and commissions in the first place, right, to be a part of that. So I just wanted to add that. And we'll just go to the next slide. Now, for the actual county budget that we have here, I love and Edwards, Executive Edwards' comments in the beginning of this budget. It really was refreshing to have someone talk about George Floyd and racial equity and all the things that have happened. I haven't heard a county executive do that, and so that really made me happy. And so to follow along those values, we really want to support the $1.2 million for the public defender office. We're not sure why this was opposed by the county CEO. We think that it's such a paltry sum to ask for in comparison to, the sheriff's budget and even the DA's budget.
I gave you a little extra time, but if you can start to wrap up, that would be great.
I can't see how far we were going.
No worries.
So you can next slide, please. We oppose defunding human assistance aid programs, emergency services, economic development. We oppose defunding those. And we vehemently oppose the $16.2 million increase to the sheriff budget. And we oppose the $5 million for the pretrial release program. The public defender's office has, we believe, a better pretrial release, and that's the one that should be funded. And with that, I will end our presentation. And thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity.
You're
we'll
welcome.
Answer any questions.
You're welcome. Congratulations on your advocacy. Well done.
Thank you.
And do we have more calls? I believe we do.
Yes. Okay, please transfer the next caller.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
You're welcome. Very welcome. The others are going to be mad at me, but it's okay. We'll figure it out.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi. Constituents of Sacramento County believe AB 262 and AB 389, as well as CMS 911-5-F, is written so vaguely it can be used to remove residents from their homes if they refuse to get the COVID-19 vaccination, which many will refuse. This would be on par with Nuremberg violations. This Board of Supervisors needs to squash this as soon as possible. This is ridiculous. People need to wake up. Nazi Germany did not start out by going door to door, removing people from their homes. The legislature slowly slipped in laws and rules like they're trying to in this budget. This cannot be allowed to happen. This is how communism begins. You all, as our Board of Supervisors, need to handle this right away. We, the people, will remove and recall every one of you. And if these bills are used how we think they will be, you are now on notice of being part of these potential civil rights and Nuremberg-style violations. So please do the right thing. You are feeding us to the alligators, hoping they're going to eat you last. And good luck with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, Honorable Chairwoman Frost and members of the Board of the Supervisors. My name is Adria O'Correll, and I am the Policy Director for the Sacramento Housing Alliance. The Sacramento Housing Alliance including our members and partners, believe that budgets reflect community values and therefore require a robust community engagement process. While we appreciate the interim county's executive is proposing a more robust public engagement process for the next budget cycle, improvements can be made now, including holding budget hearings at times when the public has the best opportunity to participate. We are concerned about our nonprofit partners having sufficient time to evaluate how funds could be spent and have the most impact. That means holding some budget meetings in the evenings to make it possible for those more in the public to participate. Only holding meetings in the mornings and afternoons will prevent the vast majority of residents from participating. In addition, the budget specifically does not include funding from the Federal American Rescue Plan, new funding likely to come from the state. In addition to the work of the consultant that's hired to review the ARP Act and funds, the county should commit to engaging community members and nonprofit organizations to evaluate how these funds can be spent in order to have the most impact. As stated in the recommended budget letter, county staff recognizes the need for a more robust public engagement process for the annual budget, but was constrained by time by this fiscal year. Going forward, we are requesting that outreach should not only include members of the boards and commissions, but a deliberate effort needs to be made to receive input from individuals living in the unincorporated county, many of whom have the highest rates of poverty in the state of California. We also are requesting that the polling firm that's going to be hired in September of 2021 to receive the impact on the 2022-23 budget have a diverse management and staff, as well as a proven track record of engaging an entire community, including our Black, Indigenous, and other neighborhoods of color who speak a language other than English. It is critical that public dollars are spent with vendors with a diverse, hired, and retained staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Kendra Montgomery Block, and I am the Associate Director of Community and Economic Development at the Fair Health Foundation and the Center. As you all are well aware, I proudly serve as the county lead to the Black Child Legacy Campaign, and in your emails yesterday, you received an expansion request. As you know, the Black Child Legacy Campaign and your long-standing commitment of over 6 years to address the disparities of African American preventable child deaths has been a worthwhile return on investment. And we want to continue to keep doing that work with an expansion strategy around not only the long-term sustainability of the Black Child Legacy Campaign and the community incubator leads, but also allowing for additional resources to continue to support, lift up, and move our community when it comes to equitable resources and the commitment to make sure that Black families have an opportunity to thrive in Sacramento County. We want to mention that the incredible partnerships of the outstation social workers, probation officers, eligibility workers, job, workforce development folks, and all of the many folks that surround this work at your county executive office all the way down to your department leads. It has been incredible, and our impact shows that level of collaboration, collective impact. We currently serve in those 7 communities. We've been able to not only meet that initial goal of 20% reduction by the year 2020, but have surpassed that goal. We now are expanding our efforts with Kaiser when it comes to Black birth equity strategies, and with Blue Shield when it comes to our Healing the Hood.
You have 15 seconds.
Intervention. We ask that you consider on record an expansion of the Black Child Legacy Campaign, increasing from the first year of the 1.6 that's currently in your budget to $2 million, a $400,000 increase, a 2-year in year 2.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, I will. But what you should know is that there is a 3-year commitment that we have absolutely been able to be the shining jewel of what could happen when county and community comes together. We ask that you let that live on, and the expansion to a Rosemont to be an 8th community.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank Supervisor Sterner for his continued leadership. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendra. I actually do have a question, Madam Chair.
Oh.
Kendra, are you still on?
No, I'm sorry. I had hung up when she said.
Okay. Guess I have to be a little faster on that.
All right. Next caller, please.
Looks like we have 17 callers left.
Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Courtney Poole, and I live in District 1. I'm excited to give input on the budget and demand that our budget more closely aligns with the values of the people of Sacramento County and invests in care, not cages. You have such a great opportunity here to really budget for the well-being of the county and our constituents. I stand with Decarcerate Sacramento, the People's Budget, and other community members in demanding that you redirect at least 65% of AB 109 realignment funds to community-based reentry programs outside of sheriff or probation, to redirect at least $15 million from the general fund for a 24/7 permanent alternative to 911 program for mental health and homelessness from the existing sheriff's department budget, to utilize at least 30% of the American Rescue Plan Act to perform a post-COVID gap analysis with racial and neighborhood equity lens, fund community-based infrastructure, plan to leverage state funding for mental health infrastructure and home key housing, invest in expansion of county capacity, and swiftly administer funds to the most impacted residents and families who are in need of immediate and long overdue direct cash assistance. I support budget growth in $12 million for alternative emergency response, which should be reallocated from existing sheriff department budget and include community members with lived experience. $1.2 million for public defenders, requested 6 new positions, $3.9 million for park construction for ADA accessibility, and $7.4 million for homeless encampment initiatives. I oppose.
You have 15 seconds.
Okay. I oppose $16.2 million of the overall budget increase for the sheriff's department, the $1.9 million for the 37 new probation staff, the $5 million for probation monitored pretrial release program.
Can you please
and
wrap up your comments?
The proposed new management analysis using $189,000 of AB 109. Thank you, and I look forward to increased collaboration and community input as the budget decisions are being made.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have. Can you please mute the meeting in the background? Can you mute the meeting in the background?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sonia Lewis, and I am with Decarcerate Sacramento as other grassroots organizations. As well, I am owner of a business here in this county, for-profit and nonprofit, where the focus is curating action-driven equity outcomes for the most marginalized in community. This budget is important as well as community involvement is crucial and most important to agency and centering the voices of those who lack access to this process. We've been on hold for forever today, the majority of the day. And so folks who don't have access to this process, even by phone, email, because of technology, or coming in person, is an issue. But we are confident that the people's budget, that the voices of Decarcerate Sacramento are tying these very important pieces into why and how impacted people in our community continue to get tied to the carceral system, and we want to defund that. So anytime we, you and I, are talking about budget and or public safety, we have to stop normalizing this false sense of justice. Know that this community will come and remind you of the lack of community involvement and accountability, the lack of equity. So here we are again to remind you that these issues proposed don't sufficiently center impacted community or public health needs, specifically addressing needs associated with racism being a health issue. And I know that some people on this diocese, these elected officials, don't agree that racism is a health issue. We need you to take our recommendations
You have 10
seriously.
seconds.
Thank you. Acknowledging that racism is a public health crisis, and it's only the first step, not the only step. Because for the record, inequities alike but not limited to.
Can you please wrap up your
decarcerating jail
comments?
I'm on the last sentence. Thank you. Decreasing jail population and redressing racism systemically, institutionally, and structurally is important to Sacramento County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mike Jaskey, representing the Sacramento Area Congregations Together Homeless and Housing Committee. We submitted written comments on Monday evening addressing homeless program funding. I happen to be a member of the district represented by Supervisor Desmond. Let me summarize our main points. SAC supports the development of sanctioned encampment with services. They're badly needed. However, the capacity of 200 persons is grossly below the need that exists. SAC opposes the cut of $3.5 million in the flexible housing pool program. This is one of the main sources of funding to get people housed. Why would the county increase funds to reduce unauthorized encampments, but reduce the funds to then move them into housing? As has been made clear, there's a lot of state and federal money coming to Sacramento County, which includes the legal entity of the county, but also the COC, SHRA, and certainly some of the cities themselves. The state money will likely require the collaboration of the county and the COC. The discussions between the city of Sacramento and the county is creating a tighter linkage than before. That's good if it happens. There are also major changes in the scope of what the state is funding via Medi-Cal, like CalAIM, that overlaps with traditional homeless services and the different providers. This would require coordination with Medi-Cal insurers. All of these prospective changes imply the need for extensive collaboration and planning, much more than went into the recommended budget. Mr. Wagstaff used the term collaborative comprehensive planning that SAC has used for years. I guess that's a small success. Most of what I heard from Mr. Wagstaff is internal coordination among county departments.
You have 15 seconds.
The county needs to coordinate with external agencies that are autonomous, that are part of our homeless system. To summarize, SAC wants the board to commit to participating in the development of a real comprehensive collaborative plan that has the goal of ending homelessness over a period of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Mike Borrello, and I'm with a grassroots group that's rapidly growing across California. We, the people of California 1776. No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. This provision of our 14th Amendment regarding civil rights includes non-vaccinated as well as vaccinated citizens. Segregation, according to medical condition, is just segregation, folks. Our group opposes any measure that intends to use our tax dollars to fund actions that will limit our constitutional rights of liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Californians do not need mobile medical units with goons to remove Californians from their homes into FEMA gulags as a government sees fit. No, thank you. I'll remind your board, this is still America, and I, for one, will not surrender my liberty to tyrants. Do not fund these mobile units. Do not fund evil government programs that violate our constitutional rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi there.
my name is Asha Kreiling. I live in District 1. Supervisor Cerna, just on one point you made earlier, I agree with you that the need to protect our river parkway and the ecosystems it supports is critical. But I disagree with you that we need more park rangers doing this protection because they work under the sheriff. And I know firsthand some park rangers are bullies, not officers of peace, as they are sworn to be. So I strongly suggest an alternative to your suggestion. Perhaps we need more fire protection staff or social workers to perform this work. And I'll just align myself with the People's Budget Sacramento and Decarcerate Sacramento and reiterate these main points, which is that I oppose the budget cuts to the human assistance aid payments. I oppose the multi-million dollar budget increase to the Sheriff's Department. I oppose the $5 million allocation for probation monitored pretrial release program. Here's what I support: the $12 million for alternative emergency response to persons experiencing mental health crises, which should be reallocated from the existing Sheriff's Department budget. $1.2 million for the public defender's request for 6 new positions, $3.9 million for ADA accessibility at parks, and $7.4 million for the homeless encampment initiative. But law enforcement should not be involved in this initiative whatsoever, and community engagement should be intentional. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Yes.
Just want to respond quickly to the last caller who opened with the comment that she opposes the idea of more park rangers because it's quote unquote under the sheriff. That is not the case. Our park rangers are in the jurisdiction of our regional parks department. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna.
Hey, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Corinne McIntosh-Sacco, and I'm a resident of Supervisor Kennedy's District 2. The proposed budget is largely a status quo budget when we've had anything but a status quo past year. Public safety starts with meeting basic human needs for all in our community. Now, while I'm in strong support of the proposed $12 million for the response program formerly known as Alternatives to Law Enforcement for Mental Health Crisis and Quality of Life Issues, it's unfathomable to me that this program plans to operate in addition to the already existing mobile crisis response team dispatched by law enforcement. How does that reckon with the mission of this initiative to have law enforcement step out of the role of first responders to mental health crisis? Law enforcement involvement only escalates the crisis situation. There's no way around reforming or changing that. The presence of law enforcement is not only traumatizing to the individual experiencing a mental health crisis, but also to their loved ones, to the neighbors, and other community members. Now, although there's potential for some funding through federal financial participation, it appears that a majority of funding comes from internal transfers in the health services budget, a budget that's already hard hit and majorly depleted due to the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. The funding for this alternative emergency response program should be reallocated from the existing Sheriff's Department budget, since demand for their services will be significantly reduced by having an appropriate non-law enforcement response for mental health crises. Likewise, I strongly oppose the recommended $1.5 million to the Sheriff's Department for additional 911 call dispatch staff in order to reduce wait times that currently don't meet state standards. It makes sense to me that there will be a significant reduction in 911 calls for dispatch staff to answer to with the implementation of the new alternative to 911
You have 15 seconds.
mental health crisis. So I oppose, and I really do hope that you Board of Supervisors, before approving this budget, implement the points thoughtfully made here and by following community members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, this is Kathleen Williams. I am a member of the People's Budget Sacramento, Services Not Sweeps, longtime activist, helped found the original Safe Ground 10 years ago. I want to address the fact that the county's overfunding of law enforcement has real-life consequences, and I'm looking at the Martin Lackey Garcia case, where partly because of the county's lack of personnel, lack of facilities, lack of attention, a seriously mental ill person got in a situation where he killed 2 people. The county is facing multiple lawsuits. These are real-life consequences. We cannot depend on law enforcement to address the social problems that we are facing. The homeless budget is well-meaning, I'm sure, but it is inadequate. It provides for housing for 250 people out of the thousands that are living outside. We're very concerned that it will be used as a basis for raiding and sweeping and arresting people and evading the requirements of the Martin v. Boise case. I urge you to reorder these priorities, to accept the People's Budget Sacramento reordering, and keep people alive and safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I was listening to what the Health and Human Services person said, and that is exactly what we warned about yesterday, that they are going to use mobile medical units to go out and basically take us from our homes if we do something that does not fall in line. They say it's for mental health, but it's not. Well, they'll just say we're a 5150 if we don't get the shot, and the Health and Human Services will just take us away. We don't need the mobile units. It doesn't need to be implemented at all. And also, I want to say shame on you, Kennedy and Cerna, for leaving the meeting and not wearing masks and throwing a temper tantrum. We were 40 feet away from you, and we were social distancing.
Have you completed your statement?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next call, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Sacramento County residents believe there is a planned systemic attempt to force residents to get the shot through AB 262, AB 389, and Patient Access and Interoperability Final Rule CMS 911-5-F. We would like to understand how AB 262 that was passed on October 19, 2019 is related to the Sacramento County 21-22 fiscal budget, which supports CMS 911-5-F. The CMS final rule requires hospital, counties, and physicians to provide the government patient's medical information, including but not limited to patient's current address, medical clinical notes, and most concerning are immunization records. AB 262's language is vague, but it's clear it gives the local community, county health officer full discretion and power to issue orders to the governmental entities within the local health officer's jurisdiction to take any action the local health officer deems necessary to control the spread of communicable diseases using taxpayers' money. Any action can include removing you or your family members from your home if the California governor or HHS local agency deems any person or persons a threat to public health. AB 389 authorizes the Fire Protection District to enter into a written subcontract with a private ambulance service and authorizes the county to develop emergency medical services program and requires the county developing such programs to designate a local FEMA EMS agency that is required to be the county health department, an agency established and operated by the county. Article 11, Section 4 and 5 of the California Constitution provides that charter cities and counties may develop ordinances to govern local affairs, and further that ordinances passed by these entities take precedence over conflicting state laws
as to local affairs, such
You have
as the
15
county
seconds.
county health and officers' local decision regarding the implementation of California Health and Safety Code 120175.5. We, the people of Sacramento County, request the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors pass an ordinance that explains how
Can
AB
you please
262
wrap
will
up
be
your
implemented
comments?
within this county. Yes, as a consequence of the foregoing, we respectfully request that this county approve, adopt, and ratify an ordinance that clearly interprets the California Health and Safety Code 120175.5 as follows. Section 120175.5
Can you please wrap up your comments?
will never be interpreted to the county public officers
Thank
to
you.
remove citizens.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Ms. Lefevre. My comment is in opposition to Agenda Item 1. I oppose Health and Human Services recommendations for the use of mobile medical units, specifically addressed yesterday with AB 262. We the people will not accept nor submit to mobile health crisis units ushered in through the fire district and federal funding to force vaccinations and or to remove us from our homes. We the people will not accept nor submit to unmarked mobile medical units ushered in through county jurisdiction and mental health to force vaccinations and or to remove us from our homes. This is America. We are free people. Board of Supervisors, do your jobs and protect the people you've been elected to serve, or you will be recalled and you will be held accountable.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Hi, Board of Supervisors. Really want to lift up the county for really focusing in on actually reducing the jail population, and really appreciate the comments made today by Britt Ferguson and others about actually closing the jail, because that would be a significant step towards actually focusing in on community care rather than investing billions of dollars into oppressive monuments that put people in cages. So really want to lift that up, but there's a lot more work to do, particularly around the Public Safety and Justice Agency, which does not include meaningful community involvement or health and racial equity lens, which must be the foundation of this agency and not just an afterthought. We can't just we have to actually, we can't just say that we're committed to these things. We actually have to walk our talk and commit to action, which includes prioritizing a public health and racial equity lens to inform the agency vision and values, center community expertise and engagement, creating concrete building blocks for community trust, redefining what success looks like by ensuring evidence-based practices are aligned with measurements of success that center social detriments of health and racial equity. Furthermore, we also really need to have our values reflected in the current budget proposals, which includes providing full funding for human assistance aid payments, not defunding it by over $34 million as is currently proposed, because after all, we have just endured more than a year of pandemic conditions under COVID-19, and accessing county
You
aid
have
became
15
nearly
seconds.
impossible for several families. Furthermore, too, I really appreciate, and I will finish up here, I really appreciate that the county is looking to give $12 million to the 911 Alternatives Program, but want to really stress...
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Yes, really want to make clear, if we're shifting responsibilities away from law enforcement, the money needs to shift with it. Don't increase the sheriff's budget. Give it to public health and behavioral health so that they can do the jobs that we're hoping that the community wants them to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, hi. Hello, board.
Hi, my name is Quetzal Cornejo, and I am in District 2 with Supervisor Kennedy. So I wanted to highlight a few things today. Thank you for your time. I really wanted to highlight the people's budget. They really went, they hit all the marks, and everything that they talked about in the presentation. That's really everything that I hear from the community that I'm in. We need less cops, and we need more community resources, really, more than anything else. Okay, so and I really wanted to highlight, we really want to continue aid payments to people. We really want to continue to invest in the alternatives to 911. This seems like a pilot program at the scale that it's at, and it's a really good start. And I want to see the continued investment in this going forward. And I really want to uplift the DA's office, make sure that people that are on the other side of court do get the representation they need. Because I do hear all too often that DAs only have 5 minutes to talk to people. And then, the sheriff's budget increases. We don't need more cops patrolling the streets. We need more community resources. We need more things for people to do. And we need people to get kids to get good education so that they get better job opportunities in life. Sorry, that's my kid in the back. The homeless camp capacity is 200 people. And again, that's a really good start, but it could be a lot more. I see the need. I'm involved with Sacramento Soup and Loaves and Fishes, and we see way more people than that on the regular needing a place to stay. And Supervisor Desmond, I really appreciate you saying that there's not going to be sweeps. We don't see sweeps happening, because sweeps did happen during the COVID pandemic. And we really don't want to see any more of that. And we do want more relief for renters and BIPOC businesses
You have
so that the
15
recovery
seconds.
from COVID can be equitable. Here in Pocket, we don't see sweeps. We don't see cops. Here in Pocket, we see parks, we see libraries, and we see good schools. And I really want to uplift the voices of the community when it comes to the budget. Let's have those targeted workshops. Let's have people be included. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Africa Melanin Black, and I am calling in because, again, we are asking this board to consider where money is spent and why it's not always centering the most fragile in community. When I pause, it's going to be a pause after I say a name, and so please don't assume that I'm pausing because I'm done. I'm pausing because I'm taking a moment of silence for individuals like Brandon Smith, who, if there were money directed to pretrial probation or mental health services, he might be alive today. I want to take a pause for Marshall Miles, because if we were talking about, again, money given to public defenders and pretrial programs, maybe Marshall would be with his mother today. I want to go back even further and take a pause for Dejan Flano, who officers in this county, maybe not with the sheriff's department, but with SAC PD, called him a freak and crazy and urged people in community to hit him in the head with a baseball bat. I want to take a pause for Dejan. I want to even go further back from Dejan's murder. I want to go to that of Joseph Mann, again, where officers decided to use their vehicles as a weapon and then shot down someone who was not a threat to anyone, not even themselves. And if we really reimagine what justice is,
You have 15 seconds.
maybe Joseph would be alive today. All of these individuals deserve to be with their families. And that's what we need to be doing every time we talk about budget. We need to be reimagining.
Can you please
justice.
wrap up your comments?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Wright, and I'm a District 3 resident. I wanted to comment on a few programs in the budget. So first, the juvenile justice realignment funds currently recommended for allocation to probation should instead fund a non-law enforcement program. You should focus on providing compassionate care rather than criminalizing people, especially children. The pretrial release program funding proposed to be allocated to probation as well should instead be used to fund the public defender's pretrial support program, which is far less expensive, has a racial equity focus, and does not open people up to further criminalization. Probation is the driver of mass incarceration. It goes against the constitutional presumption of innocence by reducing people's rights against search and increased surveillance. And technical violations that have nothing to do with public safety concerns result in further criminalization and potential incarceration, which disproportionately affects people of color. Also, why are we hiring more sheriff's deputies and increasing the sheriff's budget when the community wants a reduction to the sheriff's budget? And when we are funding alternatives, why does their department need more money when calls are going to be directed away from them? The alternative emergency response funding should really be funded by reallocation from the sheriff's budget to health services, since it is reducing the need for services that were previously provided by the sheriff. I also can't really understand concerns with being able to continue to fund alternatives to 911 with a mere $12 million when we fund the sheriff with an increasing budget now recommended at over $600 million year over year. Britt Ferguson mentioned that categorical funding that is lost is typically not backfilled, yet clearly we're making
15 seconds.
Clearly we're making exceptions for law enforcement agencies, like the new net county costs making up the loss in categorical funding for probation for pretrial release. Meanwhile, Mental Health Services Act, community services and supports and prevention and early intervention programs are recommended to be reduced by nearly $12 million. Why are these programs not being continuously funded? As Supervisor Desmond noted, the current county addiction treatment services,
can you please wrap up your comments?
And mental health services are highly insufficient. Why are we not directing more general funds to these programs? In light of that, the $34 million.
Thank you.
Okay, please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Nikki, and I am a part of Decarcerate Sacramento and also a part of the Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee and Services Not Sweeps Coalition. And, I've appreciated a lot of the conversation today, a lot of the sort of direction setting or purpose setting that was mentioned, especially from the beginning, but do have some concerns around how the budget actually reflects that or does not reflect that. And I just want to say that, we can talk all day about a priority to reduce the jail population. We can hire a new person for it. We can create a new agency for it. But if you continue to fund the sheriff, if you continue to fund pretrial under probation, if you continue that at the DA's office increases at these rates, you are going to continue a culture and a practice of incarceration that is going to make it impossible to reduce the jail population. So we need to stop. We need to stop over-policing our communities in these harmful ways. Stop funding this over-policing, particularly in the realm of for people who live outside. We need to defund the hot team like 3 years ago. They are torturers in our community. They are not good faith partners in this effort. They are mean-spirited people to our people who live outside, and we need these options that you're talking about, funding and canon teams, things like that, to work with these folks, to not be at all connected to the history of torture that the hot team has carried out on our community. It's not negotiable. You should not be considering that. We should be moving that funding away, ending that program, and investing in real outreach workers. Otherwise, we're going to continue to cause harm, and we're not going to build trust in the communities. And you're going to, using these tools. I mean, $32 million for 200 spots. That's what, 16,000? Absolutely, 16,000 dollars per spot at these sanctioned encampments. I mean, we need to re-talk through this. This is not okay, and it's not okay to use it as an excuse to move and displace people under Boise. Another encampment is not a viable shelter option to move people. That's ridiculous.
Can you please wrap up your comments?
Absolutely. We need housing, not degraded options of shelter. That is what Boise calls for. So we need, fund a budget for our communities, not a budget for these police.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. Courtney Hanson, District 1, Decarcerate Sacramento. I do really want to applaud this board and staff because we have truly come a long way, pivoting from trying to build our way out of an incarceration crisis to looking more holistically at the entire ecosystem that does disproportionately surveil, criminalize, and cage poor people, Black and brown people, and people with disabilities. So that being said, community-based orgs and directly impacted advocates are deeply concerned that the Public Safety and Justice Agency, as proposed, does not center racial equity and health equity, nor the community who has for years now been asking you for better coordination and accountability on May's consent decree compliance and jail population reduction. We have arrived here because of community-led grassroots movement, to be frank, years of dedicated yet unpaid labor that came from our hearts and our desire to see a county that serves all of its residents. We have tirelessly researched, analyzed, and organized, and have let you know that we are not just here to stop new jail buildings, but to work together on a roadmap to reduce the jail population. As proposed, this agency gives all decision-making power to institutional actors when this should be a county and community effort. The proposal is to hold the agency in the executive's office with probation, public defender, and coroner, collaborating with the sheriff and DA. Most people in our jails are in need of mental health services that they aren't getting, and we know that racism, in this county's own words, is baked into the system. So why isn't race and health equity the foundation of this agency? I want to say loud and clear and on the record, I'm deeply concerned about the potential expansion of electronic monitoring and probation surveillance. This is not an alternative to incarceration. It's an alternative form of incarceration. I urge you to reject the $5 million for the probation pretrial pilot. Both houses of the
You have
state
15
legislature
seconds.
just voted to reject this proposed expansion of the pilot, so there's no guarantee that the state dollars will even be available, and probation is currently failing to let 11,000 people come off of probation who are eligible under the new law, AB 1950. Please do not expand
Can you
any
please
money
wrap
for
up
law
your
enforcement,
comments?
and just please see the community as an asset and don't make us fight so hard for a seat at the table in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Kaiser, and I'm reaching out on behalf of Sacramento County's Children's Coalition as our chair of policy and advocacy. Thank you for the opportunity to engage in the budget process. We're delighted to see a proposed budget that prioritizes early intervention and prevention services for our children and families. As the pandemic continues, the significant social, health, and economic hardships in our community persist. We ask that you continue to provide families with the support they need to thrive. We recommend that the board inquire about why DC FAS's request to allocate part-time CPS social worker positions to full-time was not recommended in this budget. The county's recommended budget shows a significant decrease in the net county costs for CPS compared to last year. Please ask how this might impact CPS social worker caseloads and if funding these would improve the experience of CPS-involved families. As you're aware, we've submitted a budget letter to your offices and into public comment. We ask that you plan to spend the American Rescue Plan dollars and move forward with a 2022-23 budget process. And please consider the recommendations we outlined in our letter. We look forward to a collaborative budget development. that includes the input of our families, including those in our most vulnerable communities. Thank you for your continued commitment to our children and families.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ryan McClinton. I'm with Public Health Advocates, also a lifetime resident of Sacramento. I want to first applaud the folks at People's Budget SAC and again in support of the recommendations that they lifted forward. I think that one of the big things I would love to see this board make a huge commitment to is actually giving them proper space and time to present on agenda, so we can actually digest the information that they're bringing forward that represents the community voices of our county. Secondly, I do want to also applaud the county for their efforts in reducing their incarceration levels and making commitments towards that goal. I think the bigger goal that I'm asking for today and that many of our community residents are asking for is that those same values are reflected in how we dictate this budget and what those dollars are prioritized into. When we recognize that we need to develop an alternative to 911 for our emergency response services and for our mental health and our homelessness population, that doesn't mean that we want to continue to see increases to the Sheriff's Department, which, might I add, saw a huge boom to their budget last year with the CARES Act dollars that we had such a big public outcry against how that process went down. I think additionally, when we're looking at the investments into pretrial services for probation, we need to look at how are we funding our public defender's office and how inequitably that's funded. When we look at the budgets of our district attorneys as well as our sheriff's departments, we're not sending a clear message to our community stakeholders that we want to see people out of incarceration and healthy, thriving in our community. How are we backing this up? It's great to see a starting point with the $12 million for the alternatives to 911, but that budget should increase as well as the service increases. I think that some true tangible commitments, again, applauding the work that's happening with the county and meeting with folks like the Incarcerated SAC, People's Budget to continue to dive into these sessions. Thank you, and I will make sure I make the best use of those. Lastly, when we're looking at the Public Safety and Justice Agency, that needs to be focused on racial equity and health equity. If we are doing it without that, we are starting on the wrong foot, and we don't need another institution that's causing harm to our communities of color. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello?
Hi. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much. Is this the Board of Supervisors of Sacramento County?
It is. Yes.
Great. Yes, thank you for taking your time, and I'm proud to talk to you guys. Yes, I'm calling about the budget. Item 1, I believe it is, under the Health and Human Services Directive, to bring in mobile medical units to your county, and I believe this is the beginning of a statewide movement, and bringing in FEMA under that, which is against a lot of laws. And also I'm against your bills, AB bills, Assembly 262, 389, and another one is CMS 911 one. And also, I'm highly against any monies, federal or otherwise, using those and the ARPA that you're proposing. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Rhonda Rios-Kravitz. I live in District 2, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sacramento Immigration Coalition. The Sacramento Immigration Coalition recommends realigning the county budget by reinvesting $33 million from the sheriff's budget and funding upstream social work or public health preventative approaches that better serve the county's public safety needs. Investing in community-based interventions is crucial to providing for public safety in a way that is less intrusive, more just, and more constructive.
It is time to change the Sheriff's Department's metric for success from arrest made to arrest averted. It is time to stop the sheriff from cooperating with ICE and spending the county's resources to help ICE tear Sacramento families apart by transferring individuals to immigrant detention centers. Cooperating with ICE harms Sacramento communities and unfairly funnels people into a cruel and unaccountable immigration detention system. Prohibit the sheriff's ability to spend scarce resources on cooperation with ICE. It is also time to fund the newly created Citizens Review Commission with adequate funding, including resources to employ professionally trained investigative staff to conduct investigations of allegations of misconduct independent of the Sheriff's Department's Internal Affairs Unit. It is also time to fund mental health professionals, social workers, addiction counselors, therapists, and fund programs like food access programs, inpatient substance abuse treatment centers, violence interruption programs, programs that address homelessness, recreational centers, trauma centers, and forgivable loans for minority-owned businesses. The overall county budget should seek to address the need for expanding safety net services to the most vulnerable while supporting the county's
You have 10 seconds.
programs and initiatives. As a county, the goal should be to foster genuine public safety that does not rely on violence and punishment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, yes, I'm calling in regards to agenda item number 1, and I'm calling to address the board to state that the residents of Sacramento County strongly oppose the ushering in of mobile medical units under the guise of AB 988, which will weaponize the Health and Human Services Director to make anything they deem necessary to remove residents from their home, as it directly relates to AB 262, AB 389, and CMS 59115F. While I do not dispute that America is in a mental health crisis, as easily displayed by the previous callers in regards to defunding our police and our sheriffs, I'd like to say that defunding our sheriffs, taking money away from our sheriffs, and turning us into a state where we have no law and order will be detrimental to the residents of Sacramento and detrimental to the residents of California. And I believe it is a statewide effort to not only defund our police, but to weaponize our Health and Human Services Director to turn our counties into local level FEMAs. And I'd like to say that if an ordinance is not put in place, we, the residents of the United States of America, of Sacramento County, and the counties throughout the state of California will be removing all of the Board of Supervisors through a recall process if you don't resign prior to that, because the residents of Sacramento County and all counties in the state of California are watching and listening and paying attention. And I guarantee those previous callers were paid by our corrupt Gavin Newsom to contact Sacramento County to push through AB
You have 15
988
seconds.
and to turn us into a lawless state like Oregon and the other states that are finding their increased rate of homicide due to defunding the police and allowing the residents to take control into their own hands. Well, we are going to take control in our own hands, and we will recall every single board member out there. And I find it shameful.
Can you please wrap up?
I find it shameful that the 2 Board of Supervisors that walked out yesterday throwing a tantrum was ridiculous. You need to remove the mask. We are no longer in a state of emergency, and you should be ashamed
Can you please
of
wrap up your
yourself.
comments?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next caller, please. Hi, caller, please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Kendra Montgomery Block with the Sierra Health Foundation in the Center. I'm back to answer Supervisor Turner's question.
You're good, Kendra.
That's right.
So I believe you were in the process when you left us of explaining the multi-year request, the growth request, and I think you explained the first year Black Child Legacy Campaign is looking for an increase of 400,000, which would be from 1.6 to 2 million, but then we didn't hear the last 2 years.
Right, so that's right. So the first is just, I want to thank the board for the commitment of the 1-year extension, but we're really asking you all to take a longer vision, a look at the sustainability of the Black Child Legacy Campaign with an increase of a 3-year funding commitment. The first year increase would go from 1.6 to again that 2 million. I'm sorry, which would be a $400,000 increase. The year 2 would go from the 1.6 to 2.175, which would be a $575,000 increase, and then year 3 would be an increase again to 575. Again, our goal is not only to make sure that these teams that have been working for the past 6 years get a cost of living increase in each one of the community incubator leagues, but that we continue to professionalize this workforce that has been standing up in the midst of COVID like never before, and then again allow for in years 2 to 3 for that new site to occur in Rosemont, which we know is having a huge increase in gun violence. So we want to be able to create a community incubator lead in a new neighborhood that needs the work of the Black Child Legacy Campaign as well.
Great, thank you, Kendra. And before you leave, I'll just make sure that my colleagues don't have any questions for you before you do leave.
Okay, thank you.
That was encompassed in the letter that Mr. Davis sent. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate Kendra reiterating, but I think it was clear in the letter what the request was.
Great. Thank you, Kendra.
Thank you all. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure no one else got in the queue, because sometimes it takes a second. And from what I can tell, there's no more callers, and the queue is closed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's been a long day, and since we're obviously going to come back tomorrow, I did want to put a couple of things out for consideration so they're not introduced last minute. And we've talked about any number of things. Again, I want to thank all the folks who weighed in over the last couple of hours, but that waited patiently to give us their views on what's before us. Yeah, that's very helpful, and certainly thank our staff. So, again, I don't need immediate answers, but I would, first note that I believe the clerk handed out a brief request from a nonprofit that partners with our community for the Wildlife Care Association, and we funded them at a level of $10,000 annually for the past several years, and they're in a state of need. It's a modest request of $25,000, and it's iterated in the letter that was sent to me and shared with you. And so I will want to discuss that tomorrow. And if there are questions, their executive director could be on the phone tomorrow in the event there were questions regarding that. Secondly, I wanted to ask, last year we funded, and thanks to this board, and I know there's been good work around it, Bruce Wagstaff, Michelle Callejas, and a host of other folks on the Senior Safe House. And I'm, again, make sure that we have sufficient funding. As I understand it, we're proceeding. We've identified some funding, Bruce, but I wanted to make sure that there wasn't some gap there, because as I understand, our goal is actually to, we're looking at a county facility and would address folks who are virtually homeless and obviously in distress. And again, I want to thank the folks that work, but in the event there's any funding gap, if you could let us know so we can have that conversation tomorrow. A couple other quick things in the parks budget, and I know Liz has already left, but as we're talking about that tomorrow, in addition to what we've spoken to, and I appreciated her sharing, I trust we'll get a copy of that, at least her kind of rough list. I'd like to take a look at some of those areas within the parks budget where we actually have facilities, and they're throughout the county with our partners, our historical societies, with Soil-Borne Farms, including the American River Ranch, McFarland Ranch, Diller Ranch, Witter Ranch, I think Dry Creek Ranch as well. So maybe some opportunity, small amounts, but to help our partners at those facilities that have obviously served the communities during a very rough period, but continue to be real treasures in our respective community areas. also wanted to note that it was in the budget, and it wasn't touched specifically, but we had a discussion before this board a couple months ago, on emergency medical services, the agency, and needing for some staffing as related to regulation and oversight. I think you're recommending for 2 positions. Is that correct, Ann, in emergency medical services?
Yes, I'd have to look exactly, but I do think it's 2 positions.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you said. I couldn't.
The Emergency Medical Services Agency, we had the group, some of the hospitals and others that had come before the board. And it just, I believe it's in there, they made a specific request. 2 other things, and we've heard a lot today about the public defender, the pretrial support program, and I had a chance to talk with Britt just a little bit during the lunch break, but I think it would be helpful tomorrow to have a little bit of background, because reading the brief statement there, understanding it's not recommended for funding, but it too was a pilot, and maybe some distinctions between that and what the probation department is doing, and obviously a recommendation that's before us for the probation release program, but I think that's worthy of discussion. And lastly, I know in the recommendations under the animal care and regulation that we're recommending for assistant director, and I'd like to have some conversation. We've had obviously announcement of recent retirement, and you filled that in an interim capacity, but as a part of that budget unit, to talk about some of the positives, but we have the live release rate for our shelter, and what I think may be very important to maintaining what's quoted here as a high release rate, and maybe looking at a behavioral team that would assist with the ongoing adoption and fostering. And we've made great progress. I want to thank this board. I thank our county for the past decade, a real significant investment. But I do think we're at a real position where I think we can be, as stated in the budget report, not only be premier shelter, but I think be the example setter for shelters throughout the region, and really serve our animals, but certainly our people of our county well, and continue to do that. So I'm certainly supportive of the growth request, but I also want to have some conversation about how we might tie that back to some of the metrics. So with that, I want to just thank our staff, and those are the questions and comments that I wanted to bring forward for consideration tomorrow. In addition, obviously, we talked about roads and parks and some of the other things.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. First one is going to be very similar to one of Supervisor Natoli's, and that's we appear to have dueling proposed programs with the same desired outcome, and it's an outcome that I think almost all of us share, and that's the pretrial release, or to decrease the jail population. So I'd like to be a little more specific in what I'd like to see tomorrow, and that's we had the 1.2 public defender proposal, and then we have the probation, which was the pilot and moving over. I'd like to have somebody report first on what the rationale was as far as why one and why not the other, and what the benefits are of one as opposed to the other, just that type of thing. And it would probably be a good idea to have someone from the PD's department as well as the probation department case questions come up. And then the second one is, I'd like it to be specifically pointed out to make sure that, we're going through this whole exercise of a climate action plan, which will be ongoing going forward, but where the funding is to make sure that we're not just creating a program but not putting any resources behind it. I'm assuming it's in the planning department, and I know we're adding a position, but if you could just point out where we're going to ensure that we're going to actually fund what it is that we eventually adopt. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, to some of the things that Supervisor Natoli brought up, I'm very interested in as well, especially the roadways, and just kind of a general theme for me is the kind of state of the unincorporated part of the county. And as you know, my district, I'm the broken record here. I represent 95% of my constituents are in the unincorporated area, and in this era of having really meaningful discussions about equity, you really need look no further than the unincorporated parts of the county to see where there's been inequities that have been going on for decades. And specifically, I think of communities like North Highlands and West Arden Arcade and Foothill Farms. I mean, North Highlands and West Arden Arcade have some of the lowest or the highest poverty rates in Sacramento County, some of the highest vaccine hesitancy rates in Sacramento County, some of the worst roadways and public infrastructure and lack of job opportunities. And so something I'd like to explore, maybe one thing specifically, I think, Steve, maybe your folks could be here tomorrow. I'd like to have a discussion about I think it's the neighborhood revitalization program. Used to be a pot of money that I was told was available, or at least was envisioned as an opportunity. And if I have this wrong, I know my colleagues will correct me, but I think having or at least having a discussion about a pot of money as seed money to encourage infill development where there's opportunities for quality, affordable housing, workforce housing, and in other words, to try to find ways to invest in some of these communities in the unincorporated parts of the county. So I'd like to discuss that a little bit tomorrow. The other thing I'd like to discuss, I'm not sure who to discuss it with, is I think that when I look at the unincorporated parts of the county, it really strikes me that not only are they underrepresented in terms of just the government structure, one elected official for so many people, they don't have another advocate in a city, for instance. They don't have access to city programs and resources where they may have multiple bites at the apple. So I feel like we have an obligation to do everything we can, not only to continue to provide high quality municipal services, but to try to find opportunities where we can add value to a community. And I'd like to have a discussion tomorrow about maybe setting aside some money, and maybe it's not this year, but it seems like we have opportunities this year, to do something different in North Highlands specifically is what I'm thinking about. Is there's been a big increase in gang violence in that community, big increase in crime in that community, and no investment or very little investment in that community. The youth in North Highlands, for instance, in that part of the county, they really lack opportunities to break the cycle of violence that they're exposed to. What I'd like to discuss is the county possibly putting some money aside to form a youth enrichment center or a youth activity center up in the North Highlands area. I think it's something that's desperately needed. It's something that has been brought to me by several community advocates and community-based organizations. So I'd like to have a discussion about that tomorrow and see if maybe we have an opportunity this year in this budget to set some money aside to create something like that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be brief since I think I've articulated what's important to me in the course of the presentations, especially as it relates to the Parkway. But I do want to start with the Black Child Legacy Campaign. I know that working through the interim CEO's office that I'm not going to presuppose, but I believe both Ms. Edwards and Britt have been working, understanding that for at least the first year of the growth request that's come from the Black Child Legacy Campaign and Sierra Health Foundation is somewhat modest in the whole scheme of things at $400,000. I think with the kind of the new twist, if you will, for both Britt and Ann is the fact that, as Kendra explained over the phone, is that they're looking for a multi-year commitment where this first year at $400,000 in terms of the growth would be funded, and then for the balance of the 2 years, it's basically a firm commitment. I would just respectfully remind my colleagues that this is I think with little argument from anyone, one of the most successful initiatives that this county has led now for about a decade, and it's measured in lives saved, and it's measured in disparities reduced. I don't think it's necessarily that novel that the request has come in for growth over multiple years. And again, as a reminder, half of this board wasn't here then, but back in 2014, 15, I believe it was, we did commit to a multi-year funding agreement for the birth of the Black Child Legacy Campaign, which at the time was called the RAACD effort. Also, as a reminder, First Five Commission also is a funder of programming, and directly it is funding to the tune, I think, of about $100,000 a year for the next 3 years. The costs associated with the Permanent Steering Committee on the reduction of African American child deaths. So I would say that in order to be kind of consistent with what First Five is doing, hearkening back to what we've done in the past in terms of multi-year commitments, I would like to hear back tomorrow from Britt and Ann and any of the staff that they feel is appropriate, Bruce, how we might be able to commit in the budget, in the recommended budget, the $400,000 additional growth request for fiscal year 21-22, and the $575 in each of the subsequent years, 2022, 23, 24, and satisfy the request that's been made and articulated by Sierra Health. I, of course, would like to also understand tomorrow how we can fund, or what's the best way to fund, if it is the will of the board, the additional rangers that I think are necessary for our ranger force as it relates to not just the Parkway, by the way, and I know I focused on the Parkway, but certainly the Dry Creek Parkway, which runs through Supervisor Frost's district, and all the park assets that are in all of our districts benefit from that expanded ranger force. But when it comes to their duties to, especially in the summer months, and all those assets, to be on the lookout for things like incendiary devices and flammable liquids and illegal campfires or barbecues, those are the kinds of eyes on our parks that we, I think, so desperately need to make sure we don't have these frustrating summers the way they've been happening. So I'll be looking for that as well, Madam Chair, and I think that was it. I think Liz managed to explain the current state of the capital improvement project at Discovery Park adequately, and that we're going to be able to fund that, although it's going to be more expensive than when it was first estimated. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Were you queued up again, Supervisor Kennedy? Supervisor Kennedy.
I just have a question of Supervisor Cerna. Just 100% agree with you on the need for more enforcement and everything that's happening on the Parkway. And so I don't want you to take this wrong, my questioning. I just want to make sure that we maximize those efforts out there. Would it be, would you be open to also look at maybe some alternatives to rangers that could maybe accomplish what you want to do, but maybe we could get more bodies out there to do what you want to do? Since rangers are so expensive, that's all I'm saying.
I don't know what I'm open to suggestions. I think the suggestion that Supervisor Tolley made earlier is an appropriate amendment or augmentation of an expanded ranger force in terms of reducing the fuel loads out there. But my experience, quite frankly, has been that once we went from the 12 rangers, as I cited earlier when I first came on this board, to growing the force over several different budget cycles, 3 here, 4 there, 2 there, that we've actually had, I think, a cleaner, safer Parkway as we've grown that force. And I give all the credit to the fact that the Rangers are doing what we expect them to do. And of course, I think you were on the board when we debated and discussed how we actually give them more resources to be very focused, especially in the summer months, on reducing the likelihood of fires on the parkway, in terms of making sure that smoking bans were respected and those types of things. I just think that, again, the logic behind the Rangers isn't just associated with the fires. Remember, too, it goes to the fact that they're just, even with the additional 4 Rangers, I don't think anyone can argue that that's enough for the totality of our park assets. So I think that it's not just the fires, but the fires is a good reminder. We just need to, I think, put our money where our mouth is when it comes to the parkway. And if this county cannot be good stewards of the parkway, let's admit failure. Let's throw up our hands.
And Supervisor, I'm not even suggesting that the number you're recommending be lowered. I'm just saying that is there another way to look at it that maybe we can even maximize that? That's all I was asking.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there is, but like the one caller suggested, but of course we don't have a fire department. If we did have a fire department, that maybe would be one avenue to pursue, but because we don't, it makes it a little more challenging, I think.
Okay, just a thought.
I appreciate the question, though.
Thank you. Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There was one item I was looking at my notes here. I wanted to ask because it's kind of buried in the budget, but I think it goes to maybe a little broader issue, and that's the moving the clerk recorder's office from its current location downtown out to, it says, serve the Highway 50, Highway 80 corridor. When we start migrating services, this is the county seat, and yet we have services ranging all over this community, and we have, satellite clerk recorder offices both in the south and north part of the county. Again, I don't represent downtown immediately, but that's an important function. The courthouse is immediately across the street. A new courthouse is being built, and there's a lot of services performed by the recorder's office. Most of those can't be done remotely. And I guess, I know the building's an older building, so I get that. But to say we're going to move out of the downtown, we don't have a backup for the building, so we're going to carry that in the kind of stranded assets where everybody pays to keep the vacant space. And I think we ought to have some conversation about that. It's contemplated to be done fourth quarter of this new fiscal year. But before we start just taking, the sheriff's office has removed nearly entirely their services from here. We've seen other services either come and go. We still have vacant space. I'd like to have some conversation. I get it. You want to have a venue for weddings and so forth. I mean, it was pretty well explained in the summary. But I'm not so sure I want to spend $1 million. Again, it's recoverable fees to move the clerk recorder's office from downtown Sacramento, where a lot of transactional and vital statistics and so forth. Some of that can be done online, but some can't. And so, and I don't know how much you've looked into that or are aware of it, but I think it needs some conversation. Because years ago, preceding all 4 of my colleagues on this board, we talked about keeping county services here, looking at the Bradshaw complex, and then how we would go to other parts of the county to best serve residents and with employment centers. And if we're going to migrate most services out of here besides what's in the administration building here and in the old administration building, and that ought to be a conscious decision rather than kind of piece by piece. And I'm not saying that's what was envisioned here, so don't take that wrong, but I do think we got to have some discussion about where it moves to and if it's actually going to move out of the downtown space or maybe to a new space in the downtown setting. So, thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. And I'll just wrap it up with just a couple of things. I wanted to thank everybody for the great, all the great work that was done on the budget. I did also have questions relating to the conversations around probation's pilot program and the DA's program. And so I want to reiterate that the pretrial release, that's been really successful, but we need to hear from probation to understand what the update is on that. And I also want to say that in my district, I have a lot of constituents who are connecting with me saying that they feel like they have been deserted by the sheriff. Like there's not enough of a presence in the community with boots on the ground sheriff. And I'm not sure people really understand that there were a lot of expenses that the sheriff incurred and that are ongoing and that are going to grow. We didn't know when we said we wanted to have video cameras on each deputy. We didn't know what exactly how that cost was going to play out, and it is. And I think that there are reasons why the sheriff had more money that people may not understand. So I'd like to have someone here to explain the sheriff budget increase and so forth, because I hate to see. I think I totally support. I love what DHA is doing. I love the idea of the 911 and the separate mental health response teams and the mobile mental health. I support all that wholeheartedly, and I think they're going to work. They're going to work great with the sheriff and augment and actually relieve the sheriff of time. And I think on a lot of calls that there will be those times when the sheriff can call them and they're the better agency to manage that situation. So I think what I'm trying to say is I would like to advocate to, I definitely don't want to defund the sheriff. I'm not, I was listening when you recommended, putting reserves set aside because there's so much one-time money. And we do have some new programs, and the new programs that we are starting, we're starting with one-time money. And at some point, we may have to make decisions on prioritizing the programs we have and these new programs. And so I think a priority for me also is building our reserves and strengthening our budget. And parks was a priority for me, not just the American River Parkway, which I totally agree that we need to do everything we can to enhance the quality of safety in the American River Parkway, safety in every aspect of it, and because it is the jewel of our region. And so I support Supervisor Cerna's ideas, and I'll look forward to hearing different options around that on, what types of individuals we can have out there that would be able to do that job. But I can also say that there are people in my district who don't use the parkway because they perceive it's not safe. So they don't use it the way they wish they could or how they would. So we can improve on that. And then just lastly, economic recovery was one of my big priorities for the little, I know the economy is booming and everything looks so great right now. If you really just look at the raw economics, everything's going great. But there is a lot of small mom and pop businesses that are suffering. I know this is probably a conversation for September, but I wanted to throw it out there that the impact of COVID on our park districts and on local businesses is immense. And so I'm not sure if that's necessarily a conversation for this budget, but the park districts, we're talking about American River Parkway, but the park districts have been, had their budgets under a lot of pressure. So I'm not sure when to have that conversation with you.
I really think that's most appropriate when we start discussing the Recovery Act funds, because that's COVID related and that's specifically what those funds are for.
Okay, so those are the things that would be my priorities. And so with that, I don't think we have anything else. I think we have some good direction on what tomorrow might look like as far as those who will be here to have those conversations with. And tomorrow we will return and continue this 3-day budget hearing. I want to thank everyone for your patience and especially want to thank the public for waiting so long. I'm sorry that worked out that way, and we're already working on how we can make sure that is better in the future. So with that, I don't know if our county executive has any comments.
No, we will be back tomorrow.
Okay, and do any board members have?
I have a question.
Okay.
Did we formally close then the public's opportunity to chime in on the budget as of 40 minutes ago, or is it gonna stay open tomorrow?
I was under the assumption that there were some IHSS and some others that had hung up, and that we had more meaningful conversations coming that they may want to comment on.
So we closed the budget item number 1, public comments. Anyone who was in the queue for IHSS or CIP, we took their calls today, and we also will take their calls tomorrow because those items will still be opened.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to
So when we say we closed it, was that formally done, or that was just?
I'm talking about when they were calling in on the system, and our staff was just letting people know.
Right.
I think what they're asking is, was it a hearing? Was it a public hearing that we opened and formally closed, or was it just public comment? I thought it was just public comment.
And tomorrow with reports back again, I don't want to belabor and necessarily be repetitive. I mean, it's everybody's precious time, but I do think that we've all asked questions, put things on the table, and people may want to weigh in, but if we're restricting it only to the CIP and to the IHHS, which, get it, those folks certainly haven't been heard yet, but I think in light of board conversations, it might be useful to keep the public hearing open.
I didn't necessarily know it was a formal hearing that you open and close. I thought it was just public comment for today, and we would have public comment tomorrow too.
And we can take comment, so it's open tomorrow.
Well, I mean, it depends on the will of the board. At this point, there's not an open and closed public hearing. That's not the form that this budget process takes. If it's the will of the board to allow public comment on item 1 tomorrow, then you may certainly do that. You may also certainly not allow it. It's up to the discretion of the board.
I have a sense that we're still discussing item 1 tomorrow, so I think we could keep it open. I don't know. I think that.
I'm fine with that.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we leave our materials here?
Yeah, our binders. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, it's okay.